Perfect.
All right, what's up, you heathens and demons, you sinners and saints, you beautiful blasphemous bastards? Welcome back to the Raging Atheist. I'm having a good evening. I'm enjoying myself. John is here. We're gonna be shooting the link into the side chat, and people can come in. Now, I do want to limit. I want to save some room, in case a Christian or two wants to come in and challenge, or anybody wants to come in and challenge. So I'm going to limit it. I think me and John's already here. That means we can bring in like 6 people, and then if anybody wants to come in and challenge me, we'll have a couple spots open.
Well,
We'll see. We'll see how that works. If that doesn't work, fuck it. They should have been here to begin with, right?
well, I mean that's fine. And to start out with, we're going to look at a little something, just me and Doc for a few minutes, and then we'll bring people in, and then I would suggest, if you agree, this is just a suggestion on my part, is that maybe there's you and me. Let's bring like 4 people in to start.
Yeah, I think we could keep it somewhat small, and then I do want to leave some room open. If somebody wants to come in, and challenge us. If Brett Keane wants to come in and challenge us, or anybody, it's open to anybody.
And it's not going to be like a 20-minute stream. So like later in the show, if people don't show up, then we can bring a full room of our atheist buddies in. But yeah, 4 other people plus you and me, that makes 6.
But I mean, it's hard to control that once you put that link out there, and then 8 people jump right in.
Right. But, there's a back room for a reason. I mean, but that's up to you again. I'm not trying to.
Yeah, I mean, we'll play it by ear. I would like to try to keep it somewhat small and definitely have some spots open for anybody that wants to come in and challenge.
I mean, you can rotate people in and out.
I
just wanted to say real quick to the chat, and I don't know if I've met you before, but what's his name? Revolver Barney. He says, I hope Brett shows up. That fatty is still desperate after hiding since January.
Well, he is going to show up in a way, at least. Well, I'm banned on Facebook now, though, because, I'm so horrible. I'm just like a horrible, horrible person.
Well, I make fat jokes and shit, but because I myself am a big fucking man, and don't have to be. If I would just stop shoveling groceries down my throat. But yeah, Bernie, what's wrong with being fat, man? That's not what's wrong with fucking Brett Keane. I mean, it's wrong. Yeah, he should get in shape. But yeah, there's a lot worse things about Brett than him being fat.
Yeah, we're going to talk about one of them tonight. It's his manic shit. I think is probably the worst thing. But we'll get there. We'll get there. I ain't gonna hate. People are entitled to their opinions, and
I'm not trying to go down a route. I was just making a joke more than anything.
Yeah, I mean, and we are going to be talking about Brett to start with because I got a Facebook message from Brett Keane last night, and I'm going to read it. Because it's fucking funny. I was nice to the guy. And my point still stands. I've been taking a lot of shit for saying he has a good heart, but like what I mean by that, and I probably just articulated it badly, is like I do think he has like this human need to really in desperate need to have like friends and to try to make friends, and he wants people to like him. And I think that's why he gets so butthurt about certain things. But essentially what I was saying with the whole good heart thing is I've been dealing with Smokey Saint. I mean, and still, like, even after what we're going to look at, like, Brett Keane's like a breath of fresh air compared to Smokey Saint. And that's what I was getting at. But I have taken some shit for it, deservedly, because, Brett Keane has a reputation for a reason. Because he's fucking Brett Keane, right?
Hey, man, Danny here?
I think that was. I haven't seen Danny. I think he was joking.
Okay, yeah. Somebody said, Danny, get in there and tear his ass.
I think he was joking. I did say anybody, so if Danny does come in, we'll try to be nice, John. I know you hate the guy.
I don't necessarily hate him, but I love fucking ragging on him, I mean.
Tom said Tom's going to come in and challenge me, so that'll be fun. The link is going to come after we watched a little bit of this that we're going to watch.
What's he going to challenge us on?
Tom Tom. I don't like Tom Tom. Tom Tom don't like me. So yeah, it'll be fun. It'll be fun.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I mean, I'll tell you right up front. You know, you had your talk with Danny. I watched part of it. But if Danny comes in, I will fuck with him. Like, you know, so please don't.
Well, I'm sure he's gonna expect it at this point, and he probably. I mean, at this point, because like he knows, like I give you free reign. You know, I might bitch about it, but I've always told John he can do what he wants. You know, he's got as much power here on this channel as I do. I've always said that, even if I do, you know, like, you know, I'm probably a lot more open to hearing some shit than John is, and John is probably a lot more hearing to some shit than I am. You know, that's kind of the way it works, right?
Well, right, and the reason that's one of the reasons why I'm giving a heads up, you know, beforehand, because I didn't want to get to a situation where you were getting irritated, you know, with me, and I know that sometimes I do irritate you because I can be an irritating guy, you know. But yeah, when it comes to Danny, and what I need you to do is at some point here in the near future, I need you to get into a private like StreamYard room or on Discord and have a discussion with Speed, because he'll lay it all out for you. Why?
Yeah, I will. I'm always interested in hearing people's drama, but I try never to base my opinions of people based on their experiences with others. You know, whatever Danny goes in and says to Speed. The way I look at it, Danny is Danny, and he's gonna be himself. So even if he is like the couple of times we spoke, he's coming in and being like some kind of different to me. The more we talk, the more he'll expose that. You know, so that's kind of how I let it play out.
Well, right, and I'm not saying you need to have a discussion with Speed with the end result or the purpose of which is to change your mind about Danny. It's more of that Speed can elucidate our position better as to why we are so.
And I'll do it. Yeah, I mean, I am going back to work full time next week, but I should.
Oh,
still
are
have,
you?
Yeah, I should still have. Well, we're gonna try. We're gonna see how it goes. I mean,
Right.
We're gonna see if my legs is gonna let me do it.
Right.
But I can't just continue to sit around here for another month waiting on this doctor's appointment. It's not in me to do that. But yeah, I do want to get to this.
Right. Just
go ahead.
real quick, I just got one more thing I had to point out to everybody. If I sound a little lispy tonight, it's because I've got a partial in now. A couple teeth that were missing in the front of my face that I had replaced, and I'm getting used to talking. You gotta like retrain your tongue when there's that little thing in your way up there. So
yeah, I'm kind of going through the same thing with my recent tooth extraction. Is I'm trying to get used to the way my mouth is now.
And then I'm gonna do this real quick.
Oh yeah, you're showing.
Found this at my mom's house. You know who that is, folks? That's me. That's me at 17 years old.
I was trying to think of some actor from the 80s, but I couldn't. My mind wouldn't go there.
I mean, this is the only proof I have left that I was ever good looking.
Yeah, you got that 80s do. It's
yeah.
I probably had that same haircut in the 80s.
Parted down the middle, feathered to the sides.
That's probably more a late 70s look, though, right? Let me think. No, that would be 80s, right?
That's probably me, and that's me in 1980.
Early 80s.
81, depending on. I graduated in 81, and I'm not sure when they did the class pictures. It could have been 80, beginning of 81. I don't know.
You're almost making me want to pull down my picture and show fat little Ronnie as a kid, but I'm not going to do that.
Well, you were fat as a kid.
I was always big. I played when I first started playing football. I was nose tackle. I was really short, and I had a lot of meat on me. And then when I was 16, I grew a foot. From 15 to 16, I grew a foot. So I got really tall, and I wouldn't say skinny, but lean, and I had, I still had some body weight, but I had a really good shape, and and hitting the weight rooms for football, I became a defensive end and wide receiver. But yeah, but up until 15, I was a short little fat fucker.
Okay, Kentai say, I love you, man. Fuck you, John Candy.
John Candy.
I look like John Candy now. I didn't look like John Candy back then, man. You could get the. All right.
We are going to get to this because I do want to get that link out there. I might even throw the link in near the end of it so people can start coming in and maybe tell us what you think about this. I'm going to try to be fair with Brett again. I'm trying to be fair and I'm trying to be nice and not be a dick. Now, John, John is able to have his own opinions. I am not the master of John Peterson, although I think Brett Keane thinks that I am. I mean, that's because I got this. If you haven't seen the stream John did yesterday, John did a stream and I don't think your intention was, but you eventually just ended up reviewing part of my conversation with Brett Keane, and then when Richard came in. And honestly, the Richard part was probably the most interesting of it all.
Right. As soon as somebody mentioned that in chat, I'm like, oh, him and Richard kind of went out. We got to watch that.
You got me a little hot. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, I say was fascinated with Richard. The way he looks at Christianity. And he was comparing him a lot to. Well, I think I brought this comparison up, and then Tentaise said that. Yeah, I see a lot of that now that I'm listening to him. Where the ancient alien shit that's on History Channel, like.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's kind of. I mean, it is, and Richard doesn't pretend to, and I think you guys kind of nailed it. Like his thing is, I'm reading it like a Christian because I'm not reading it like him, right? And it's offensive. Like, to tell an atheist you're reading it like a Christian. Like, no, I don't. I don't believe it. I try to point that out, and he says, well, you're coming from a place of knowledge. And yeah, that's true, but like, Christians, when they read it, they have now, they are coming from that place of knowledge that they believe it. I don't believe it. So there's no way you can compare my reading in any way to the way a Christian reads it. But he was essentially saying that, I'm not reading it the way, and I can read it. I've already pointed it out. I can read it like Richard reads it, but my thing is the vast majority of Christianity doesn't read it like Richard reads it. So when I'm addressing it most of the time, I'm going to be addressing it from their perspective, their point of view, or how they see it.
So this is what me and Tentaise picked up on. I think I mentioned it first, and then he was like, oh, yeah. I think that you and Richard at some point there were talking past one another a little bit.
Yeah,
and he comes up with these kind of odd fucking similes and these odd like analogies, like when he was talking about the, well, if your lover wrote you a letter and you had this communication between the two of you, they might know what you're talking about, but I might not, and when I say where I think you guys were talking past one another a little bit was, I think that when Richard says you're reading it like a Christian, what he's saying is that you're reading it like all those Christians I disagree with. You're not seeing the nuances that I see. Like when he said flood doesn't mean flood. I think that's what he means. He doesn't mean.
And that he kind of made himself a hashtag there, John, because I mean, and people have made the comment, and Richard believes what he believes, and he don't care, right. But like when you make those comments, you really need to go out of your way to prove that, because again, like I don't recall any definition making the flood differently, and you ask any I'm not gonna be able to pronounce the word theologian. I can't pronounce it today for some reason. These teeth are gone.
Theologian.
Yes. These teeth are gone, and I'm trying to learn my tongue again. You just go ask any biblical scholar. You go ask any Christian, and the story is a worldwide flood. Waters and everybody dying, and the Bible literally says that. And I understand that Richard, like I said, I can read the Bible and see a ancient alien story easily, so I can kind of read it and see some of the things, not all the things, because Richard, he knows what he thinks, like, and what he believes, and he's got it down. And you know, there's no way that I'm gonna ever be able to get that down or even fully understand it. We're on conversation number 18. I'm never gonna fully understand that, but I can still read it along those lines. But it doesn't take away from what the words actually say, and it does
Right.
talk about a flood, and it does condemn homosexuality, and that's what really irked my, because everybody knows that's my issue, and that's what really irked me during that conversation.
Well,
It really
then
upset
he
me.
said, flood doesn't mean flood, and he was saying that the waters aren't really talking about water when they say the waters. Well, then
Yeah.
what the fuck, And I'd love to at some point maybe look at that section where you guys were talking with Dr. Josh, and then find out from him what the actual Greek or Hebrew said, because
He might do it privately with you, but I doubt he'd do it publicly because he wouldn't want to, like, take public sides on. He's a friend with Richard and he's a friend with us. So he'd probably do it privately, but wouldn't want to say anything publicly.
Well, no, I mean Richard could even be there. I mean, I'd like Richard, because because it's real easy. You're reading it in English, and and Richard, like you said, has his own ideas. And you're saying, well, flood doesn't mean flood. It doesn't mean waters when it says waters. And I'd be interested in knowing what it said in the other, original languages.
Oh yeah, and I'd definitely be interested to, like, learn where Richard's coming from that. But, like, the point of this is that definitely the Richard part was the most interesting part of that conversation. That was the most interesting. That's where you really had hostility. I was going out of my way not to show Brett any hostility, even though, like, a lot of his questions are just idiotic. But I'm trying to be nice.
Touched on that. Me and Tentai touched on that last night. A matter of fact, at one point, like when somebody pointed out, hey, him and Richard were talking, and I was like trying to find it, and my YouTube was all fucked up. It wasn't showing me the slider. It wasn't showing me how far over I was going and shit. And then we got to a spot where Tentai said, yeah, it's right around here. And Brett was talking about something and going on, and I'm just like, man, I want to get to the Richard part. Shut the fuck up, Brett.
Oh shit! I didn't mean to do that.
What'd you do?
I was just putting it on full screen and start playing. I do want to get to it's off
Yeah,
the screen. I heard it. You didn't hear it. I do want to get to what Brett is saying because I want to get the link in and I want people to come in and not wait around too long. But the gist of the story is I went out of my way to be nice to Brett, and like I wanted to have a conversation with him. When he commented in my video. And I started talking with the dude again. I basically just wanted to get a conversation, like, you're back and you're already coddling up to Will and Smokey. How can you just put aside all the things that they've said about you? That's primarily what I wanted to talk to him about. And we never, we got there a little bit, but it became more about the questions and shit, which was fine. But I went out of my way to be nice and not to be rage and not to, I was just firing back honest answers at his questions. And that was it. And it wasn't like, I was trying to be best friends with Brett Keane. I wasn't anything outside of, like, I'm just inquisitive. Like, these guys have been, nowhere near what they've been doing to me, but they've been doing, they've been mocking you for 6 months, and you're going to come back and just immediately kind of cowtail them to them. I was kind of interested in that. Well, then, you went and did your stream yesterday, and you guys are more than entitled to your opinions on Brett Keane. Brett Keane's been on this internet almost longer than anybody. People are going to have opinions about this guy. And I have no control over it. I was at work, like you knew I was at work. But Brett Keane seems to think like I should have somehow stopped you from reviewing the things that he was saying or talking about him at all, because I don't know, maybe he thinks that we're best buds now, and I should have been protecting Brett Keane from you. Like, dude, get the fuck out of here with that shit. John's a grown ass man,
Right.
So after your stream, he sends me that shit on Facebook, and it's funny. And I had a good laugh at it because, ultimately, the first thing Brett Keane said in the side chat was about your drinking and driving, right? So, like, the first thing he says is an attack at you. And then he gets mad about the reaction that people have. But he's not really mad at you. he's mad at me. So we're gonna watch this, John, and we're gonna have a little bit of fun with it.
And then it was
Well, yeah, I mean, I read a little bit of it, just the, like
okay.
the
And
message.
just so you know, the echo is happening when the screen is up.
Say what?
The echo still happens when you shoot.
All right. Yeah, I kind of heard it a bit there for a second too.
Yeah.
So, we're not going to watch all of this. It's like an 8-minute video, but I want to watch enough to get the point of it.
This is just launch video. My video.
And it's titled "Raging Atheist is Abusive to Christians." Smokey Saint and Will Kincaid was right. Now, mind you, I wasn't in the stream. I was at work, right? All right, here we go.
Hello everyone, my name is BK. I hope you are all having a great day. When you get an opportunity, check out the links in my description. You can check out my paperback books, or if you prefer ebooks. If you want to support the channel, you can buy me some coffee, support us through Patreon, or even buy us a gift. All information is below in the description.
You know, Smokey Saint says I grift, like, but if like what I do, having a link in my shit for a PayPal or whatever is grifting. What the fuck you call what Brett Keane does? Like I don't think there's anything wrong with what Brett Keane just did. That's just being YouTuber, right?
Right.
But he goes like. He actually does this every fucking stream and live stream, and he'll have the shit blinking on his screen and shit. I don't do none of that.
You can also take off.
Yep.
Just real quick, if you want to support Brett, you can also, if you look in the links below his videos, he has a link to a place where you can order him some fish food. Like you can order them like sardines and herring and shit, and all the things that manatees eat. So, you know, if you want to help them out, you know, something like that.
Oh, yeah. Hashtag cancel rage now because John Peterson just said the manatee. but like what does Brett Keane think that if he comes back and he's nice, that people are just gonna forget that he's the manatee?
Right. I mean, it's just like you said, he's been around since the early days of YouTube, and he used to hang out with
it's like TJ Kirk back in the day.
TJ Kirk back in the day and shit like that, you know. So he's been like, you know, and originally Brett was on YouTube as an atheist, but I think what happened is that he found out that he could make more money and get more gifts if he was a Christian. So I think that's what led to him becoming a Christian. You know, because that was easier to grift being a Christian.
Yeah, I mean that's definitely what people say about him, right? Like again, I don't even think I was watching YouTube back then. So I went back, I went around back then. I try not to let it influence me. Although, like when I've been mad at him at times, I've talked about like some of the shit I've heard about him. But I've always tried to just let like Brett Keane give me my own perception of him, and that, you know, it started off really, really rocky to begin with because, you know, he started off just doing a lot of videos about me, you know, and then I finally went on a stream and I met Jesus Freak and John Grishala and Will Kincaid, and, you know, that didn't go very well. You know,
right.
You know, so I haven't had the best of opinions of the guy. And it's just like every time, you know, I kind of, you know, talk to him again or whatever, because like the last time I talked to him before he went away, he porn bombed the channel. You remember that? Like he showed the picture of TJ Kirk naked.
right.
So
showing his little wee penis.
Like every time like I talk to him and I'm nice to him and I try to be like, all right, Brett, let's just have a good conversation. It doesn't take but like a matter of a couple days every single time for Brett to get all fucking crazy.
Yeah, I noticed. I didn't even realize that when you're multi-streaming, you get comments from YouTube too. I see we are not YouTube, from Facebook. We've got two people watching on Facebook right now, and David Cooley has put a few posts in the live chat.
Yeah, what's up, David? I see it. Yeah, you can see it in the StreamYard. That's the good thing about using StreamYard, is having that. I do kind of miss that. So I think for these open rooms, I'm going to be using StreamYard again.
Yeah. Why mess around with all the complicated shit? All right, so
And
let's
we
go.
will. Yeah, we're gonna get the link in the side chat. Tom saying he's gonna go to bed.
Well, he lives like halfway around the world. So.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not ducking or dodging or nothing, but yeah, he's probably really super late for him.
All right, here we go. I know it's not on my screen.
Oh,
Everyone
There
from
you go.
non-believers to people of all different faiths are welcome to come in. The link is already in the description. The video is into a live broadcast with Mr. Raging Atheist.
All right.
Went into a
Right
live
here.
broadcast with Mr. Raging Atheist, he calls himself. And if you watch the video, you'll see that I treated him with nothing but cordial civility. I was respectful to him. I listened.
I mean, real quick, and then I'll just hit play again. I don't really call myself the Raging Atheist. I call myself Knock. People call me Nakasuchi. The channel name is the Raging Atheist, so it does get latched to me. I do claim to be a Raging Atheist, but I don't really like the Raging Atheist. Isn't what I go by or what people call me. They call me Knock. You know?
Yeah.
Listen to him insult my faith, insult my views on God, insult Christians, generalize us repeatedly, and still.
Oh, wait. You gotta stop right there. You gotta
Yeah.
stop right there.
I was super nice to the guy. Now I guess I was just a
Take
total
it off the
shitstorm.
screen real quick.
Yeah, I mean, I was super nice, but I guess I was a shit.
Okay, so, and he's saying, and generalizing about Christianity. What the fuck was he doing when you had that conversation the other night? He said 1,000,000 times, atheists do this, atheists think this way. Like you had to battle back and forth with him about that. No, atheists are not this monolith that all think the same way and have the same beliefs and everything. There's many different viewpoints that atheists have. And now he's saying, calling you out for generalizing about Christians, and he generalizes about atheists all the time. And I got to tell you, the first thing I think of, just going by his word, what he said there a minute ago, I know that the first thing I think of when I think of Brett Keane is cordial civility.
Yeah, I mean, it's that conversation. I made a point not to lose my shit. Even when Richard came in and I was getting hot, like I sat back, I took some deep breaths, and I think it's a testament to myself that I was trying to be so super patient with Brett Keane that Richard was the one that was able to piss me off, right? So it's just I don't get this first part. I don't, he's mad because I'm not doing what he wants. What he wants me to do, John, is take that video down, kick you off my channel. He wants me to cancel you because he's a right winger and they believe in cancel culture. That's what it comes down to.
Oh,
but
so
yeah,
David Cooley must be an Aussie, huh?
I'm not sure.
He says
I
it's
do.
Almost 8 He says it's almost 8 a.m. where he's at, so I'm just assuming he must be in Australia.
And I did see his comment. Thanks for watching Hereticals. I've known Chris for a while now, and I really enjoy Chris. Chris, everybody says that I hate all right wingers. Well, Chris is atheist pastor. You probably know him by John Peterson.
Yeah.
He's a right leaning dude. He's just not a shitbag about it.
Yeah.
And he's not an American right winger. So there's a distinction there, of course.
Yeah.
But
right.
I've always enjoyed Chris, and I enjoyed his show, and they're putting on a pretty good show over there. So I want to play just a couple minutes of this just to get the gist, and then I do want to get the link in. This isn't an open room, so I don't want to take too long at this. So here we go.
Towards the end, he actually said, Brett Keane has a good heart. I think he is a good person. He actually publicly says this. Now, Raging's been having some issues with a couple guys that from time to time I go into their live rooms. Smokey Saint knows that I don't agree with every bit of his views, and he sure doesn't agree with me. And we haven't always had the most high up opinions about each other. But one thing I know about Smokey is Smokey does believe in what he says, and he also is quite knowledgeable whenever it comes to the Bible and the arguments that he makes. As far as Will Kincaid goes, Will Kincaid was an atheist for the longest time, and he's just for the last year and a half
Do you notice how like not a word has been said about you or who else was it? Like it was you and Tent mainly that was
Yeah.
talking shit. You know, I mean, which I again I was at work and as I told you before the stream, there wasn't a word that you or Tent said that I didn't agree with. You know, I mean, I'm not. But I wasn't in. I wasn't part of this. You know, yes, it's my channel technically. This is my channel, but you've been a partner with me on this channel for a long time now. Um, and I'm not your owner. I'm not Tent's owner. Like I don't get his fucking beef here.
Yeah, yeah. You've never struck me on the nose with a rolled up newspaper. So
I don't know. So I mean, I think that's good enough for the open room. Maybe we'll review the full video because he says a lot of shit, John, that you would just be like, what? you know.
Well, we'll just play it for a couple more minutes, and then you'll start bringing people in.
All right, yeah, just a couple more minutes though, because I get antsy because my OCD starts going off. I'm like, I should be bringing them in, you know.
Yeah.
All right, just a little bit more.
Judaism and some beliefs having to do with a friend of mine by the name of John. Well, apparently Will and Raging got into it with Smokey while I was away on vacation. Raging,
in fact, I'm going to let it play for
whatever
just a
reason,
second. I'll be right
reaches
back.
out to
I'm going
me,
to
says
put it
he
on speaker.
wants to tell me about how they've dissed me and insulted me and all this kind of stuff and how they've mistreated him. Raging also went on to tell me that his own family is not willing to have discussions or conversations with him because they're offended by his YouTube channel. And I have really tried. I've really tried to be tolerant and respectful and understand that, you know, he's got a different belief system or view. But I can't for the life of me understand why he can't see why his family would be offended by him calling Christians names repeatedly. If his own family is a majority of Christians and they watch his channel and see him bring people in who are insulting the entire group of Christianity, which is a majority of the United States of America, how can he possibly think that that would make people uncomfortable or offended or disrespected? You know, it's, I guess he feels like if his feelings are hurt or someone insults him, then it's a big deal. He's sensitive about it.
You know, and he's talking about my family. You know, we talked briefly about some of my family issues. One thing that I've never done, I've never insulted anybody in my family specifically here on this channel. I've never talked about anybody in my family specifically here on this channel. My family, and I've said this repeatedly, doesn't watch this channel. You know, like I get surprised. You know, everyone, like for a minute, I had one of my cousins watching, and it surprised the fuck out of me. And he was a right wing Trumper, and so he could only watch her a little bit before he realized, yeah, this isn't a channel for me. But you know, like I get surprised when one of my family members show up in the side chat because they never watch me. They don't want to watch this shit.
That's right. And I want to, and just like you, I want to start getting some people in here. I got the thing copied, the thing, but even if you have to fast forward a little bit, is there anywhere where he starts talking shit about me and what it was he was so mad about? You're muted.
Shit, sorry. You got a bit choppy there. I understood you. Hopefully the audience did.
Yeah, what I said was, can you fast forward to the part where he gets talking about me and what it was he was so pissed off about?
There isn't a part about you.
He just going. I mean, he had to explain at some point why he was so mad at you, didn't he?
No, it's just all about me.
That's great. What?
Yes, it's all about me. And I was at work. I had nothing to do with it. You messaged me, and you'll back me up on this. You text messaged me and say, "Hey, I'm going to go live in 5 minutes," because you mistook, because you thought I said that this Wednesday we were going to be streaming, but the new show started a week from this Wednesday on the 16th, and I just don't think that you heard that part, John.
Okay.
So you thought we were going to be streaming last night. And so you called me a couple times, and I was busy at work. And when I saw it, I finally messaged you back at work tonight. So, and you were like, "Oh, we're not going to be streaming tonight." And then you texted me and said, "I'm going to stream in 5 minutes." I'm like, "All right, I'll catch it when I get home." Right? So I wasn't even at home. I had nothing to do with the stream.
Right.
It was you wanting to have an open room, and then you got into talking about the conversation with Brett. And the whole video is me. It's I am a shitty person. I should cancel. Like in the messages, he was pretty much like saying I should do something about it or something. I don't know.
Oh, okay. So like in the email and shit, he had something to say about me then, probably.
And not even really though. He's like, I'm okay with the hate. I'm not okay with the hate spewed on your latest video towards me. I will let Christians know that I tried to be friendly with you, and you allow abuse. So I allowed the abuse of him
About it. Yeah,
because you reviewed the video.
What I do is I get up every morning and before I make my coffee and take a shit, I call Ronnie up and make sure it's okay. Because he runs my life. So you allowed it to happen. That's hilarious. And we've got some, and I don't know why their messages aren't showing up on StreamYard. I had to look on my phone because Tentaise was responding to someone in chat that I couldn't see their messages. Somebody named Evotard, which I hope they come in when we put the link in. Matter of fact, here, let me put the link in right now. Because they're like going off on, will you fucking review the video? Don't knock and John ever shut the fuck up. Like,
no, usually not.
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of like if we shut the fuck up, then that'd be a whole lot of dead air.
Right. Well, and the other thing is too is, what's going on? Okay, there you go. I mean, it's only been 37 minutes since we started. 38 now. I mean, what do you want?
Yeah, it's not been long. It didn't take long.
Yeah.
I could have went longer with that. I mean, shit. I mean, Praise doesn't fucking stream. He has like a 40-minute monologue before he lets anybody in.
Yeah. I can't even rub one out in 37 minutes. So whoever, at least your devices, it's saying your devices are not connected. Oh, no, there they go.
All right. I don't need that
See, I'm holding off. I'm letting you do it.
Hey.
Jesus Christ. Like roaches coming out of the fucking woodwork, man.
Hey there, guys. Been missing this.
Yeah, it's been a while. John's back now, so I was like, fuck it, let's do an open room.
When is, does anybody know when manatee season is?
Ooh.
No, but hello.
Hi, Bernie.
What's up, yo?
Hey Ray. Hey Doc, how you doing?
Well, pretty good, man. I'm good. I watched Loki today, so I'm kind of in a Marvel high.
Well, what's it about? I don't really know.
No spoilers. No spoilers.
Yeah, I don't want to spoil it, man. I mean, people are calling it the best, Marvel premiere, like Disney Plus premiere, and I'd say, yeah. I mean, for the shows that they put out so far, episode 1 was really good. It was really good.
Yeah, what I'm going to do, because these Marvel series on Disney Plus, they're so short. I think this one's going to be a 6-episode run. Maybe a couple more. I can't remember now, but I'm going to wait until it's over so I can binge watch the whole thing like a movie.
Yeah, and that's what I mean, and that's kind of the mistake Marvel's made with the first couple, is that they're more movies that they just kind of broke up into segments.
Yeah, I mean, I wish that Disney was like other platforms, that just put the whole series out on the same day.
Yeah. But yeah. But I'm interested in this. I know Tom don't like me, so we'll this might get a little interesting.
Hello, can you
What
hear
up?
me?
Yeah. Oh yeah. What's up, man?
Yeah, Tom, we can hear you.
Okay, fine. I think this is the first time that I actually ever talked to you directly.
I think so too. I don't think we've ever been in a room together before. I've seen you in a couple of Jay Pasick streams a couple times.
Yeah, that's true. Well, where do I start? I think basically that you are misrepresenting me in a very bad way, and I kind of take issue with that.
So, like, in a bad way, what do you mean? The only perspective I can have of you is the perspective I've had from your comments in my videos over. I don't know how long you've been commenting, but it's been quite a while.
Yeah, it is. It
yeah.
has been quite a while, and you actually hearted some of my comments. So
Yeah, I try to be fair with them. If I like them, I'll try to, I try to be fair.
yeah, but okay, what was the determining factor that you suddenly decided to determine that I'm extreme right-wing QAnon whatever right-wing extremist? So
I don't know. Just the nature of your comments. I don't. Usually, when you're commenting, it's usually on on my political views. I can't remember every single one of your comments, but you really seem to disagree with my politics. So, I mean, if you
Yeah.
disagree with my leftist politics, I have to assume you're right wing. And then some of the shit in your I don't know if you go out of your way to like try to like be pissy to me or something, but like some of the stuff you say in your comments is insane. I'm not gonna be able to give you like direct examples because I don't have all of your comments pulled up, but it's always struck me as cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
But if I well, first of all, in your past, you have given the impression that you are open for criticism.
Yeah,
Correctly?
well, I try to be, but that doesn't. I mean, I'm open to criticism. It doesn't mean I'm not going to disagree about it. Like like for one,
No, okay, yeah, that's fine.
in comment sections, like I think the channel's kind of suffered a bit because I no longer interact with people in the comment sections. It's something that I've been telling myself I really need to get back to. So a lot of times, if I'm going back and forth with you in the comments, that's me trying to at least try to get some kind of an understanding. But like it's something that I just stopped doing. Your comments by far aren't the worst comments I've gotten. It just seems to me like from what I can remember that they mostly come when I talk politics and you have very strong disagreements with my politics and you definitely are a right winger. I mean, I don't see that. I don't think that's controversial.
I certainly don't make death threats or something like that. But do you remember the video that you made called 100K subscribers?
100K subscribers?
Yes.
3,000 you just hit.
That's a video that you made specifically about me.
I'm not at 100,000 subscribers. I haven't made 100K subscribers. I've recently done a stream about
So
you.
you don't even remember that.
Are you're talking about my 3K subscriber?
No. You have a video that is called 100K subscribers, and it is a video specifically about me, where I was criticizing you. Well, criticizing. I was
maybe.
I was
I've
trying
made a
to
lot of
advice.
videos, my dude. I don't know. I made a lot of videos. Maybe.
Okay, well, this is really disappointing. Then you don't even.
You realize
know.
do you realize I've made like over 1,000 videos?
I realized that that is an older video.
I mean, I've literally made over like 1,000 edited videos.
Okay, but
I don't remember
realize
every
you
video I've made.
But you do realize when I tell you that you made a video specifically about me when I was trying to give you positive criticism at that time.
Maybe. Was I a drunk back then?
I don't know.
I mean, because
Well, so, wait a minute.
back when I was drinking, I raged on almost everybody.
Well, so wait, stop. So you're saying, wait a minute, hold on, stop. I opened my mouth. Close your mouth. So you're saying this was like a video from a couple of years ago?
I mean, something's like scratching at my mind now because he
2
keeps
years
insisting
ago,
on. I think he
maybe 3 years
made a
ago.
comment about like 100,000 subscribers, and I made a video. Something's tickling at my mind.
Yeah. So you're
I've seen
saying
the video.
Tom, you just said so. You say it's from 3 years ago,
2 or 3 years ago.
2 or 3. Okay.
I saw the video. I believe you ate his baby live on cam there, Knock. I believe that's what happened.
Probably.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened, man.
No, but I mean, well, first of all, my intention was to give you positive criticism, and
Well,
you actually, in the past and even recently, asked for positive criticism. Is that right?
I mean, so
Is that correct?
maybe. I don't know. I do a lot of talking
Well-
on YouTube, dude. So you want me to remember all of my words? So just a second though.
No,
So
are
positive
you-
criticism. I mean,
are
what's
you-
what is positive to me might not be positive to you. For one, for two,
Okay.
like the most awful Christians saying their most awful shit to me in their minds, they're giving me positive criticism. Like, do you not understand? Like do you understand how many people, especially at the height of it, like before I let all the SJWs in and I ruined the channel there for a while, like how many people were coming at me with some stupid shit?
Look, I'm an agnostic, and I'm not Matt Powell. So why do you take my criticism as bad as some people who might?
Well, like I said, I can't remember this specific criticism, but like I've said, it has been consistent. And you say positive criticism, I say it's been consistent right-wing criticism of me
Well, you
for
don't
2 or
even
3
remember
years.
my criticism.
Because there's been so many of them, Tom. How could I remember all of them?
Well, watch your own video.
I mean, dude, you take your periods with me. You'll take like 4 or 5 months off, and then you'll come in and bombard me with like fucking comment after comment, and each comment, like I have to take 10 minutes to fucking read them. Like, what do you mean?
Okay, here's the thing. I actually unsubscribed from your channel, maybe about 2 years ago. But eventually,
People do that.
Yeah, people do that. Eventually, when I'm bored, I just check out what is the Raging Atheist doing. And certain topics interest me and other topics don't, so I click on some videos. In no way I am totally informed of what you said, like in the totality of all things.
I have a question, Tom. What is your point?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get to understand here. I'm like,
Yeah, I would wonder because like when I was in the military,
I'm about to go there.
positive criticism was what you're doing right. Like it's a positive critique. Okay, you're doing this. I think that's good. This is what you should. This is good. This is good. This is good. This is good. Maybe improve this a little bit. Maybe improve that a little bit. But sustain. That's positive criticism. Negative criticism is you're fucking up here. You're fucking up here. You're fucking up here. I wouldn't do that. And I wouldn't do that. I would definitely avoid doing that.
Tom, this is the internet. Everyone gets criticized. Grow a fucking bear, man.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure, like, because I've lashed out at you a couple times. I'm sure, like, at the very beginning, I was probably drunk and you said something that pissed me off. But, like, I haven't been,
Okay.
like, shit, I'm like 15 or 16 months sober now. Like, usually, like, if I get pissed off now, it's usually fairly righteously. And I mean, some of your comments, maybe you don't understand it because you only have your perspective. You can't understand it from my perspective, how I might take some of the things that you say and construe a certain opinion about you. But that's what human beings do. And I can only have the opinion about you that I have because I've read what you have thrown at me.
Hey,
Okay.
real quick, hold on, real quick. I just want to jump in and say, go back. Okay, me and Knock are fucking brothers, man. I'm in, maybe not the same mother, but we're brothers. Go back and look at the early days of when me and Knock met one another, and look at some of the fucking videos he did about me when he was pissed off at me, dude. Like, and look at some of the videos I've done where I was pissed off at somebody, like it's just sometimes if you're thinking about something that happened 2 or 3 years ago, and thinking that it's just that It's YouTube, dude. I mean, that's all it is, man. It doesn't
Okay,
mean
listen, John. I don't have the
Dude,
time to do
I
that.
get
I
criticized.
don't have the time to do that.
Tom, you
But
don't have Tom.
I
Tom.
remember,
Tom.
remember John Peterson. You and me were basically coming at the same time in the comment section when what was this? The Messenger reveals
Tom.
popped
I-
into the
Tom.
into the sphere.
Tom, shut the fuck up for a minute there, please.
Yeah,
dude,
go ahead.
Dude, you don't have to be on the internet. No one's forcing you there. If someone said something bad to you on the internet, like that's the nature of the internet, dude. You don't have to be here. It's as simple as that, man.
Yeah, but that's fine. That's
Well, who
fine.
gives a-
If-
well,
if
who
some-
gives
a
if
fuck?
someone-
Who
if
gives a
somebody
fuck?
says something bad about me,
Nobody. It's,
That's on him.
dude. Are your dogs out there? Do people know where you live? Then who? No one. Then don't give a fuck, man. Holy shit! What is wrong with you?
Well, he
No, I
does.
don't give a-
So in full disclosure, there has been a couple. He gave me one comment recently that really itched at my craw, and I saw him in a couple streams, and I'd be in the side chats calling him out, and I did make comments like QAnon or alert, but again, like I said, I only have the opinion of you, my dude, based upon the comments that I've read, and I got to that opinion. I would be more than happy for you to tell me you're not a QAnoner, but I would still be doubtful because it's just the vibe I've gotten from your shit, dude.
okay.
I'm a leftist. I'm a socialist, man. You're not gonna like me if you're a right winger. I get that. But
I mean, for someone
what
who's,
what I understand from that is that people who you don't like, they have to be a QAnoners.
no,
That's
I'm
not-
saying
that's
based
not-
on your shit, I got that vibe from you, man.
Really?
wasn't-
Because I'm from Europe. Like QAnon
But
is
QAnon is not just an American thing. So
QAnon is
4chan and 8chan are national, my dude. I mean, people all over the world believe in this stupid shit now. It's not just an American thing. It was just evident here.
Hey, you ask people around where I live about QAnon. You ask a million people, maybe one person will know.
But again,
what
all
QAnon
right.
is.
So I take back the QAnon thing. Like I said, it's just a vibe, and I threw some insults at you, my dude, because you've been throwing insults at me. It's kind of like I'm the raging atheist. Like I've asked this question 1,000
What
times to people.
insults did I-
Like
uh,
what about the raging atheist? Do you not understand?
What? Wait a second. What kind of insults did I throw towards
Like,
you?
dude, I don't fucking. Again, we're talking about 3 years now of goddamn
Okay.
paragraphs of comments from you, man. Dude, like, I don't fucking know, man.
I understand.
Tom,
I mean, let me clarify for you, Tom. He's just assuming, okay, you're kind of complaining or you feel some kind of way that he went in on that ass. And he's like saying, well, if I went in on your ass, it has to be you said something that fucking ticked me off, and that's what I do. I'm the raging atheist, and you're gonna fucking say something that makes me angry, I'm gonna go in on you, man. Like that's he's just assuming he doesn't remember all of your exchanges by heart.
Like you haven't done a Q drop on me, Tom, but you have said some right wing shit.
I mean, for all
No,
criticism,
I mean-
for all criticisms, being called right wing is hardly like insulting. I mean, if you want to be insulted, I mean, I'm a fan of the classics. There, one of my favorites there is Waterhead. I mean, you could be called a water-headed idiot there, and all things considered, I mean, like you're heading down that road, my man.
Yeah, I mean, I was glad that this happened. I wanted to give you a chance to like voice your gripes at me because I think that so like when my thing is like I come into a side chat and I'm like, why are you taking Tom seriously? He's a QAnoner. I'm talking smack based upon my perception of you and the fact that you relentlessly hound me in my comments or in the side chat, and there's this rare occasion, hey, I'm in a side chat now, and I get to do the same shit that this guy does, and you don't like it. And maybe just think about that when you're doing it to other fucking people, dude.
So, okay, I will admit that I'm a keyboard warrior. So
I could be the biggest keyboard warrior. I will be the biggest troll in a side chat you will ever fucking see.
No, I'm not. I'm not necessarily only talking about the side chat. I'm talking also about comments, and I make comments on videos, and I made comments in your videos as well. But I don't understand.
I enjoy
why
the
you-
interaction.
Yeah, I don't understand why you came to the conclusion that I'm extreme right-wing QAnon. Whatever.
It's because every time I say something political, you got something to say. You know, it's what other conclusion would I draw?
When he goes left, so basically what Naka
Can
saying is, when he goes left, you want to go right, and that's why he's getting that. I think that's what you're saying, right?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying, Jay. And thank you for coming in and articulating it better than I have.
It's kind of a contrarian. It's basically what happens is it seems like, at least from my experience from talking to Tom Tom, that you're a little bit Tom Tom. You're a little bit of a contrarian. So if he's saying something, if he's promoting something, that people
I admit.
left, then you're going to be contrarian to that left position. So people will perceive it as being contrary to left. So here in the United States, what's contrary to the left? Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can admit that I am a little bit of a contrarian, certainly. That's true.
And it's not like I don't equate all people to the right. Like, so I understand that you're from Europe, and I I get along with Soccer Count. Soccer Count's a right winger from Canada, but that's just a different animal than an American right winger. Some of your comments remind me of an American right winger. I mean, it's and maybe that is just you being a contrarian, but that's the vibe I got. And so I treat people like I see them. Like I'm not somebody that's going to sugarcoat and kiss your ass and try to make you feel good. I'm going to say what I see.
But okay, the Raging Atheist. In the latest exchanges in the comment sections, you called me names.
So I have seen your active support. Yes. It's funny.
No, I know it's I know.
What is funny about that?
Well,
I know.
the relationship changed, Tom Tom, when your hatred of me. The relationship changed, Tom Tom, when your hatred of me drove you into Smokey Saint Wilkin Cage chat so you can talk shit about me. I mean,
if you can't take it, bro.
don't get all pissy at me because you went to these douchebags just so you could have somebody to cry to about me.
Okay, I will tell you honestly about the Smokey Saint situation.
This is Smokey Saint. I mean, you're aiming as low as possible there. Like the only person lower than Smokey Saint is Brett Keane. That's like how it goes, man. At the bottom. You were at the bottom.
I saw the Raging Atheist talking to Brett Keane recently.
The big difference is he's talking against Brett Keane. Brett Keane is one.
Okay.
Yeah, and I took shit for that. I took shit for that. Like, trust me, like, Brett Keane's writing me that I should cancel John because, John was mean. But then I have people telling me, like, Brett Keane's shunned. People don't talk to him in the community, and maybe you should go talk to those people. And I'm like, I don't shun people. I don't believe in shunning. Like, isn't that something we're supposed to be fighting against, is shunning people? I'm not trying to shun you, Tom Tom, but I will speak my truth about you, and that's my truth. And I'm glad you're here to combat it. Maybe we can come to some kind of understanding of each other.
Actually, I will support you in talking to Brett Keane because I don't believe in cancel culture, and I don't believe that.
Tom.
Shut up.
Shut up. Fucker, I'm talking.
I want to say, the Raging Atheist, that you are talking to Brett Keane is a positive thing, in my opinion. I will.
Yeah, I think so too. He always messes it up and gets manic.
But I think there's a problem. I think there's a problem here that there isn't. It's not just when you shun people, it's not exactly cancel culture. You're not.
Yeah.
People who promote cancel culture aren't necessarily the people that are just avoiding. It's like avoiding a particular product on a shelf. If it doesn't
I don't. Oh, go ahead, Jay. I don't mean to cut you off.
Oh yeah, my mic. I'm on my phone, so it's probably shitty sounding anyway. But yeah, if you're just the way a lot of people go, oh, you're shunning this person, it's cancel culture. Not necessarily. Some people just go, I'm just not going to watch this person, what this person is producing. Doesn't mean the person can't keep producing anything or making videos and doing whatever, but it might get to the point to where there's no point in them doing it anymore because nobody's watching.
Yeah, and I think cancel culture can be important in some instances. You know, and yeah, I don't really want to conflate, you know, the shunning and I don't want to take away from their position. Brett Keane has done a lot of shitty things since he's been on the internet, and plenty of people have reasons to have their opinions of Brett Keane. My thing is just you don't get to tell me who I get to talk to. That's my position. You know.
Well, if I don't have somebody on my live stream, like I block them from coming on my live stream, that's not canceling. That's just me not platforming that person.
Exactly. I do it on my channel. There's certain people that I don't allow in the side chat anymore because it's not productive to the side chat.
Well, I mean, I mean, all things considered, like with Brett Keane, we know his history. His history is very well documented on this website.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, we can see, like, I mean, he's been, I mean, he's like, we see, like, he's got a criminal record for wife beating there, his plagiarism, his dog dropping. I mean, like, all that shit we know. I mean, like,
let me highlight this one.
Okay, let me ask you one question. Before you subscribe to a channel, are you required to watch everything on the channel before you subscribe?
Of course not.
Then make a decision, and maybe even that person that has a YouTube channel is appearing on other channels that you obviously
I mean, the whole thing is,
how can you make a decision about that then?
Well, I mean, the thing is, Tom, is I've been on internet probably about the same amount of time as Brett Keane. There, just I'm in the shadows. I prefer to stay in the shadows, and I watch videos. I watch a lot of videos, and I interact with the people on these channels there.
Okay.
And my interactions with Brett Keane is Brett Keane refuses to hold responsibility for his actions for absolutely everything. And when he gets called out on it, there he turns abusive and he tries to bring down channels and fuck with people. And that shit is wrong, man. I mean, like, if you're okay with people fucking shit up there, then that's on you, man.
Well, again, to add on to what we're saying here, it's like basically if a bunch of people tell you that a particular type of cereal is shit, you don't need to actually go and fucking buy that box of cereal because you've heard from enough people that particular type of cereal is shit. You're talking about a market. You're not talking about free speech. You're not talking about a public forum where everybody gets a chance to speak their mind. This YouTube is a market basically where people, you know, make content, and whether or not YouTube wants them on or doesn't want them on, that's up to YouTube. There's certain terms of services that you have to.
I do need to address what's going on in the chat really quick because Evotard, who I think might be Smokey, brought it up originally, and Germania makes a good point. I did make a stream called "Cancel." It's time to cancel Will Kincaid, but like even like John will tell you, like if you actually listen to the stream, I don't call for the cancellation. I don't remember doing it. I was really angry, and I said some shit in anger. But John says, like, when he listened to the stream, he didn't realize that I was calling for the cancellation of Will Kincaid. He didn't read the title of it. I mean,
there are some people
what I said in anger in that moment doesn't really reflect what I've stood for and what I really believe in. And me and John did talk about it once John did learn about like what the stream was called and what the stream was about. He called me on that, and I was like, yeah, I'm not really trying to cancel Will Kincaid. I'm just really pissed, and I probably shouldn't have titled the stream the way that I did.
The Raging Atheist.
Wait, open my mouth first. Whoever's talking, shut up. Whoever's talking, shut up. All right. This is a good point to go back to what somebody was saying a little bit ago in the difference between trying to cancel somebody and to try and influence everybody to not have anything to do with it. The difference between that and shunning. Okay, so like when you talk about Will Kincaid, or as I like to refer to him as Shitstain, I definitely shun him. I don't want to have anything to do with him. But if anybody else wants to talk to him, that's fine. I also shun, depending on who it is and depending on how they interact with them. I also have a tendency to shun people that associate with Will Kincaid and Smokey Saint. Okay, I'm not going to mention any names, but recently somebody that I was pretty, tight with on the internet was on Smokey Saint's channel, treated him like peaches and cream, and as they left, they said, wow, thank you so much for a great conversation. You were marvelous, or like they fucking licked his taint, and I'm kind of upset at that person. I haven't shun him, but so that's what it is. You can individually shun whoever the fuck you want, okay? But then if you go and say and try and influence other people and say, hey, I want you to shun this person too, then that's cancel culture.
So,
and
okay.
You can go ahead.
Go ahead. Oh,
Okay, well, that's another important distinction, that if somebody's going on Smokey's stream to challenge him, that's a lot different than going on there and just agreeing with everything he says. But in my opinion, I think there are some people who should be canceled, because if you know where the origin of the term cancel culture came from, it was when people on Twitter, specifically Black Twitter, canceled R. Kelly and made his sexual assault allegations known, and he totally deserved to be canceled. And in my opinion, the fucking joke that Will Kincaid made at the expense of Speed of Sound, I could give a fuck if he's canceled or not. In my opinion, like, I don't want to have anything to do with you after hearing that. I don't know if you guys are familiar with what he said, but
Oh yeah.
I agree.
Me and Speed have talked about it extensively, and we actually talked about it on the channel.
Right.
And that's, my position has always been cancel culture is useful in certain situations. Like if you find out that a person in a position of authority, like a police officer, is a neo-Nazi, and that person needs to be exposed because
or somebody with power.
Yeah, somebody
R.
with
Kelly had a lot of
power.
and influence.
Cancel culture can be a very useful tool, and it's not a leftist thing. The right tries to cancel more shit. Like what was it? Like the Keurig coffee maker was like. Motherfuckers shooting their Nike shoes. This is not a left or right issue. This is a tool utilized by both sides of the aisle.
Well, that's why I'm glad I entered the stream, though, because the whole thing is like, you're talking about Brett Keane, obviously. Brett Keane never was canceled. For all things considered, he had Google's help. He was friends with Happy Cabby, who was a Google employee, and reinstated Brett's channel despite his menacing like everyone on YouTube at the time there. So,
That's how he got it back.
yeah, Brett was denied. Brett fucked around and found out. That's all it is, man.
Well, yeah, and I think he learned from that because like he has this pattern where he'll make 500 videos, 100 of them would be about me, and then he'll leave YouTube for like 8 months. Delete the channel.
I've been following Brett since the inception there. He's been banned me since 2009, and I can tell you, man, he always does the same thing. Thing is, he blocks people he doesn't like. You say anything critical, he blocks you. That's how it starts. Second is he tries to flag down your channel. Exactly, yeah, exactly, man. And the whole thing is I've been trying to stop him this whole time there. And the whole thing is he does this all for attention. And as long as you ignore him, he will disappear. And he'll just his channel will get removed because he's not even supposed to fucking be on here. Holy shit.
Yeah, I actually reached out. I didn't reach out to him. He commented under his new name, Afterlife Simulation, on one of my videos and put a link there. And usually I never would click on those links, but it was just I don't know, something like was itching my memory. I don't know if I talked to him when he was writing this book, and Afterlife Simulation just tickled my memory. So I clicked on it, and it was Brett Keane, and I was clearly just interested in, hey, dude, they haven't went to the level with Brett that they've went with me. None of this shit. I've said it 1,000 times. I don't need to say it again. But with Brett, they've literally been mocking this guy for the last 6 to 8 months, doing the Brett Keane voice imitation, talking about all of those old Brett Keane shits that everybody knows about. Yesterday when Brett Keane came in the side chat, anytime Brett Keane comes into any side chat, the first question that's asked is, why do you beat your wife, Brett? It's I don't know the truth of that, but that's every single time he goes in a side chat, that's what fucking happens, right?
That's the thing, though, Knock, is I have tracked his record. The whole thing is his public records are available on the DP subreddit there, so you can check it out. That's the whole thing, though. People will post information by its relevancy, and that stuff is still available there. The whole thing, though, is I mean, like mocking Brett it's fun, and I mean that fucks with him because I mean, come on, man. I mean, look.
Yeah, he does. Like I said, I wasn't even part of the stream last night, and he did a 12-minute video on me for a stream I wasn't even a fucking part of.
And let me jump in here and just say real quick what exactly happened. So I thought we were supposed to stream last night. I couldn't get a hold of Knox, so I booted up a stream. 5 minutes before I started, Knox finally got back to me and told me, "Oh no, that's not tonight." And I was like, "All right, well, I'm gonna go live anyway." And then so I had some stupid shit to talk about at the beginning, and then somebody had mentioned about the video from the night before where he was talking to Brett Keane. Tentaise came in, and I said, well, let's review that a little bit. And Brett Keane came in. I was on a different tab on my computer. I was over on the YouTube tab. And all of a sudden, Tentaise flips out, and he's going in on fucking Brett's ass. And I was, just like, well, all right, well, calm down. We'll get to it. We'll get to dumbass there. I want to see what he said. And, well, what Brett had done was when I first had noticed him, I said, well, here's the link. Come on in, Brett, and back your bullshit up or something like that nature. And so his response to that was, no, I'll wait for the rage to be around. I'm not really interested in coming in with the drunk driver. And Tentaise having my back was all pissed off about it. I finally went over and looked at what he wrote, and it didn't really piss me off. I mean, it's true. I mean, and anybody that knows me knows that whenever somebody like Brett brings it up as if it's a gotcha and they're trying to embarrass me, I have no problem with it because then it gives me an opportunity to talk about the horrible consequences of drinking and driving. But so at the end of the stream, I gave my little spiel, towards the end that I give when anybody brings that up. And, admitted full well, I'm a fucking murderer. I'm a piece of shit for what I did, and that's not going to change the rest of my life. But between when he made his comment and Tentaise flipped out, and when I, closed the stream out about talking about drinking and driving, I don't even remember what I said, but I said a lot of shit about Brett, because I was, giving him some shit because he's a person that deserves to have shit given to him.
Absolutely.
I agree.
Well,
100%.
That's the whole thing, though. In Brett's long history, of all the people who he was friends with, and this including Knock. 3 years ago, Knock was on the streams there. I saw it, and I understand it. There, Brett's whole premise is he has no real concrete ideology. He doesn't believe it. Yeah, he has no concrete ideology, and he's fucking pimping. He's pimping out his Afterlife Situation book right now. So that's him. That is Brett pimping out shit.
Can I
This
ask
is a man
question?
who used to be an atheist back in the day and literally became a Christian YouTuber so he could get more money in donations. And he's also faked his own Amazon reviews for his last shitty books. So I don't have any.
I want to buy one of the books
book
just.
being any good.
I want to buy one of the books just to see how shitty they are. I really.
They're bad. They're real bad.
The whole thing is, I've researched Brett, and I own all his books there, and trust me, what they say, what is bad about the books is true. The whole thing is about Brett switching over from atheist to Christian is for the same reason he does anything. He's like Shanny, man. He's there for money. That's it.
Exactly.
Bernie, is that really true, or is he just saying that for the money?
He doesn't believe in anything. The thing is, if you study his theology, just watch his videos from. His old videos as far back as 2006 are available on YouTube. There, just watch them there. They're mirror channels, and you can see there's no baseline. There's no concrete thing to say. With Smokey. Even Smokey, who's a piece of shit, we can say, yeah, he's sort of a Christian. That doesn't work with Brett. Even Smokey was talking shit about Brett not being a Christian. So
Brett Keane is probably a Pope.
He's, you
I
know,
guess
he's
I
a
guess we
grifter.
can all agree on
I
that.
think
he's not even that. He's an OG grifter, man. He's
Yep.
the original.
Yeah,
he's
he's
the
a
OG
grifter,
grifter.
he's
Invented
a
e-begging.
Poe, whatever. But
Yeah, I'm going to admit publicly, I'm going to stop with the whole, Smokey's a Poe thing. I do think that he believes what he believes. I just don't see how other
Yeah.
Christians accept him as a Christian.
I don't believe in Poes. But Ken Hogan is not a Poe.
Go ahead.
can I ask a question to John Peterson? please?
Yeah, you can ask me a question, but real quick, I want to. I've been trying to tell you here for a couple minutes. That whole time when I was silent, I just went through Rage's whole library, and it could have been erased. I mean, I don't know, but I did not find a video about you or a video titled 100K, like you were saying. So,
Oh, do I need to link it to you?
I think you're thinking about the 3K stream I did, because I think I talked shit about you in that stream.
I can link it to you, John Peterson.
oh yeah, put it in the private chat here.
Okay, I will link it to you. But
I've made many videos.
I have a question
Yeah, go
to
ahead,
John
ask.
Peterson.
Go ahead,
I've made like 90 something videos just on Smokey Saint alone.
No, hold on.
So, what's your
I have
question, Tom?
Yes. Do you have any beef with me, except that I am in the realms of the Icky-Taint?
I mean, I really don't have a beef with you. I mean, I've
Bad
encountered you my whole time on the internet. The
answer is no.
Well, I mean, the answer
has
the answer-
John ever said he had a beef with you? Like my beef with you is not John's beef with you. I don't think John's ever said he had
No,
a
I
beef with
didn't
you.
ask you, the Raging Ass. Yes, I asked John.
He knows that.
I kind of know that.
I asked John
Okay,
specifically.
wait. Here's my
I
follow-up.
asked you
Here's my
specifically.
follow-up question to you.
Okay.
Why would you think? Why would you think I have a beef with you, Tom?
No, I just wanted to be clear about that, because I don't think you and me have a beef, but I have heard you saying this, like, if people are associating with the Icky-Taint, well,
it's
then
just like, well,
these people are like,
hold on.
I hang with shitty people. Why do you judge me?
Hold on.
No,
Here's what. Hold on. Hold on.
Sure.
Hold on.
Sure, go ahead.
Here's what it is. Okay, it's just like somebody said. I was scrolling through Rage's library, so I don't know who said it, but like they said, if you're gonna go on Smokey Saint's channel or go hang out with Smokey Saint and Will Kincaid, to call them out for what shitty human beings they are, I don't have a problem with that. But if you're going to go over there and socialize with them motherfuckers, well, then I have a right to see you as tainted or having something wrong with you, because those are not human beings that you should be reasonable with and go over and socialize with and be nice to. They are pieces of shit. They fucking put videos out trying to dox fucking Knock, find out where he worked. They insinuated that he's.
fucked up
Hold on,
Photoshop people.
stop! Don't interrupt me, whoever you are. Stop! Shut up right now. Okay, they fucking implied that Knock was a pedophile and that he was, with his daughter. They've done, I mean, and I could go on and on. There's some horrible things that Smokey has said and done. There's horrible things that Will Kincaid has said and done. And will admit to you, he says all these shitty things because that's his shtick. He wants the shock value. He has no fucking morals. He just, nothing is off limits to him. And he had pretended to be Knock's friend for a while, for a long time. But no, he's nobody's friend. He wants to use anybody he comes in contact to further his I don't even know what word to call it. Like his view of the world is that the world is his playground. He will say or do anything to just keep the fucking madness going. I mean, he has no fucking filter at all. He has no line. You know, he doesn't cross the line. He's miles past the line already and has been for 2 years. But all right,
Okay, can I respond? Can
Go
I
ahead.
respond?
go ahead.
So,
I still want to see where this 100K video is.
Me too, man.
And,
like,
and,
what
and,
fucking
and,
video?
I was about
and
to.
I have an addendum. I have an addendum. I have an
No,
addendum
okay,
to,
okay.
I have an
Go
addendum to
ahead.
John.
I will find the video. I'll link it. You go ahead.
No, I have an addendum. The thing is, Tom, I mean, I've been in Will Kincaid's streams there. He's a piece of shit, and he should be treated as such. They're like he'll try and be friends with you. Like, he wants that shock value, but you'll get nothing in return, man. You're wasting your time. You're wasting your, like, the time you got here, man.
Isn't Will the anti-Semitic piece of shit?
That's right.
He's actually a Jew. I mean, and he
figure.
says anti-Semitic shit all the time, and he's a Jew. But you know, here, just to give you a little taste of Will Kincaid that I just remembered. So on one of his streams, he shared this piece of artwork he had done. I wear like a fedora hat sometimes, so he drew a picture of me. You know, I am obese, but he drew it as if I weighed 1,000 pounds, and I had my fedora hat on. And he made my feet. He drew them as wheels, and I had a beer in my hand. And of course, anybody that knows me knows what he was referencing on that. And then he went live and started talking about me. And he showed that picture, and then he said to me that I needed to stop doing something, or I don't even remember what it was. Like, I had said something about him, or I don't know what it was. I can't remember what it was he wanted me to do. He says, if you don't do this, or if you don't stop doing this, whatever it was, I'll draw blood on them wheels and put it everywhere. You know, and so I hold on. So look, so and I had his phone number. And I called his ass right up. And I said, listen, you blankety blank, or whatever the fuck I said to him. You think that you're insulting me? You think that you're disrespecting me by talking about that in the manner you are and saying you'll put blood? No, dude, you're disrespecting my victim's family. Just imagine how they would feel if they saw that and saw that you were joking around about it. That's the kind of person that fucking Will Kincaid is. He has no filter.
Yeah.
He has no line that he won't cross.
Yeah, and before anybody else jumps in, because I know other people are trying to jump in, you know, Will Kincaid is a QAnoner. He believes in Q. And you know what? I'm not positive that Smokey does, but Smokey is an extreme right-wing Trumper and probably believes in Q. And you wonder why I think that you might believe in Q? like seriously, Tom, this is what the fuck I'm talking about.
Yeah, it's like if you lay with dogs, you're going to get fleas, basically. And what I was saying a second ago is that these people, they also make these fucked up Photoshops of like Knock and other people, and then are also like, you know, making fun of people who have autism and saying that they're R-worded, and it's just fucked up, you know? So basically, like, I've seen him say things that are a clear violation of TOS, and if you violate the TOS of YouTube and you get banned, that's not being canceled, that's you being a dumbass.
Okay, John, I
Yep.
just want to say this. If you manslaughtered someone because you drove drunk, you know, I mean, that's in the past, you know, and I don't really, I mean, I feel sorry for the victim and his family, but I mean, you're not that person in a day, so why the hell would anybody want to give a fuck about that?
To upset him. Like,
Yeah,
this is what
I mean,
we're-
especially real
let me
quick,
say-
just
let me
real quick.
say,
I'll be
okay.
brief. Especially considering that John goes out of his way to talk about drinking and driving, drunk driving awareness, talk about the ramifications of drinking and driving, using this experience to promote a healthy conversation about it, and say, hey, do not become me. Do not have to be me living in this fucking with this regret for the rest of my life. What John does is a very brave thing. Most people, you're not going to hear from them. No, I mean, what John does is fucking heroic, and it should be recognized as such.
Can I ask you a question, the Raging Atheist? So actually, Jay, he was faster than me. He found the video about the 100K subscribers.
Yeah, at that at that point, I honestly believe that was just a typo on Rage's part.
No, if there's a video,
no.
it is tickling my memory. I think it's probably based on something Tom said.
Yes, obviously, because you were actually saying in that video that you canceled a live stream because of a comment that I made, and that comment somehow made you cancel the live stream at the time.
I've been quiet for a while. I just want to know why it was called 100,000 subs in the first place. Do you remember?
I can explain that. I was
hold on, Tom. I want Rage to explain it. Is this video? No,
well, I've made so many videos. I'm not quite sure about it, but I think
he doesn't remember.
No, I think Tom made a comment about 100,000 subscribers. Like he said something about 100,000 subscribers in some kind of context. Would be the reason why I would name it that way.
I can explain. So you were communicating.
Hold on, I apologize, Tom. I can interrupt you, but I apologize. You don't have to explain anything because it's only a 10-minute video. So what we're going to do is
we can just play this bitch, right?
We're going to bring the video up. Jay linked it in the chat, the side chat. And I'm going to share screen here.
Yeah.
John, I can do it, John. I'll do it. My computer might be better.
Well, we'll see. I haven't had any issues.
It's already up.
All right. So
it's my glittery background. I missed that background.
I like it.
I think my explanation would be briefer, but if you want to play the whole video,
it's only a 10-minute video, and we don't have to play the whole thing.
I mean, this is causing some contention. Let's watch this motherfucker.
Yeah.
The original source is always better.
Leave everybody up.
I think it's on mute.
And then what's that?
I want to see myself talking shit.
Yeah. Let's do this. And
with some criticisms he called fair.
Actually,
it's time to disavow him.
Let's start right from the beginning.
That illusion.
Your audio's just a bit off.
A longtime commenter came in with some criticisms he called fair. It's time to disavow him of that illusion.
John, real quick, John, let me do it.
Why? What's wrong with it?
It is bad, man.
I can hear it.
I can hear it, but it would be better if I do. I got it up right now. I can do it real quick.
You're just so OCD, man. You can't go ahead.
I am. It's choppy. Right. It's really choppy.
Start from the beginning. And I just want to. I had stopped it because I wanted to comment. I think what Doc meant to say at the beginning there is he wanted to disabuse him of that idea.
Maybe.
No, I think he was saying disavowing the fact that it was a fair criticism.
Yeah,
that's what it sounded like
to
me.
We'll see where I go with it because I do be talking some shit, man. So let's see. Like especially like if I make time to make an edited video talking shit, I usually go all out. I'm just gonna say that's why I'm demonetized.
I'm sure that nothing you said is as bad as Wilking K.
Why don't you just play the video?
Oh, we are my dude.
Why are you sharing the screen?
Because I'm like all messed up right here. Or to the right. I got tabs, man. I got tabs. All right, here we go.
This morning, A longtime commenter came in with some criticisms he called fair. It's time to disavow him of that illusion.
This is you.
It does sound bad.
I love myself.
Yeah. I hit the X instead of just stopping my thing.
I've done that shit so many times. I'm kind of I guess I'm a narcissist because I fucking love myself. I'm just gonna say it. Here we go.
What is up, you beautiful, blasphemous people? Welcome back to The Raging Atheist. I'm your boy, Nakasuchi. And today, we are going to have a discussion about careers and being interesting.
I can do that
Tom
voice
has
shit.
commented for quite a while on my channel. And if memory serves, he has always been supportive in his comments.
Shoot it up to like 0.5.
1.5? Yeah, all right, we can do it. I will forego my OCD for you, John.
Maybe I'm wrong about that. I think that is what threw me off this morning, though, and yanked me out of my show completely. It bothered me. I told him to fuck off, ended the show, deleted it for the failed stream it was. He had taken me out of my response to Tila Tequila and turned it into a response against him. He hijacked my show, and I allowed him to do it.
All right, I'm dying from my liquid weed. All right, I remember this now, kind of, sort of. Yeah, I be getting pissy, and you came in and said some shit. I can't remember what you said. Hopefully I'll talk about it.
It still bothers me, though, enough to make this a video about being poor and Tom's obvious privilege. My objective is not to offend Tom, but to educate him. So here we go. Tom's criticisms were this, essentially, that I should not count on YouTube as a career because I am not interesting enough, and in his opinion, you can't have a career on YouTube.
Oh, yeah.
You are under 100.
I do remember this. Yes, I'm not interesting in why am I trying to make a career on YouTube? Okay, let's go.
1,000 subscribers. There are 4 key words in this criticism I will focus on: career, interesting, opinion, and 100,000. I will address these 4 aspects. Career? What the fuck is that? Maybe, Tom, you are comfortable inside one of these strange things you speak of. I mean, it is quite possible you conformed early, so early you didn't realize you had done it. You had found your little niche in the herd and you followed along, right through college, and into this career thing you speak of. Maybe you are very comfortable, Tom. I am merely speculating, as you did upon me. Maybe you haven't worried about paying a bill or eating in so long you can't even remember what it feels like. Maybe you have never even experienced these things. But Tom.
Oh, did somebody want to speak?
Well,
No,
I have to say that nothing that Rage said is as bad as other people think it is.
Oh, all right, yeah, all right. Let me find that. There you go.
Yeah, nothing that Rage could have said in this video is as bad as any of the shit that Will Kincaid says. And, I have literally avoided Smokey and Will Kincaid and all those people trying to find my channel. Like, I literally made comments on Rage's videos that I deleted because I didn't want them to see them. It wasn't until Danny went into Praise's stream and notified them about my channel that they went and found it. So the fact that somebody would be hanging out with them in their stream says a lot about that person, in my opinion.
Okay,
Tom,
so
Tom,
did you understand the point?
I got
it. But who
Yeah,
cares?
I got
Can
it.
you repeat the point?
You're a water-headed idiot. That is the point.
Well,
No,
actually,
that's not the one.
The point is, so I shouldn't make your fair criticism of me is I shouldn't make a career out of YouTube because I'm uninteresting. I basically don't know what I'm talking about, and I'm never going to reach 100,000 subscribers. That's literally your fair criticism of myself here.
Okay, now I have to address 2 different points.
I think I'm pretty interesting, but I love myself.
I will first try to
Can I
address.
do something real quick?
Okay, Jay is raising a third point.
what
So
you- is that what
let's
you-
go, Gish Gallop.
Is that what you thought was actually positive criticism?
in this video, the raging atheist was misrepresenting me as
No,
well.
No, but he's talking about comments that you. So this video right here is coming after you had made comments.
Jay, did you read the comment section in this video?
Yeah, and I
No?
don't know what-
Yes?
Yeah.
Fuck off, Jay. You
My
have
question
no,
is,
you
my question
have
is,
no
who
clue.
gives a fuck?
What are you
Because,
Seriously, this is
because
so
in the comment
incidental.
section,
I mean, Tom, you're not making yourself look good. I'm sorry here. This is
Yeah,
this
it's
is
just
not
you being a
big-
dick.
Real quick, Tom, I didn't boot you, but you're backstage for a minute, okay? Like, why does Jay have to fuck off? Like, he was just explaining, what this video was about. I understand that you're saying that what Knox criticisms were a misrepresentation of what you did in the comment section on that Tia Tequila, whatever the fuck her name is, video.
But if I remember this correctly, Tia Tequila was saying some bullshit on Twitter, and some people were pissed off about it. Knock did a video about it. Then you apparently had, so when Knock was addressing the Tia Tequila comments, you had some criticisms to give. In this 10-minute video, Rage is basically saying what those criticisms were. And at the beginning of this conversation, when you came in here, you said that you had given positive criticisms, telling someone that they're not interesting, that they shouldn't make this a career, blah, 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 blah. Those aren't positive criticisms. That's negative criticism.
And then complaining that person called you names. Like, don't dish it out if you can't take it.
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry.
Tom has just proven himself that like he really shouldn't be on the internet in general. If he can't take all the stuff criticisms, he has no reason to be here.
When I read your comments, you said something about the what's written on the tombstone of the thumbnail, but I don't know what in context this is, because this stream of rages is coming on the heels of comments that you made from a stream that Rage did before this.
So the problem is here that the Raging Atheist cancelled or deleted the live stream that he did because of some comments that I made in the live chat.
I deleted a live stream that was failed because I didn't address the topic because I had a troll come in my side chat and hijack it. Like that's a YouTube move, my dude.
Welcome to YouTube, man.
We can all agree.
Channel. It's his prerogative to delete any fucking thing he wants.
It's his fucking channel.
No.
You dipshit.
No.
It's his fucking channel. It's his fucking channel. He can do what he wants.
I'm not criticizing that.
Yes, you are.
Fuck
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. You're being a little bitch about it. Shut the fuck up.
No, I'm not being a bitch about it, you fucking idiot.
Yes, you're a little bitch.
I'm just saying that is something that we can all agree on.
Well, shut the fuck up. It's his channel. Do what he wants.
What do we all agree on?
Tom's a little bitch.
Yeah, I agree with that. He's a little bitch.
That the evidence is not there anymore because you deleted.
The evidence isn't there anymore. All right, so you realize, all right, I'm considering going, like I've been planning on going through and deleting streams where I reveal images of Smokey Saint that Smokey didn't do himself, right? Like, so I ran with this Christian story. So I deleted streams. Like John will tell you, man, a fucking shitstorm was created when I deleted a stream about heathenism one night. That had Dr. Josh in it, my dude, and I deleted that stream. Right? Like, no, I make YouTube decisions sometimes. Sometimes they're right, sometimes they're wrong. But as people are trying to tell you, it's my fucking channel, my dude. I can do that.
Okay,
Wait.
How's that relevant?
Everybody wait. I'm going to put you in the back room again, Tom. Here, check it out. Let me just ask you this, Tom. Let's clarify right now. So are you claiming, we watched the beginning of that video, are you claiming that Knox claim that you said he should not try and make a career out of YouTube because he's uninteresting and that he will never reach 100,000 subscribers, yes or no, Are you claiming that he made that up out of whole cloth, that you never said anything like that in the live chat?
Can you rephrase your question? It's rather complicated with a lot of.
I don't think it was
not and
complicated. I mean,
whatnot.
okay,
No, you made that
asking you-
claim.
I'm asking you.
Yeah,
are you
I can
claiming- are you-
clarify
wait a
my
minute.
claim.
Hold on, will you shut the fuck up?
I
I'm
can
asking
clarify.
you. I'm asking you. Are you saying that Ronnie is lying? That you in that tequila stream?
No, I'm not saying that Ronnie is lying.
Well, then what's your fucking beef, dude? I mean, if you were in that live chat,
No, you asked me a
hey,
question.
shut the fuck up, dude.
You
Don't
asked me a
interrupt me.
question, I
Don't
said
interrupt me.
no.
Don't interrupt me. You're going backstage. You're going backstage. All right. Look,
Well,
here's the thing. If you were in the live chat of that previous video and you had said to him in that live chat, you should really give up on trying to make a career out of YouTube. You're not interesting enough. You'll never reach 100,000 subscribers. That's not positive criticism. That's shit talking. That's being a rude motherfucker. So if you don't contest the fact that that's what you said, then fuck you. You're a whiny little bitch.
Then you weren't. Well, here, hold on. I don't see any reason.
Can I respond? No, go ahead.
That's why I brought you back. That's why I
Give
brought you
your
back in. Go ahead, respond.
No. Let's Jay.
I don't understand why this is getting brought up even now. It
Me
doesn't
too.
seem like it's from a year ago. It doesn't matter.
2 years ago.
And like
two-
Rage deleted the
2
stream.
years
Look
ago.
at what your fucking friends do. Who cares? It's nothing in comparison to what the people you hang out with do on a daily basis, bro.
Okay.
That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter to me. It was his channel, so apparently there was something that was said in a video where Knock was doing a stream about comments made by Tia Tequila, I think on Twitter or somewhere. He was trying to do that. You were in the live chat. You obviously had something. You were being critical of whatever Knock was addressing from Tia Tequila, and then somehow or another,
No.
it probably did it end up as like a back and forth between you being in his live chat and Knock basically doing the live stream?
No.
Just yet.
But well, if I can explain myself, can I?
Well, you can, but I doubt you can. But go ahead.
I'm just trying to assess if we're all on the same page here. Is that what happened? Is that roughly what happened? That you were in a
No.
side chat?
Yes, I was in the live chat. Yes.
Okay. And so you were saying some stuff you were making comments, and and Knock was keying in on your comments, and then it ended up being a discussion between you and him, only he was doing a live stream and he was basically commenting on the things that you were commenting on in the live chat. Correct?
The raging.
Tom.
Okay.
I
go ahead.
understand. I understand that there's a lot of emotions that are heated right now.
You don't have to justify your comments or not, or whatever you said or didn't say. Was that what was happening in the video that Knock was trying to do? The Tia Tequila one. Just yes or no?
The problem is that this video was.
Listen, I don't
so
want
I
to.
don't know exactly what I wrote in the live chat because it's not there anymore.
I'm talking about circumstances, Tom. Were you in there? Was that what was basically going on?
Yes, I was in there. Yes.
Okay, cool. And it ended up being a back and forth between you and Knock, instead of Knock being able to focus on the claim.
Obviously.
Can't you just replay the live chat if you're watching the video back? Can't you show the
No,
live
because
chat?
the video is deleted.
No, that video is deleted. That video is gone. So
Is this a re-upload? The one we watched earlier, or is this something else?
We're talking about two different videos.
Okay, I'm so confused.
Yeah, so I did a live stream. I was addressing Tila Tequila, this absolutely insane Christian woman. All right, insane. And I was addressing some crazy shit that she had put on Twitter, and so Jay Pasek is what he's saying is, and Tom, just so you understand what you're agreeing to, because this is the point of why I deleted the video. I was doing something on a specific thing. You came in, hijacked the side chat, to where it became a conversation between me and you, and not what I was streaming about.
Okay.
So I deleted it. I probably, more than likely, maybe, redid it so I could address what I was trying to say initially. Right? So you're trying to make a claim that I deleted this video because of the things that you were saying in the side chat, even though you just admitted that what I put in this video of you, what you said to me and what hijacked the side chat is true.
No, I did not.
So clearly I'm not trying to hide what was said in the fucking side chat. I deleted a video that wasn't the video I intended to make.
Oh my God! I didn't even claim that you are trying to hide.
It's hard to know what you're claiming here because honestly, this is some fourth grade
just
bullshit,
listen
dude.
to what I claim.
This is like my feelings are like you are a right winger and your feelings are hurt, and I'm finding you kind of beta. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
But I'm gonna mute again and let everybody else talk. This is at this point, Tom. If you can't see it, nothing's gonna help you, bro.
Real quick.
I'm always interrupted when I'm trying to explain myself.
Okay,
So
go ahead.
Who's
go ahead.
going to
That's
be
what
the
I
next
think.
guy who's interrupting me?
I was just going to actually say, go ahead and make your case as to what exactly your problem is with whatever happened from almost 2 years ago.
At that point, I heard the Raging Atheist. I think it was a video where he was having a conversation with Surus the Skeptic, and the Raging Atheist was making sort of like a comment like, hey, it would be really cool if I just am on the internet making videos and can pay my bills by that.
What?
And the Surus the Skeptic said to him, "Why?"
What?
Can anyone understand
I
what he's
can
saying?
I can
What
actually,
the fuck are you talking about?
link you this video because this is
No,
a conversation that you had with Surus the Skeptic.
Surus come into this.
And Surus said, look, actually you are looking forward
Wait a
to
minute.
80
Well,
hours of work.
for one, Tom.
No.
It would be cool if like YouTube paid my bills. It doesn't.
Yeah, of course.
Two, if I'm having a conversation with Surus the Skeptic,
You had
and-
one.
oh, I've had many, honestly.
Okay.
I've had many, but like, what the fuck does this have to do with anything? Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
That's the introduction of what I am talking about. I was
Because
Yeah,
I
I'll
mean,
tell you
honestly, what the fuck?
If that's just his.
Well, I want to hear him out, John. I
I
mean,
mean, but if that's just an introduction, holy fuck, dude! Like that was the introduction. Like
That
Can
was
I-
fucking painful.
You know,
I say boot this guy.
Wait a minute. I did okay.
well,
So now it's gone from one video to another video. Who cares even if Knock was saying, yeah, it would be even if he was having a conversation with Surus and he said, yeah, I think it'd be really cool if my channel became so successful that I could actually make a living doing this.
That's what
Great.
every YouTuber thinks.
yes,
If that could
my
happen.
comment, Jay,
Hey, Tom.
my comment was referring to this video. So
Tom,
Video.
Tom, if you want to be,
why is it illegitimate to point out that my comment was referring to this video? Then
You're wasting
he said-
everyone's
he said
time
that
is
he
what you're
thought it'd be
doing,
cool if
man.
he got YouTube famous, and you
Wasting
said he'll
everyone's
never make it
time.
because you're an asshole. That's what happened.
I don't know.
Sorry,
We got
I-
two
I
different
didn't hear
videos.
any of you
Tom.
because you were talking over each other.
Well, what
No,
I
I
said is that Knox said that he thought it would be cool if he got really famous on YouTube and could make money off of it, and then you told him in the side chat in a different video that he would never make it to 100,000 subs because he's not interesting. Is that what happened? Because that's my understanding.
I mean, and I
Okay,
want to have to put it out there. I have to put it out there. I have to put it out there that I'm not even sure that I ever really even said this shit because I mean, like
No,
I
you
have
didn't.
I have a fairly
didn't.
good understanding of myself, and it just doesn't sound like something
well,
that I'd
and-
say.
but you know what? You know what? Hold on.
It was my criticism
Hold on,
towards
shut
you.
up. I'll put
Wait.
y'all backstage to shut up, all right? I haven't been talking much throughout this whole stream, so when I want to get in, I want to get in. I think where the misunderstanding might be is that if you were talking to Surus the Skeptic, who is a pretty successful YouTuber, you may have made a comment like, yeah, it'd be great if I could, get where you're at and be making enough money to that it's my career, because I think that YouTube is Cyrus's career.
Well, wait a minute. Okay, so let's. My question was going to be: this is hopefully this just. I hope this nips it in the bud. What are you trying, Tom? What are you trying to hang on Knock as some kind of slight or something wrong? Because so far, the things that you've brought up don't seem to be anything worth even being concerned about, even 2 years later.
Oh, in that regard is in the broader scale is that he does not like to be criticized, even though he often says he wants criticism. In that regard.
But you said positive criticism before, but already admitted that you weren't giving positive criticism, you were being negative. You said you're not interesting, you'll never get to 100,000 subs, you probably shouldn't even try to make this a career.
Hold on, Tom, hold on. Okay, look.
Okay.
Me and Knock are the best of friends, okay? Just because somebody's willing to take criticism, okay, doesn't mean they may not feel some kind of way about it. As Jay just pointed out, your criticism, it wasn't really a criticism. It was, you were talking shit. But if you do criticize somebody and somebody is willing to take criticism, that doesn't mean that in the moment they might not feel some kind of way about it. I can think of, without going into specifics, I can think of several instances through the course of mine and Knox's friendship where I gave him a criticism or I gave him my opinion about something, and at first he wasn't, he didn't like what I said, or he wouldn't consider what I was saying, and maybe me and him, we've had arguments, we've gotten mad at each other, but then there was, out of those several instances where I gave him a criticism and disagreed with him on something, there was a few times where after his initial reaction he had a chance to think about it. And then he came back to me, you know what, you were right about that. Let's do it that way, that kind of thing. But,
okay,
you're feeling some kind of way because he got heated that you criticized him. That does not necessarily, that doesn't necessitate someone not being willing to consider.
Real quick, before you respond, it's time for me to say something here too. Is for one, maybe at times I'm open to criticism, but I'm a human being and I can respond to criticism. But for two, this is almost like an argument, Knock asked for the criticism, so when Smokey, my homeboy, goes and fucking calls him a pedophile and says he's raping his daughter, he should be able to just take that shit. No, I'm going to respond to some things, Tom. I'm sorry. Me being open to any kind of criticisms doesn't mean I'm going to allow you to treat me like a little bitch. I'm not that kind of dude. I'm just not. And I don't know how you would ever get that picture of me.
And I don't.
Can I respond?
I want to say something first.
Okay, go
I
ahead.
haven't said much of anything. Why the fuck are you being a little bitch about this 2 years later?
Well, hold on, because Knox said that
Thank you, I'm a bitch. Thank you, Lisa, for truth. You actually.
Okay, please don't.
You put the name exactly on me. I'm a bitch. Thank you.
You're not going to get anywhere doing that. But anyway, since you said that I didn't read your comments in the comment thread of this video, and I put the link in, I told you I didn't even understand the context of what you were talking about, because again, seems to be on the heels of a video that we don't have access to. So you wrote, do you even know what is written on this tombstone in that thumbnail of yours? I can't read that thumbnail because I'm on my phone. Here rests Nakasuchi, whom died. So you wrote, here rests Nakasuchi, whom died because he doesn't have 100,000 subscribers on YouTube. I think hyperbole is the least word that I can address that with.
So, look, I just want to tell a story where I'm kind of empathizing with Tom Tom, and I kind of understand where Tom Tom's coming from. I remember I'm like 57 now, and I remember like over 45 years ago, we had just finished dinner, me and my family, and my mom asked us kids if we wanted some ice cream, and she brought us bowls of ice cream. And I'll be damned if there wasn't more ice cream in my sister's bowl than in mine. And I'm still sore over that shit. You know, I bring it up every fucking holiday when we get together, you know. But will you just do me one favor, Tom Tom, to make this whole fucking scenario complete for me? Will you say, just real quick, will you go, Ree?
What?
Just go, Ree!
Why?
Because it'll just make me so happy.
Yeah, I don't care
Okay.
about that.
It's a cultural thing, Tom.
Wait, hold on.
Now I don't think he's QAnon.
I just want to say something really quick. You know, maybe I have no room to talk because I have a stutter or whatever. But Tom, you're not making yourself look good here by not being able to talk well. Again, maybe I have no room to talk. Okay, I just wanted to add that in. Maybe that's nothing. I don't know. Carry on. Sorry.
Maybe it would be helpful if I'm just not always cut off when I'm trying to say something.
Well,
Go ahead.
I am just grateful for this moment because, like, you know, people they're like, Rage, what do you go through on a daily basis as a you know, just a blossoming YouTuber, right? Like, you know, I'm still a small channel, but people just don't understand the level of bullshit I go through with some motherfuckers. I mean, they just don't get it, and this stream shows it so well.
I would have to agree.
Let me tell you, Rage, I actually empathize with the struggles that you're going through.
Yeah, hey, Tom, I just want to give you a heads up. Don't be surprised that if when this video posts, it has a very different title than what it has right now.
I don't know about the title.
No, I'm just gonna say there's gonna be mention of you in the title. I just want to give you that heads up.
It's going to be beautiful.
Yeah, and I also want to say I love how my ice cream story just kind of like fell to the floor. Nobody.
Well, I've been kind of pacing, so I have kept the speaker on a bit so I can listen. But go ahead, Jay.
Can you guys hear me now?
You know, I'd like to know what Tom thinks of Wilkin Cage jokes. Personally,
yeah, we'll definitely get there. Jay, I hear you. It's a bit weird, but I hear you.
Yeah, the mic on this thing. So now I see the long comment that he left here, which is several paragraphs long. This is supposedly the positive criticism that Tom Tom was giving you. That's not positive criticism at all.
Yeah, like every comment, almost every comment, not everyone, is a few paragraphs. It takes a while to read them.
Okay,
well, we could just
can
move on.
I explain myself about the 100K subscribers?
Well, yeah, I mean, and
without somebody interrupting me, John Peterson.
I was about to say, yes, you can explain yourself, but I would like you to say the phrase, can I explain myself like 1,000 more times?
Well, and Atheist Junior had asked a question, and I was trying to get. Well, I mean, legitimately, Atheist Junior did ask a question, and Jay was trying to pipe in because he's been having mic issues. So, Atheist Junior, would you re-ask your question, and then Tom, you can repeat it, please. But I do need to like try to get everybody involved here. I mean, it's an open room of ridiculousness, I guess.
Okay. Well, my question was just that, Speed of Sound or Answers in Atheism had somebody close to him die because of gun violence, and Will Kincaid made a joke saying, if you want to trigger Speed, ask him about the Second Amendment. And my question to Tom is, do you think that that's okay, or do you think that's funny?
That's a very good question.
I have no idea because I don't live in the United States of America, and I'm not involved with the Second Amendment.
If that doesn't matter, the Second Amendment is about gun ownership.
It's a yes or no
Yeah,
question. It's a
and-
yes or no
I
question.
mean, there
Speed's
are
daughter
laws-
was killed. I mean, she was murdered, and Will made that comment about Speed.
Is it good
Made that
or is
made,
it
made
bad?
that.
I'm
joke.
not aware of that.
Well,
Period. I'm not aware of that. Period.
but like, does it surprise you that he would make a comment like that?
I don't know. Link it.
I mean,
to me
you
and,
you watch Will Kincaid, Tom. You talk shit about me with Will Kincaid.
Well,
Does it surprise you?
Can I say something again?
Oh my fucking god!
Is it
Why do you call me a QAnon person?
is it a moral obligation?
Yeah.
Hold on, Jay.
He isn't
shut up.
listening. He's just being a little
Jay,
bit.
can I say something?
Nah, my mic's still cutting in and out. Sorry.
Is it
Your
is
mic's
it
a lot better now, Jay.
Is it
That's
a
'cause I keep messing
moral?
with it.
Oh my god.
Oh my god! Go ahead.
Go ahead, Tom.
Is it a moral obligation for you before you subscribe to a channel?
You already
that
asked that
watch-
question. You already asked that
No, but
question.
we
You already asked that question. Look. Let me
we-
grab
we-
hold of- like,
oh
I'm
my-
gonna- I'm gonna
go ahead,
mod here.
John.
Let me grab a hold of this real quick. Okay, Tom. Atheist Junior's question to you was, okay, Speed's daughter was murdered by a person using a gun. Will Kincaid commented, if you want to trigger Speed, ask about the Second Amendment. Okay. And they were just asking about your thoughts on that. Okay. No, you don't have to have watched all of Will Kincaid's commentary or all of his videos to be able to answer that question.
But I think we're going.
That's a good question. For him
But I
to
think
ask.
we're going two different ways. I think we're going. There's two different lanes that we're going here. So there seems to be. So there's this thing with what there's with Tom being in on Smokey and Will's streams or participating in the live chats. I don't give a crap about that at all. I've been in his live chats before for a little bit, picked some fights and got kicked.
Well, I would agree, Jay, and I have too. But Tom doesn't go. Tom doesn't go in and pick fights. Tom goes in and strokes egos.
Well, but here's okay. So, but the thing is that we're talking about two different situations here. He's talking.
Oh
about
yeah, I
a
agree.
video from
He's
2 years
talking
ago.
some ridiculousness. We're trying to, like
Yeah,
to me,
and
like
then-
the Smokey Saint thing is more serious, right? Like he's trying to pretend like he's not some extreme right wing QAnon nut. Yeah, he
Well, I don't think Tom. I don't think Tom is either. I think Tom just.
well
since
then
he's trying to
then why
control-
why hang around and be chummy with them?
I know what the
Boredom,
problem is.
maybe boredom. I don't know.
Funny.
No, I mean I know the answer. The answer is because they talk shit about me. He wants to talk shit about me, so everything else is good.
You have to think it.
Can I ask one question? The Raging Atheist. How do you or why do you think I connected with Smokey Saint?
Because he hates me and you hate me.
No. Wrong answer.
So it's his charm then.
No.
I mean, what the fuck? Is he a great Christian apologist? I mean, what the fuck?
No, he was. Can I answer?
You like his looks.
No.
I mean, what look?
He
He's so short
he
camera.
he
Tom wants to fuck Will.
Tom
He was
likes-
preparing.
Tom,
He was preparing a debate about veganism.
I think what it is he likes Smokey's recipe for biscuits and gravy.
No,
Tom likes
no.
the sausage.
Actually, I gave the answer. Maybe John Peterson just overtalked about it.
What was the answer again?
The answer was he was preparing for a debate about veganism.
Oh my god.
Okay.
So what? Why? Because he's against veganism.
Yes.
Smokey's like cool.
No, I mean, it's totally random, and then I totally randomly saw that
So you
Smokey Saint has a beef with you in the past.
yeah, and so you jumped on that bandwagon because you need a strongman.
Just to inform you, the Raging Atheist, I was unsubscribed from your channel.
Yeah, you
in the
said that a
last
couple
2
times
years.
now. You can unsubscribe
And-
again. I really don't give a fuck.
It doesn't matter. I resubscribed now. I'm a
Hey,
hate
Tom,
subscriber.
I got a question for you.
But I was
wait, wait,
I was not aware of any beef between
yeah.
Smokey Saint and you before I caught up to the
Well,
drama.
you don't have to be,
serious?
but as soon as you, well, yeah, and that's
Yes,
kind of
I'm
hard to
serious.
believe. That's kind of hard to
Yes,
believe, honestly.
hard
But
to believe.
but you don't have to. You don't have to. As soon as you found out he had beef with me, then everything else was cool, right, my dude?
No, I was cool with him about the vegan debate.
So yeah, veganism and rage. You know, fuck those plant eaters and fuck raging atheists. That's your bond with Icky Taint. And you like, why should I give a fuck about that?
Cosmic Skeptic. Was
So
the debate that you had.
no. You don't get to claim to be a skeptic. You're a fucking hanger on. You're a little bitch.
no.
All right, so let me tell you what really has happened. Do you admit to watching Smokey Saint's content?
He had a debate. with
Tom.
Cosmic
No,
Skeptic.
answer my fucking question. Do you watch his content?
Yes, of course.
Do you watch Will Kincaid's content?
Yes, I do.
Then why are you sitting here trying to play ignorant about who these people are, you cowardly fuck?
There's
Don't you? I'm not. I don't. You know. I don't mince words, Tom. I've allowed you to play this fourth grade fucking playground bullshit with me all night. Now let's get fucking real.
Okay.
You take offense to me calling you a right-wing QAnoner when you hang out with Will Kincaid, Smokey Saint, you watch their content, you interact with them.
Again.
No, I'm not fucking done. You interact with them, you comment about me nonstop, and then you're gonna come on here and pretend like, oh, I don't know. I don't know. Will Kincaid said that. I don't know. I didn't see that particular stream. No, you watch their content, you know these people, you have accepted these people, and you can go fuck yourself with your justifications and your fourth grade bullshit.
You know, and it's important to point out too. If you say you watch their content, they have dedicated whole months of fucking content about rage and fucking saying horrible shit about rage. Months and months of content. So if you watch their content, you can't play that fucking card. Well,
I literally caught him in a stream where Will Kincaid was talking about my kid. You know, like literally, and that's why when I saw him on some streams, I was in the side chat like, "Why are you taking this motherfucker seriously?"
Do you think I watched all of your content?
You watched that one,
Oh,
bitch.
my fucking
No,
God,
hold on.
No, hold on, nothing. Fuck you. You're gone. Fuck you. Did I watch all of your content?
Oh man,
you know
I was
what?
about to pick a beef with fucking Rage about him saying the 9 years ago. What the
Hell
fuck?
yeah. Saying
Oh my
Well,
god!
come on.
Oh my
I mean,
God.
I have a serious beef about Rage saying the 9 years ago on some random fucking stream nobody can pull up anymore. I mean, shit, man. You ruined it for me, John. Fuck.
I was nice as long as I could be. Like, I took that shit for a really long fucking time.
Yeah, well, that was like fucking the third or fourth time he was bringing up. I have not watched all the streams. Like, do I have to watch all the streams before I fucking like? No, dude, you just admitted to fucking.
One
Rage.
is enough.
You
One
watch-
is enough.
You watch fucking Will Kincaid's content. You watch Rage's comment, and then on the other side of the mouth, you're saying, "But I didn't know that they had a beef with Rage." Bullshit, dude. They fucking went on and on for months about Rage, fucking over and over.
Right up to like a week and a half ago, I was 99% of their fucking content, dude. You know, like,
Look, here's the thing. He's hanging out with them. He knows what they're doing. He's hanging out with them for that specific reason because he doesn't like you. He's got a beef with you, and the beef is some random school playground bullshit that nobody else gives a fuck about. But for some reason, he's latched onto it, and he can't get over it. So he's got to bring it up and stick to it. And he's latched onto them because they have the same kind of dumb shit, but they're going like way nuclear with it. in a disgusting way, and for some reason he's attached himself to it. So you are who you in my book. You are who you hang out with. So
Yeah, you know,
he's hanging out with
I
some
wanted to
scum bucket motherfuckers. So
I booted him before I got to ask my next question. Totally off topic. I was going to ask him if he thought it was okay for a YouTuber to platform a convicted rapist.
Oh, did he already get booted? Damn! Can I play this clip real quick? Because he said that I couldn't find the clip. But hold on.
Yeah, so now Danny's going to start spending time. Hey, Danny,
Can't hear it.
For a while. Danny, if you want to trigger Speed again, if he ever has a conversation with you, just ask him how he feels about the Second Amendment. That'll fuck.
Boom.
Could you hear that?
Oh yeah, I heard that. I heard that perfectly clear.
Booyah, little bitch.
So I don't. Yeah, I'm still. I left. But I think it's safe for me to come back in now. Maybe because I'm still just trying to figure out.
No, you're good, man.
I'm just still trying to figure out what the one has to do with the fucking other.
And they don't like they literally don't. So for years, Jay, this dude was commenting in my shit, and you know I commented back, and I might have referenced him a couple times. I clearly made that one video where he triggered me, 2 years ago, right? But then like here recently, he had come back, and he had started like doing those paragraph long fucking comments again. So. In this moment of my life, I was looking at what Will and Smokey were saying, archiving it for a lawyer that I was sending the information to. And I happened to see TomTom in a chat of one of the videos where I was taking clips and sending it to a lawyer. And TomTom was just having liberties. He was just having fun and having a good old time. So that's when like the dynamic of the relationship changed. So I saw him in one of your streams once, and I started trolling immediately in the chat. You probably remember that. And then I also saw him on Speed of Sound's live stream, and oh man, I kind of went off on the dude. And then it triggered a response from a couple people, and Speed ended the fucking stream. But like. When I had these opportunities to finally like, all right, bitch, you've been doing this to me for years. Let's see how you take it. And I get in that side chat and I start trolling. I mean, you've seen me in Praise's side chat. Like I'm sure you've seen me in Smokey's side chats. I can be ruthless.
Yeah.
So that's how they kind of work together. So he's really super mad at me now because I went into a Speed side chat and I started saying, why are you taking this QAnon right winger seriously? So that's how they kind of they intermingle, because once I saw him in that side chat in Will Kincaid stream, Jay, it changed shit.
Yeah. Did you ever read did you read the comment that he left for almost over a year ago? With the positive criticism?
Probably, yeah. I read most of his comments, and yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, from his comments, yeah, I don't have a good opinion of him. I just don't.
Jay, why does that keep happening? Like, you come in and your fucking audio is awesome, and then all of a sudden it sounds like you dropped down a well.
Oh, I think it's
on his phone.
I think it's because when I switch over to when I switch to look at the comment thread on the YouTube video, the phone gets confused about where the mic's supposed to go.
Well, then don't do that.
Yeah. So when I switch over to look at the comment, when I go to YouTube, like YouTube is open on a separate tab, and I go there to look at that comment thread from that video, it knocks out my mic until I come back. And when I come back over here, then I got to play with my mic settings until it says, "Oh, okay, I need the mic turned on." So yeah.
So the Knock wanted to stream because he was hoping Christians would come in and challenge us, and we never got any Christians. I don't even think I saw a Christian in the side chat tonight.
Yeah, Skyle said he would come in when I was on stream, but where's Skyle?
Evo Tard was here. I'm pretty sure he's a troll for one of those, Smokey or fucking Will or one of them. Somebody.
Or a sock account, because they can't be on the real names here.
Oh yeah, they're all fucking tough until they want to come into the side chat, and for some reason they need a sock account.
You know, and I literally open this up to anybody. You know, and if it was the Raging Atheist and back in my day, I would have totally went in and challenged Smokey or any of them fuckers, but you know, they're not here.
They're all little bitches from what
Well,
we found out.
welcome to the club, now. Welcome to the club. They don't come on my channel anymore either.
You know, so like when it comes to Tom, like this fourth grade bullshit, like it's been going on for a long time. And as I said, it's primarily like, you know, he took offense to my political stances because I'm unabashedly a leftist. You know, I don't run away from being a leftist. I'm a socialist. I wasn't a socialist when I first started the Raging Atheist. Maybe by the time I end the Raging Atheist, I'll be a fucking communist. Who knows? You know, but he took exception to that. And ever since then, it has been, as you said, Jay, and just from that one comment, paragraphs upon paragraphs. Like, I could probably write a book about Tom's comments. Honestly, just his comments. It'd be a book.
Yeah, that's why I told you in one of those streams that you were doing, probably the best way to not ever have Tom ever engage with you is to just stop engaging with you.
Jay,
But
you gotta close off. You gotta close the other windows on your phone too.
Well,
Now he's in the comments crying that he never got to speak. Someone was always interrupting him.
Yeah, some DD shit there. I mean, I understand, Jay, but you know, it's sometimes, you know, the StreamYards be a bitch too, and it could be just picking on Jay.
He had plenty of time. He had plenty of time to speak.
I got a couple things I want to say. First of all, there was a live stream I was in that Otangelo was in, and in the comments, somebody said, great argument, because they were saying that I said, shut up, shut up, shut up. And I'm like, yeah, I said shut the fuck up because he wasn't letting me talk, you know? And Otangelo always does that. He never lets me talk.
So look, folks, I'm gonna have to jump in here real quick and say my goodbyes. I'm gonna have to get out of here. There's a rib dinner.
I was literally going to say barbecue.
Yeah. Well, so here's a little nonsensical or unimportant story. So there's this little bar in town called the Empty Keg, and they have daily specials for food. And of course, I'm not allowed to go into a bar, but they're nice enough. They always, I order something, and then they always bring it out to me out to the sidewalk. And I give them a nice little tip for doing that. So I call up today, and the lady that's usually there, one of the ladies that's there during the day, she knew who it was. And I said, yeah, I want to get that. What comes with that rib dinner? And there was like these little potato pancake thingies, you know, like looked like nuggets, but it was potato pancakes, and some baked beans, and the barbecued ribs. Well, so I went and got, when I called her, she said, just one? And I was like, yeah, just one. And it was funny that she asked me that because she never asked me that before, because I'm usually calling in and I'm always ordering for myself and getting one meal, you know? So I go home, I open that mother. First of all, she hands me the bag, and you could feel the weight of it. And so I get home, I open that fucking styrofoam clamshell thing up, and there's the nice baked beans in the one little thing, and then the potatoes with some ketchup in the other. And then the main fucking compartment in the styrofoam clamshell was the fucking ribs. And what it was the kind of ribs, it wasn't like the ribs where there's bone, and it's mostly bone, but there's meat on every bone. There was one bone in there, like with about a half pound of fucking meat wrapped around it, man. And I sat and ate that for lunch. And I called him back up and I said, yeah, I should have listened to you. You asked me, for some reason, you asked me if I only wanted one. I should have taken your advice and gotten two, because I want that shit for dinner, and I know damn well it'll be gone before supper time. So make me another one of those. And then I ran up there and bought a second one and stuck it in the fridge.
And that was probably the most informative thing on this entire stream.
I agree with that. I think so far that has been the most informative shit that has happened tonight.
Actually, today is June 10th, right?
Yeah.
I believe exactly a decade ago, J-Dubs had to talk to the Secret Service for threatening Obama.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
I shit you not. This is one of
See,
the reasons why he got kicked out of the house.
I'm obviously like not manic enough because I had no idea about that.
Yeah, I was there. I witnessed it there. It was, I believe he got doxxed because he did a video in his backyard there, and Anonymous caught wind of it there. And plus, not only that, like, I mean, the motherfucker doxed, like, it was, when Joe Arpaio released, like, the fake birth certificate thing there, and J-Dubs bought, like, almost instantly, I was like, this is some weird shit. And then days later, I found out from the Brett Keane stream, it's like, yeah, J-Dubs had to talk with the Secret Service, and he won't be making videos for a while. It was like, dude, that was some good ass funny shit there.
I'm feeling some kind of way that my saying goodbye had to be interrupted by a J-Dub story. But
No, that's interesting.
But at any rate, love all you guys. Thanks, Rage. And I'll be back very soon in the future.
Oh yeah, man. Yeah. Have a good night, John. Have a good night.
Don't forget the wet naps.
You know, and that kind of goes to the point. Like you know, like Tom's all super butthurt that I was calling him a QAnoner, but like he was literally hanging out with QAnon fucks. Like J-Dubs is like one of the biggest QAnon motherfuckers you'll ever meet. J-Dubs and Will Kincaid have a life-sized wooden cutout of Donald Trump.
Yeah.
That says it right there. That says it right there. I mean, like, it's. I mean, the thing with Will Kincaid is like Will Kincaid got his politics from Brett Keane. I mean, we've been on Brett Keane's streams. He was sucking Trump's dick like since day one there. And
Yeah.
So, that.
I think you mentioned earlier about like, you know, like the mirror channels that have Brett Keane's old shit. Like I'm wondering if my meltdown on Brett Keane's channel is on one of those mirror channels, because you know I was drunk as piss, but I've heard so many stories about that. I'd like to remember it.
Well, I mean, I do have one there. It's Dorn's Got Balls. I believe it's one of them there. It at least has 100 there, and Butt Keane is another one.
Yeah, I'll have to try to look for it, man. Like I've always wondered that, like, because like so many people commented about this stream that like I literally have very little memory of because I was pissed drunk. But like I remember like they started talking about children on the southern border, and it just went to fucking shit. Like Jesus Freak, whatever the fuck his name was. Man, it was like a classic moment in my YouTube experience, and I have very little memory of it.
Well, I mean, that's the whole thing. I mean, like you've been on YouTube like 3 years. What now, Knock there?
Yeah, well, with my first channel, just about 4 years probably.
Yeah,
my
so,
first channel never took off though.
Well, that's the thing. Like I've been on YouTube since I'd say at least 2009 there. Like when I started interacting and uploading videos. But the whole thing is though, like, I mean, I saw you on those Brett Keane streams there. I mean, I'm pretty sure I recorded them. I mean. I'm pretty sure. I mean, like someone must have, because I mean, it's like, I mean, yeah, it's a freak show, man.
Yeah, it is, dude. It's like I remember going on those old streams, and like you would walk in, and it was literally you're in a den of vipers. Like everybody
like
that's
Plus.
there are insane.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. I mean, I'm glad Brett is back there because I want to go to stream tomorrow there and just like. I want him to get scared like he was earlier this year there. Like it's,
Yeah.
I want him to know it's like
We should have
people
like
know
a
who he is.
betting pool on how long it lasts this time. Yeah.
Well, I mean, his last channel lasted 6 months there. I believe he lost it this time. He got it flagged because I believe he dropped the N bomb into there and called a bunch of black people monkeys. It was really fucked up. Yeah, it was really fucked up.
Somebody should do a video just called Brett Keane, the Icarus Effect, because he tries to fly too high, too fast, melts his wings, and then crashes.
Well, his body's too big.
I got a serious question and a new topic, and I'm really disappointed there aren't any Christians in here because I really like to ask.
I was hoping, you know, Brett Keane did tell me, you know, since, you know, I didn't stop John from, you know, talking about him yesterday, that no Christian is ever going to come on my live streams again.
I had
Well,
Mr.
not-
Batman show up at my stream yesterday.
Well,
Well,
not
that-
after.
Mr.
That's 'cause
Batman
Sorry,
hates
Jay.
me.
Sorry, Jay.
Oh, that dude
Mm.
hates me.
Brett has a very high opinion of himself, doesn't
Well,
he?
Yeah.
well, that's the whole thing. When Brett began on YouTube there initially, he called himself like the Reverend Brett Keane. Like he always put himself on a high pedestal just to get views. I mean, he was one of the first like YouTube atheists.
And he was
this is
he was
true.
getting some views. To be fair,
Oh.
back in the day, he was getting some views. He was one of the OG atheists.
Well, that's the thing. Brett Keane peaked at 10,000 subscribers on his Mr. Evolution 777 channel there, but he lost that one because he docked people there, and also too like he had another channel that had the same amount of subscribers, and he closed it because same reason, just like the person who will destroy Brett Keane is Brett Keane. That's like
Well, I
that's
would like to
Yeah.
I would like to tack on to what Lisa was saying. The reason why no Christians came in is because when they were when they first started watching the stream, they saw 7 of us, piling on TomTom. They're like, "Fuck that, no."
Yeah. Well, and that's why like me and John were like, we're gonna try to keep it to like, just 4 people, and then we're gonna keep some open spots, and that it just never happens on with these open rooms. It just doesn't.
It's like when you go to Praise's channel now and you see a bunch of backbiting amongst the Christians, and you don't, like Red and I have talked about this. You don't even need to fucking go in there. You just don't. You just
real
say,
quick,
"Oh, Jesus, they're eating their own."
Yeah. Immutable. Repost. I can actually highlight that. I'm not sure which link you're talking about. Are you talking about like the 100K link? I mean, that shit was funny. I didn't remember the video, but it's hilarious that as soon as I started playing the video, I didn't really have to talk much because everybody else is like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" But I'm not sure, Immutable, which link you're talking about, and if it. So clarify, and we'll try to repost that for you.
You might want the StreamYard link.
Oh yeah, maybe that's it. That could be it too. I'm such a bad YouTuber.
See, I mean, this would have been a show of like, Veckel could have showed up. Veckel's got no self-awareness. He could have shown up.
Well, me and Veckel have a relationship, and
Yeah, that's the thing too. Like even have just common courtesy.
Yeah, and it's a hate relationship. He's another one I would label just like TomTom, just based on my interactions with Veckel. Definitely a right-wing QAnoner. I have no problem saying that.
I think it's weird because he's black though. That's what's weird.
Yeah, that is the anomaly.
Honestly, I don't think TomTom has I don't think he has the psychology, the mentality to be a QAnon. I don't.
Maybe not. Maybe not.
He would be just as contrarian with QAnon supporters. As
Probably.
just about anyone else. So,
But
I'm with you, Dave.
I will say, Jay, I'm probably going to continue with it for a while because it pisses him off.
So getting to my question, I've been out of Christianity for about 4 or 5 years now, somewhere around in there. So I really have no idea how I even fell for that shit. But at any rate, I want to know, why the fuck do they think we give a fuck what their book says? Because people come on my channel and they're like, "Oh, Psalm says this and Genesis says that," and
well, we can't even read it right, Lisa.
Actually, I'm sorry to interrupt you out there. I have an answer.
Oh no, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, Lisa. Thing is, with most religions, is like books written, like depending on the language and how it's written there, they believe it's like the direct word of God. So, they believe it comes like straight from the celestial beings. They're like, I mean, do you like the Marvel movies?
actually, I've never watched I've watched Venom. That's
Venom.
the only one.
Well, I mean, one of my favorite Marvel movies is Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2, and there's a character, and there's a character in there called Ego. Ego, he calls himself a celestial in it there, and basically he can do anything he wants, and throughout the story, it's very implied that he is a god, and the way that Christians Christians and most religions go from Zoroastrians to Islam is they believe is that the book that they're reading is written directly from God, despite the contradictions.
Yep.
It's like I mean you read Psalms and like Psalms is like, oh, this is what God wants us to do there, and like this is what I have to do. I have to follow this here because that's the situation.
Well, the fact that ego in the movie is actually described in his origin story, he started out as a disembodied mind in the universe.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, and I'm going to be quite honest. Like, so when you start talking about like progressive Christians, people that can justify like God isn't what He is, or maybe hasn't read all of the Bible to get a clear context of that God, I think that speaks to a level of disbelief. If you truly believed in this God, my position has always been that you would want to know that God truly and do the things that God wanted because that God is watching you. But they don't really think that. It like John Peterson said it to somebody we was talking to. I can't quite remember who. It was Cryptomeria, and he asked her if she's a cultural Christian. And I think that we have a lot more cultural Christians. I wish all Christians were cultural Christians, but unfortunately, even those that are progressively Christian, I think, once they learn the truth of what God wants, it doesn't disavow them of their belief, but in fact maybe sends them a bit more to the extremities of it.
Well, I mean that's I agree with you. Can I put an amendment to that there, Knock? There.
Oh yeah, please do.
I mean, because
I was speaking off the cuff right there.
Oh no, of course, dude, of course. I mean, like, all things considered, Richard Dawkins is a cultural Christian, and like he's as atheist as it gets there. I mean, like he's full on anti-theist, yet he describes himself as a cultural Christian. Same thing for Sam Harris. Same fucking deal there, So like it just depends, man.
Well, honestly, I did not know that.
To make more room. I'm gonna take off, but to make more room. But I appreciate you letting me on.
Oh yeah, I appreciate you coming on, Atheist Junior. Great having you on, and finally good to meet you and talk to you. Enjoyed having you on.
If I'm having a stream, you're welcome to come on as well. So.
Oh yeah, I might not be subbed because I'm terrible at subbing to Atheist, but I did watch that one stream you sent me, so I'll go there and I'll sub.
I came as a messenger for Jill, and I'm supposed to let you guys know that you're afraid of me. And that's why you won't join my hangouts.
That's right.
Just because you're afraid to be put backstage for an hour or two.
That's right.
I know that voice, and
What's up, Bruce?
I like you better. I like you better for that, Bruce.
I actually thought it was because we were all blocked.
You know what? If Jill wants to go toe to toe with an atheist, he can come on my fucking channel.
Let's go.
I remember this one time with Joe, right? So I was going to go on Joe's channel and talk to him. And he gave me a time, and I was there. I even brought Dr. Josh with me. Dr. Josh was in the side chat. Oh, I can't wait for this. And guess what happened? Jill didn't show. Maybe he was like still, passed out drunk. But Jill didn't show. And then like an hour and a half later, Jill's like, where are you at? And I'm like, dude, that was 2 hours ago. Like Dr. Josh was waiting and everything.
This is all Tom's fault.
Well,
yeah, Tom's fault.
So the reason why he's bringing that up is because I was doing a stream. I was reviewing one of Jill's streams, and I think it might have been, and might not be. I might be misremembering the stream, but I was reviewing one of his streams, and he pulled it, and then he wanted to come in and talk about it. Well, so he pulled it, but I had it recorded anyway. I'll do that sometimes. I'll start reviewing it on their channel, and then they'll take it down. Him and Praise have done that, and I'm like, cool. And then once they do that, I just switch over to my uploads, and I have it already uploaded so that I can play it from there. But it's great because it gets them to take it down. And so at least I think that might have been the stream. But it was that stream.
He was complaining about it.
Yeah, he came into the backstage, and I never let him in. And I just kicked him out. I said, no, I don't want to talk to you. And he's still talking about that to this day. How I'm so afraid of him that I didn't let him in because I simply did not want to talk to him. It's just easier. It's easier for me to just discuss his content and leave it at that.
Yeah.
And then if he wants to reply in another stream, he can do that, and then I can reply.
Ooh, and
Having
it does.
conversations one-on-one with that guy is aggravating as fuck.
Oh, they are, and it wouldn't even matter because even if you told him you would have a conversation or did have a conversation, he would still say the same shit. Like literally, this guy asked me for a debate, and I was like, okay, cool, and then like I forgot about it. And then I'm hanging around Ginger Nation one morning, and Quentin's having a stream, and Jill's on there talking shit, and he's like, Nakasuchi's running away from a debate, and I'm like, what? What are you even talking about? So I'm like, all right, Jill, you name the topic of the debate, you name where it's at, and I'll be there and I'll debate you. Well, Jill did that. It was on Did Biblical Slavery Exist? And it was on Smokey Saint's channel. And I obliterated that motherfucker 100%. And it was the funniest shit ever. And he still says, well, Knock ran away from a debate for me.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, like, with certain Christians, they're just beyond reproach in terms of, like, talking points that they make, and, you know, they refuse to, like, change their view, or they refuse, like, to accept criticism on it.
That's
true. Well, yeah, and honestly, Jill, at this point in Jill's YouTube career, Jill is Jill. And the character is what it is, and I think he plays to that a lot of times. I really do.
But here's the thing, Bruce, why did he tell you to come in to say that? He was saying something on a comment thread that he was, it's actually a fairly long comment.
No. But do you think I would listen to anything?
He's joking, Jay. He's joking.
No. He shouldn't tell me to do that. Heck, if he told me to do something, I wouldn't. If he told me not to, I would. Yeah,
I wouldn't put him past him.
No, I would never listen to a word he has to say. I mean, heck, I leave a comment one day that God cannot lie. It was like a couple days ago. Then what's he do? He leaves a comment afterwards telling me something about Lord Fauci and all this stuff, and it goes on arguing with me. It's like, what the heck? This dude's gone in the head. Like, he can't even. Well, it's unbelievable. Like, I'm just mocking him. That's all. Just because he was complaining about how atheists on one of his last videos. I heard him talking on Smokies or somewhere how atheists run from him. I'm going like, dude. Last time I was in his hangout, he threw me backstage and then sat and went on for like 5-10 minutes. It's like, what the heck? I'm leaving, I don't want to listen to this.
Well, the thing is he said something about, this is why I thought this was unusual, because and this might be, I don't know, but he said something about how he'd been in exile for a week. So he's going to be doing a stream this weekend because his channel he'll be out of exile. Because apparently YouTube struck him for some Spygate video that he did 2 or 3 years ago on YouTube.
Did YouTube spank him?
Huh?
Did YouTube spank him?
I don't know. I mean, he's been spanked. But here's the thing: he was put. I think his channel was struck before, and I think he was given like a 2-week or something like that where he couldn't do live content, and he created another channel. So I don't know why he's bragging about that now. I'm like, if you got two channels, you can just.
Well, it's just.
I don't know. It's kind of like Steven Anderson and his whole like when he got taken down like several years ago because of Steven Anderson and his talking points being just very controversial and just downright immoral and
the fact that the fact that he holds it as like a badge of honor that he's been
unfortunately, like in deep parts of the South, like there's Christians that view this type of war, as they'll call it, and this type of like censorship of their views as victories, because in their view, atheists hate the truth and will do anything in their power to silence it.
Christians are all about being persecuted, man.
Hold
on. Real quick. Just I'm kind of an expert on Steven Anderson. Steven Anderson has a masterful PR campaign. So what Steven Anderson does is he promotes himself as a Baptist preacher to the rest of the world and as an NIFB preacher to his acolytes. I have spoken to many Southern Baptists in North Carolina that consider Steven Anderson a godly man. They don't understand that he's not Southern Baptist because he cuts his videos and puts it in those communities to fit their theology. So he brings other Baptists into his fold through deception, and his NIFB is growing.
Yeah, that's weird, man.
Ooh,
I do think I want to mention it that I do feel bad for Smokey Saint because he's hated for righteousness' sake.
Well, that's all Christians, St. Jill. That's all.
No, Lisa, Bruce is joking with you there.
Yeah.
I know that.
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna let you go. I have a bad sense of humor. This guy.
Well, no, Bruce,
you don't, Bruce.
You're good. I, me and you have had some back and forth, but I have to say, you stand your ground against the icky, and I respect that. I respect the hell out of that. So,
Yeah, but you gotta go because isn't Jill waiting for you backstage on your stream?
Yeah, but I'm not really that kind of guy. I mean, that's the thing. He doesn't understand. I don't know what he's into. I don't know what. No, I'm kidding. I don't know. I think he's an obnoxious person, Joe. Really, obviously, and Smokey. He sticks up for Smokey. It's the funniest thing. Like,
he's part of the whole Smokey.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it's kind of weird just how many Christians, or at least apparently, like how many Christians support Smokey.
Well, for
like,
days over weeks, but I've been getting more views, and it's kind of like frustrating in a weird way. I didn't really want that, but it is amazing now. I'm starting to get people come in. Like, I understand they can agree with him doctrinally. Like, I do get that, but then when it comes down to the names he calls people and the way he goes about it, they will still stick up for him. And so today, I just threw out a whole bunch of those Smokey sayings at him, and then they get offended, and I go like, well, why are you upset now? That's what I don't get.
Mm-hmm.
I do it as a joke or a mockery, and they get upset. It's
yeah,
like,
I mean,
it's
maybe this
crazy,
is
man.
maybe this is a reach, but it seems like that Smokey's main focus is just like making sure people hold to the proper doctrine, which apparently is his interpretation of Christianity.
Which is his doctrine. Yeah.
I'm not trying to be ignorant, but how do you have, let's say, a relatively, I would consider like a Wesleyan-based type of doctrine, right? You hold to that. Not everybody's going to agree, of course, but then you go and you call somebody a bitch or a slut.
Bruce,
wait a minute. You tell them to eat a bag of dicks. It's like, how does that fit together? Like,
is he a Wesleyan?
Well, there's probably some other thing he might add to it. But I mean,
I've never considered that. I actually have Wesleyans in my family, and I just never. Wow, like that, you just kind of blow my mind. I'm gonna have to think about that shit for a few days, because if he does have a good, like, at least a pillar of Wesleyan in him, oh man, I'm gonna understand Smokey a lot better.
I think there's a thing you might say Molinist or something, but I mean, I'm not maybe sure of the exact details. But I mean, I guess my point is that if somebody came from a Wesleyan-based church, say that they believe you could lose your salvation or some things like that, the basic kind of thinking that you would see. It's different than, say, Calvinism.
It's starting to click home now. This makes fucking sense to me, dude.
I'm just saying that you might listen to them and say, "Wow, I agree with this and I agree with that." And heck, I know people that would be somewhat Calvinist say, "Sure, I agree with this, this, and this, and this, and this." But then when you hear these kind of things of yelling and screaming at people and calling them horrible things because maybe they're oneness, or maybe they're this or that, or have some different ideas, or maybe they're drunk and messed up or whatever, and he just flips out on them, or who knows what. He'll tell you where you live, if you're poor, you're bad, if this and that. You go like, well, where's the Jesus in this? I mean, it's like, this is nuts.
I remember him talking about, like, he was viewing like a true crime documentary, or one of these shows like investigates like murder cases or something, and this girl apparently had lost like 3 children, and his concern was like, oh, well, she's damned to hell or something like that. And it's like what the fuck?
Get it, man. It's nuts.
Like, boy, this guy, like, being entertained by things is interesting.
Well, one of the things that I haven't been able to suss out about Smokey is that Smokey has done this thing where he tells people that they're fundamentally everybody is fundamentally trash fit for the fire, but then we'll turn around and tell people that you are murdering, like, he'll accuse other Christians of murdering other condemning souls and whatever.
Murdering souls, yeah.
Yeah, and I tried to ask him, I'm like, well, how are they condemning souls? So if a person, if you have a Christian that's trying to convert people to Christianity, then you could at least be charitable to say, well, they believe kind of the same thing you do. They're trying to convert people to Christianity to save their soul. But in Smokey's mind, if they're not adhering to the same doctrine that Smokey adheres to, then they're condemning souls, even though the souls are fundamentally condemned from
I
the
would
start.
say, for the most part, he doesn't typically hammer on Calvinists or people within what you might consider Orthodox
Yes, he does.
Christianity. Like who? Think of. I mean, who?
He's gone after Jill and Beckel about their Calvinists.
Yeah,
To the point though where he'd say they were unsaved or they were dragging people.
He's done it on Praise's channel. When
Correct me if I'm
on
wrong.
a Calvinist.
Jay, you would know. Is Darth Dawkins a Calvinist?
Oh,
That's jeez.
I think
he might as well be, but could.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, Smokey Saint fucking hates Darth Dawkins.
Yeah,
Well, he did at one point. You know, Smokey Saint now trying to placate to every Christian and be legitimized as he destroys the Christian community. So this is my take on. This is why I thought Smokey Saint was a Poe. And I thought this. I still kind of think this. I honestly do. If you was an atheist and you wanted to pretend to be a Christian, you would be Smokey Saint. 1. 2. What has Smokey Saint done? Like, so he focuses on me. Sometimes he'll focus on like some other small atheist YouTubers, somebody that happens into a stream. But what does he really do that impacts the Christian community? He attacks Christians and says you're wrong. Like I've literally Bruce here saying that he's Wesleyan like blew my mind because for about 2 years now I've been trying to figure out what the fuck is this guy. You know what I'm saying? Like,
well, everybody has deal breakers as to who is really following Christ and who isn't. But ideally they'd be talking about the blood of Jesus Christ and not the name it and claim it heresy and stuff like that. Hopefully they're talking about Jesus and the bloodstained gospel.
I want to mention though, he could argue and say that he's not a Wesleyan. I mean, for instance, he could be some kind of different offshoot, or I think he mentioned Molinism or something, whatever it was. I don't remember the exact details. I'm just saying, for the most part, what he teaches of Wesleyans I know, they would pretty well agree with him on most issues.
It is kind of clicking home. Like I said, I've got family members that are Wesleyans. One family member in particular I'm thinking of right now, and it's like, yeah, I can see it. No, not this person isn't Smokey Saint. Like he's not a dickhead, but some of the things he believes is very similar. Yeah,
sure. I mean, well, imagine like any church. Like, where could you go into a church and act like Smokey without coming out, either being dragged out, the cops called on you, or getting punched out? I'm sorry, man. You couldn't do that.
What's the difference between a Wesleyan and a Calvinist? I haven't gotten to that part in my channel
One goes
yet.
to hell faster. No,
I mean, honestly, that's kind of accurate. It's really hard for me. It's really hard for me to put a deciding factor on it. Like Wesleyans have their own college, right? Like so.
So do Calvinists, I guess.
Yeah. So do Calvinists.
The distinct differences, like the big thing you see them almost always fighting over, would be that most Wesleyans, well, that I know of, or Arminians, whatever, that based off of Wesley's teachings, which is the method is where he got Methodism, Methodist church, and then there's many other churches that would be Wesleyan based in their thinking, but generally what you see them fighting about, not that there aren't a few other issues, but generally speaking, would be that you could lose your salvation, where Calvinists and some other Reformed and such, and would believe that once saved, always saved. You can't lose your salvation. That would be one of the biggest things I see people fighting about.
Well, I mean, unless I'm misunderstanding the Bible does teach you can lose salvation. Like there is one unforgivable sin, like the blaspheming of the Holy Spirit, but that typically is interpreted to mean like attributing the works of Christ unto like the devil or some kind of,
Right. I've heard
some
that
kind of thing like that.
But I also think that there's plenty of teachings in the Bible that if you're living in a certain manner, then you couldn't go into heaven that way. And so the Calvinists will say, well,
Well,
yeah,
unless
that's my flesh, that's not my spirit. That
Well, I mean,
It's-
so
I mean,
honestly
it's true
though,
if you don't repent, right?
honestly though, but like you can't exclude like doctrines out of this equation. So there's been plenty of doctrines I can bring up, like reprobate doctrine, where God develops a hatred for certain individuals that doesn't conform, or just Christian history where they saw paganism, witchcraft as satanic.
Right.
I mean, so there's plenty of doctrines within Christianity that I think would go against that.
What go against
Of-
the
of
the
what,
idea
blaspheming?
that? Oh, okay. That's,
Well, just go
I got you.
against.
well, the Calvinists would
I don't
say
know,
they
it's-
were never
I-
saved to
I
begin
can't
with.
find my
They were
words.
reprobates. They were always reprobate. I mean, you know what I mean? It's like they're going to argue either way. If they don't like you and they think you're not saved, you're not saved. So it doesn't matter whether it's a Calvinist or Arminian if they're judging you. They're always right, and you're going to hell.
Oh yeah.
Well, I
Well,
mean,
that's
the
pretty
thing
much
is,
true.
like,
Yeah.
It
If you're not-
seems like the only way you can go to hell is like by committing blasphemy, and otherwise, I mean, unless you're unrepenting, unless
yeah,
you're
if
just
you're-
unrepentant,
If you were
yeah.
living in
Well,
unrepentant
to give you guys
sin,
an
then
idea,
you were.
I don't think I don't know. Like from my reading of the Bible, very few people actually make it to heaven. So if very few people are making it to heaven, then that means the vast majority of people are going to hell.
Well, I mean,
unless you hold to a universalist view that when Jesus died, all salvation applied to all mankind.
I have a
well, I
question.
mean that's fairly general, like in Christian doctrine, isn't it? That like Jesus died for the sins of for all
but
people, not.
No,
Yeah, but the
that's not
universalists,
common.
the universalists
What-
don't believe that it's necessarily contingent that you have to repent, right? You
What
believe
about-
in Jesus, but you don't have to do anything because Jesus already died. Basically, it's an objective salvation in which that salvation, that debt, the sin debt, he paid for all of that debt. Sin is gone.
I think though most Wesleyans would tend to believe that if you did
But there's
something
some
really
people that think that
horrendous,
it's sin.
you did something horrible. Who knows why? They would feel you had to repent. Where some people, once saved, always saved, say, "Well, it doesn't really matter. You were already forgiven for all your sins." That would be a difference, probably there too.
I mean, if they did get into heaven, it'd be the whole you're the least of the type of thing. In that case, it's just okay, but you're still in heaven.
I really like where this conversation is at, but I know like Sammy was trying to pipe in. Sammy has a question, and Sammy is a
Yeah,
former
I just wanted to-
Jehovah's Witness. So I'd like to hear his question.
Unfortunately.
Okay, well, I'm going to take off, guys. I got to go do some stuff. Nice talking to you. See you all.
Yeah, hey Jay,
Later,
thank
Jay.
you, thank you for coming in earlier and articulating what I was trying to say better than I could. I mean, I really appreciate it.
Hey, I tried, but I love these streams sometimes because when you get, when tempers get raised, it gets pretty entertaining. So, all right.
Yeah.
Well,
Sammy,
the main difference is between.
I didn't know you were a former J-Dub.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Well, I would
Unfortunately.
love to interview you for my channel.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I was born in. But my question, and obviously, I was raised the way I was raised, but one of the biggest tenets of Christianity, I thought, was to be Christ-like. And if there's one thing that I've found with YouTube Christians, is that they are anything but Christ-like. They are angry.
I agree.
Yeah.
Most.
Yeah,
Yeah.
most. But there is, there's plenty of Christians on here, I'm sure, that aren't like that. But they don't.
Justin Coe,
generally-
I can think of like Justin Coe off the top of my brain. I love that guy. He's a Seventh-day Adventist. I disagree with his religion big time, like especially like with what they're doing here in the dynamics of Michigan. But I love that guy. He's a good human, and he's not like most Christians I've ever met. Like he doesn't hate people. Like I love that about him.
It's someone who
Well, I
sort
mean,
of sits on the outside and watches and sees I can clearly see that, and I know that the atheist side can see it happening. So
Sorry
I
to-
don't for a second believe that the Christian side can't see.
Yes, sorry to
what
interrupt you there,
they're
Sammy.
becoming.
I could give
No,
you a
that's
history.
fair.
Yes, sorry to interrupt. I mean, for someone who's been on YouTube since its inception, there, I can tell you, like, it all begins with a user who's no longer on here called Venom Fang X. He's
Oh,
basically,
God.
yeah, he's the dude where basically said like the model of like every other Christian on YouTube. They're just like hostile and bigoted no matter what, and like that's how they go, man.
And he's like the token creationist. Like,
Absolutely.
I
Yeah,
have
absolutely.
never heard of this
He
dude.
goes way back.
I remember
Oh, yeah.
seeing him as a young kid, like when he first started that thing.
Yep, yeah,
And
Venom
it,
Fang. Venom Fang is where it basically began.
but I mean, he did have people before him. It's like where he learned the idea. But it is interesting what Sammy was saying in the sense that just the observation of what you see with at least a lot of people drawing a lot of attention. Like I see people in the side chat and a few people with channels that are Christian that are nice people, but you see these like monsters, and I don't know. You just wonder like how.
Believe what you want, just don't hurt other people, you know.
Well, yeah, and you know, like one of the criticisms of my family to me, and it's an accurate criticism, and I think that they don't watch my channel, so they just don't understand the scope, but they kind of guess it right. Is that like I have talked to the shittiest of Christians, I have, and that has affected me, and you know, I can try to explain that to my family. Yes, like I'm not trying to paint you like I see everybody else that I deal with, because these people actually talk to me and you motherfuckers don't. But at the same time, I have went in deep on this Bible, and I have talked to some really fundamental Christians, and I'm sorry, it has affected me. And if you can't deal with that with me, then let's just draw that line in the sand, and you go your way, and I'll fucking go mine. Right?
And I
Like,
think
I hear you.
I think constructive criticism to hear those that they're like you within any view. I mean, even within atheist views, like you're gonna find like the most extreme of the most extreme if you just look hard enough for them. But to recognize those extremities as extremities and not being like mainstream. Like mainstream views. Like
I do try
know-
to do that. I do try to do that.
No,
not
denying it.
I don't want to disillusion progressive Christians from how they can justify that the God that they believe in cares about them. But at the same time, it's like I have to wonder, like, do you really believe in a God that you claim to believe in if you don't try to find out what that God wants from you? Because, like, you know, heaven is the contingent thing here. And heaven, you go to funerals your whole life, and they talk about how everybody goes to heaven, but I'm sorry, that's not the case.
But what do you
Yeah, I
saying?
mean-
I'm not sure. What are you saying when you say a progressive Christian or moderate Christian? And
Well,
what
like
God
so
wants
so
from you?
so
What
a
do you-
progressive Christian, Bruce, would be like somebody like God is Gray, who will go out and tell you that same-sex attraction isn't anything that God would care about, and please, if you're gay, just be gay and accept the salvation of Christ. That would be a progressive Christian. Unfortunately, there's a lot of progressive Christians that pretend to be progressive Christians.
Okay, but
yeah.
I mean, say that you're talking about an evangelical or even a fundamental Christian. What would it be that would offend you the most in the way that they would desire to follow their God?
Well, it depends on how fundamental you are. So if you take the Bible as the inerrant word of God, we're going to have issues, because that inerrant word of God tells you to do really bad things.
Like what?
Hate gay people, just for being gay.
Can I jump in there, Rage? Because I'm
I know,
living.
but I have to admit-
I could list quite a few, honestly.
Right, but would it be okay if I just for my own sake or whatever to see if I could give some answer to what you're saying? I mean,
well, I probably know them. Like so.
well, I know.
So,
I think we tried this before, and I think that's where we usually end up.
Yeah.
With agreement.
Well, there's definitely scholarship out there that would disagree with the fundamental view. Unfortunately,
I'm just trying to answer what you just
All right, yeah, go
respond
for it.
what
Go,
you
go for
said,
it, my dude.
you know?
Go for it. Go
I,
for
I
it.
think that, to me, the answer would be that we live under a new covenant. You know, Christians live under a new covenant. And so, therefore, what you see in the Old Testament, I don't particularly see
What was
the hate.
so the new covenant definitely includes Paul, though, right?
Yeah.
So what was Paul's view on homosexuality?
What, that is, he would say it's wrong?
Sure.
Man, and I'm not sure his exact words. What do you probably know that better than I do.
Exactly. My point is that homosexuality continuously throughout the Bible itself is condemned.
Okay, but that doesn't mean that you have to hate the person.
Well, so when people say, you know, hate the sin, not the sinner, I don't think you can conflate the two. If you hate the sin, you hate the sinner.
No,
you can't say I hate that you murdered my mum, but I don't hate you.
No,
for
what I'm
murdering
simply
her.
saying is because you don't agree with it, maybe it's not for you. Like for me, like I don't understand why someone may be gay. I don't know why they either choose or they were born that way or whatever the deal. I don't understand that. I'm not.
Paul thought women should be silent in the church.
That was in the Church of Corinth. I don't believe it was everywhere because you have women that were preaching.
But anything that comes out of his mouth after that point means shit to me.
Well, I think he was dealing with a particular church where there was an issue. That's my understanding.
Well, I mean, a lot of like the
I
later.
understand what you're saying, okay?
All right, real quick, Brett Keane. All I ask, and I will let you hear, and I'll let you defend yourself and say what you want. Don't drop no porn bombs, dog. That's all I ask. That's all I ask. All right, so you know, Arave has been waiting patiently as well. Arave is a Christian that was in the side chat. I was like, come on in, and I gave the link. So you know, I don't want to, you know, I do want to allow other people to get in. I'm not trying to interrupt. And Brett Keane, you're more than welcome. I want to be challenged tonight, but I also don't want no porn bombing. So I'm putting that out there.
Well, there are gays that have put down the flesh for God or Christ. There's a prominent gay in Hollywood, Beckett Cook, who basically implied that he's going celibate for God. You know, once he got to be a born again believer.
But he's still gay, so he's still gay.
I have deep issues with Beckett Cook. Beckett Cook promotes homophobia, and I'm sorry, you know, Beckett Cook's message, and I've actually talked with Beckett, not talk, but like he commented in some of my videos about him, and I commented back. In my opinion, Beckett Cook is a very privileged white person who lives in Hollywood.
Well,
is rich, and is probably still acting on his you know, who he is and what he obviously is, and he's feeding you a bunch of bullshit. That's my opinion of Beckett Cook.
Hey, no, you didn't want. I know you didn't want. Hold on. I know you didn't want no fucking porn bombing, but I'm coming in here. I'm coming in hot. Brett Keane, low life scumbag piece of shit. You know that when you do that, you're disrespecting my fucking victim. It doesn't mean anything to me. Okay, I know what.
John, I didn't even fucking see that shit. Now that I see it, fuck this motherfucker.
You, Brett Keane, okay, you are the lowest form of fucking.
Dude, I didn't even notice that. I was worried about the porn bombing, John. I'm sorry about that, dude.
Isn't he the Christian? Isn't this the point I just made?
Yep.
Would Jesus Christ be sitting in heaven right now going, "Fuck yeah, man, that was an awesome meme"?
John, I am so glad you came in here because I wasn't even looking at Brett Keane. I was paying attention to the conversation. I'm sorry about that, my dude. I'm sorry about that.
I'm bringing him back into the room for a minute because I'm not done with the motherfucker. Okay, dude, you're a fucking Christian that porn bombs fucking videos, man. You're not a Christian. You're a piece of fucking shit, dude. I don't even know why other Christians hang out with you. The lowest form of humanity is you, dude. The shit that you've done over the years on YouTube and online, you know, and then you fucking make a meme out of the fucking horrible thing that I did, and you think that you're disrespecting me. You're disrespecting my victim. You're disrespecting every victim of drunk driving that ever existed. Yeah, I mean, because you don't mean that. You don't mean that with your heart. You're not doing that out of a sense of duty to humanity to say don't drink and drive. And for you to be like this, I would bet every fucking penny I ever made in my life that you have gotten behind the wheel of a car inebriated at some point in your life more than once. I know that. I know it. I know it for a fact without actually knowing it.
Hey, John, fun fact there. Actually, Brett's done worse there. I believe Will. Let me finish. You'll love this, sir.
Yeah.
I believe it was probably within the last couple of years, sir. I believe Brett had some OxyContin he had there, and he grinded it all up and snorted it up there.
Well,
so he's gotten fucked up on that there. So
well, and here's the thing: what is on his avatar right now, I wholeheartedly concur. Don't drink and drive, even with a drop of liquor in you. And one other thing that I believe with my heart: don't beat your wife. Okay, anybody that's ever beaten their wife or beaten their significant other is a low-life piece of shit. So please don't drink and drive, but absolutely don't beat your wife like Brett Keane has done.
Amen.
Well, we're all fallen, sinful creatures under a holy God. So the point isn't condemnation. The point is
I hate that cop out. I just hate that. If you're a piece of crap, it's not because you're a fallen creature. Please, it's such a cop out. If you make a choice to be abusive to somebody, that has nothing to do with being a fallen creature. That's such a cop out. Stop blaming your shitty behavior on something the world.
And not only that, and again, I want to apologize, John. I wasn't looking at his avatar. I saw that it was in TJ Kirk. That's totally on me. But you just made a 12-minute video, Brett Keane, talking about me and not addressing John. You're a coward. So, John, do you have anything else to say to this manic motherfucker here?
Well, I mean, the thing is, it's not the actual image of what he put up there. It's the intent behind it. Okay, because I wholeheartedly concur with that message. Okay, and if he's going to stay in here and keep his fucking manatee mouth shut, then I'm all for leaving that up on the stream. Don't drink and drive, because the consequences of drinking and driving.
It's only a matter of time before he porn bombs, though.
Why isn't Brett talking? Is he capable of talking, or is he?
Well, no,
he's probably enjoying some mac and cheese.
Yeah, he's a coward.
He's being a little bitch right now.
Yeah, no, he's probably enjoying some herring or some sardines or some little shrimps or something. That's what manatees eat.
No. I know exactly
there's a meme with him and mac and cheese, and that's why I brought that up.
I know exactly what he's doing. He's shoving a banana in his ass.
Oh, okay.
Like the porn bomb's coming.
No, it ain't. 'Cause he's gone. He's not.
It's happening part 2.
He's gone.
And again, I don't think I could have been nicer than I was to Brett Keane. Just what was it? 48 hours ago?
You were really nice to him, Knock. You guys had a really nice conversation. You guys I was surprised you guys got on so well, to be honest.
He's that smoky saint type of Christian. Okay. No. Even though we disagree with Christianity, and I don't mean all of us, but like Knock, me, and other like-minded folks like us, and we think that the Bible is a horrible story about a megalomaniacal, murderous, infanticidal, genocidal maniac, the most evil being in all of human literature. But the thing is that the vast majority of Christendom, they have this concept of God and Christ that is not taken from the Bible. They say that it's all about love and it's all about treating one another right and being good. And I'm kind of down with that, okay? But then you have people like Brett Keane. You've got people like Smokey Saint. You've got the NAFB members. You've got the Westboro Baptist Church Christians, and a whole host of others that deny that definition of Christendom that most Christians hold to. They really are the Bible-believing Christians, because the Bible is a horrendous document. I mean, just the things that happen. If you worship a God that instructs people to dash the children's heads against the rocks, to slice open the pregnant women's bellies, you worship a God who tells you to stone gay people, to stone unruly children, to stone adulterers. That's just not. You have to answer for that, okay? Because that's why I say, like most Christians, they take their Bible a la carte. They, and that happened when I was a Christian. You'd go to church and they're always talking about the niceties in the Bible. They're always talking about, NIFB, they do that. You've seen it on YouTube. The preachers get out there and they talk about killing gay people and all that shit. But like most of the churches, in a church I went to when I was younger, they wouldn't talk about stuff like that. They wouldn't get up at the pulpit and say, gay people deserve to die. The government should be killing gay people like NIFB people do. It's just, if you believe the Bible and you believe the Bible is true and the Bible is the word of God, then you are worshiping an evil being, and you have to answer for that.
I think
but God is the standard of holiness. There's nobody else other than God as the standard of holiness.
John,
who's better than
That's
God?
not very holy.
John, I disagree with that, John. Actually,
yeah, so do I.
I don't believe Brett's a Christian. Like, not even superficially. He does not, like, he is not a Christian under any circumstances. Even if he says he is not a Christian. It's a grift. It's a lie. It's a lie for him to get attention and money. That's all it is.
Yeah, he's exactly like Kent Hovind.
He sounded like this.
And I don't
like this a
mean
decade
that in
ago.
a good way.
Well,
the Bible has a lot of history and prophecy in it. Not all of it is just, declared by God. Some of it is just an unapologetic historical take on historical events and prophecy. But as far as I can tell, some of that really hard stuff was from the
Wait a minute. Wait. Let me stop you right there before you go on. Okay. So you believe that the Bible is not the inerrant word of God?
I believe it is the inerrant word of God, but it also has history that doesn't come from God, verbally.
All right. Wait a minute. Next question.
Let's take
this one at a time. Okay. So you do believe the Bible is the inerrant word of God. Do you believe it is the revelatory word of God and that the people who authored it were simply writing what God revealed to them?
I do, yes. And I think it has history in it too, yes.
Okay. All right. Now go back to the beginning where I interrupted you. How are you distinguishing between it being the inerrant word of God and then on the other side of the mouth you're saying, well, there's certain just historical things in there and it's not, it's not all, you didn't say the word true, but you mind if
I offer something though? Part of what you quoted earlier. I mean, you quoted parts of David's prayers and that kind of thing. I don't think that necessarily means that God told them to do this. I understand some of what you're getting at, but there is some that's kind of like, come on. I mean, because it's recorded as David's prayer, I don't know that it's fair to say, well, God said to go do this. Necessarily, maybe in some cases, but not in all of them.
Which translation is the right translation?
One thing that makes it look like it's God's word.
And when you get the translations, I'll shut up after this, but I heard somebody say, what do you mean, which translation? Are you talking about Bible translations or what? Somebody said, which translation? What's the point?
Well, that's the whole thing, though. If it's considered the word of God there, which is the right word? Because, if people are translating it there, which one's the right one? Narrow it down for me, please.
And I think the point he's trying to make is that the Bible, besides being a book that has many different literary genres attached to it, a lot of the words in the Bible, there's different words that convey the same meaning, but in different contexts.
Right. You see a lot of different Bible translations. However, you could read most any of them, and anybody who studies the Bible would know that you can look at certain things like this and say, well, this prayer here was from somebody to God. It's recorded. That doesn't mean that God said to go do that.
No,
You know,
I don't
so-
think most
so-
people would claim that.
And it wouldn't have anything to do with which translation you're reading. So that's
Well,
that'd be irrelevant.
all things
No, I
considered.
think
I
the
mean,
part. I think the part that translation becomes important in is when you say something like inerrancy or things like that. Like what
Okay,
the.
well, I apologize. I need to interrupt for just a quick second, and he's gone. I fucking booted him off the channel, but now he's in a live chat crying to Rage that Rage is sick because I killed a person and then I lied about Brett. I didn't tell one lie about Brett. Everybody knows what a piece of garbage Brett is.
Well, Brett would never lie.
Everybody knows the horrible shit that Brett has done over the years. He says Christians do not justify drunk drivers. I don't justify drunk drivers either, you fucking cocksucker. Okay?
When did John
What
say
I did-
that?
What I-
Well, plenty of Christians are drunk drivers, though.
Yeah.
So, Arave, I want to know, when was Egypt desolate?
Egypt, I thought it was
Never.
desolate after they got judged and the Israelites left or whatever. I thought that they took all their wealth and left out of Egypt with all their wealth and stuff after their.
Hey, real quick, too, I just got to jump in one more time. Evotard, go find a rusty railroad spike and fuck yourself up the ass with it, dude. Like, you've been bitching all night in this fucking side chat, and now you're getting triggered because somebody's fucking lighting a cigarette. I don't think that we're your kind of fucking group. You should, like, go find some, like, whiners to hang out with or something.
Could have been in here.
Okay.
Rave,
Thanks
can I
for that,
just
Arave.
let you know that Egypt has never, ever in its existence been desolate and is not desolate to this day. But I have to go, Knock, but I just wanted to put out there for anyone to answer or no one to answer. But what the biggest realization for me, and I'm still realizing it more and more every day, is that the Bible, or Christianity specifically, but you know, even Islam and others, just negate things and judge things and segregate things. And we are told that acceptance is an evil thing, or that we just want to be sinful, and that's your
Acceptance of sin would
excuse
be sinful.
to not be accepting of someone's choice of sexuality or what they want to do in their own home behind closed doors.
That's where the holiness.
When I
comes in,
woke up
because-
and realized that religion was the angry one, the judging one, the shallow-minded one, that was when the day I became an atheist.
Sammy, I'm going to correct you real quick on one
I think I agree with that.
point. Your sexuality is not a choice.
Exactly. Love you
Okay.
all.
Yeah.
I will be watching.
Yeah.
I'll be in the chat.
Thank you, Sammy.
Actually,
Thank you, Sammy.
Actually, I have a question there. Ravi, do you choose to not be gay?
You can choose not to act on it, and you can submit yourself to God to give you a
But
new
you're
heart.
you're still gay.
Supposedly tried to do that.
So,
No.
so you know,
It's
You're
just,
still gay.
yeah. I'm actually that was the answer I was expecting there, Ravi. You've just admitted to being bisexual, then. So, pretty much, dude.
I am gay myself, but what God says goes. Because the
But you're
problem
still
comes.
gay, dude.
let him speak. Let him speak.
What if you have flesh that likes to do something even more inconvenient, like murdering somebody? It gives us hope if the homosexual is willing to give up their flesh.
All right, guys. Before we all pile on a rave,
can give up their flesh to God too.
Before we all pile on a rave, I do have, because you know I have family members, they're gay and they're Christian. And you earlier, you know, you admitted to me that you listen to people like Becket Cook, and I think Becket Cook is selling you a false doctrine. There is scholarship out there that when it references quote unquote homosexuality in the Bible, that it's actually referencing very specific instances. It's not really referencing homosexual as a whole. And there's arguments to that you could like actually look into, listen to. I know gay people that are actively gay people and they're still Christian. They're still able to tell themselves or to believe in Jesus Christ and still live their lives. Why would you follow a God that doesn't accept you for who you are, that would require you to not be who you are or to live in absence of who you are?
It depends on who I am. If I'm a sinner, then I want a God who can deal with my heart and make me holy.
Has
And
he
the
changed
thing
you?
is,
Has he?
Jesus said,
Has he changed you? Has your God taken that away from you? Has he? Has he, in
No.
his omnibenevolence, all powerful perfectness, since you found him, has he taken that away from you?
no, but I haven't quite submitted to him either. God's working on my heart and showing
Do
me
you
holiness.
think? Do
So
you
if
think
God
that
doesn't
this
approve,
being?
then that's it.
Do you truly think that this being can change the person that you are? And do you truly think that you being the person that you are, that having a desire for the same sex is truly gonna send you to hell if you don't act upon it?
If God says that it doesn't go, then he would be the standard I would submit to, not me or, another human standard, because another human being would be lost in sin just like me.
What if you could? What if you could find somebody you loved, man?
Can I jump in here real quick?
something real quick?
Please,
Just get
please.
your opinion.
No, I
Reed.
want to jump in here real quick. So, are you saying that you would be submissive for God? Because I heard he is a top.
God works it.
Well, I mean,
God's worth it. He sent his son Jesus to die for me, which means that he halfway likes me.
And Rave, I want to be very sensitive to you right now. And John is his own person. He does his own thing. I feel for you, man. I think that you're in a place where you feel like you have to do a thing that you really just don't have to do. I think that your God would reward you for being yourself and being faithful to that God regardless of that.
Well, hey,
Not
here's the
being a
thing too.
Christian.
Here's the thing
Could
too.
I add to this?
Hold
Just as somebody thinking you
hold on.
within
Here's
Christianity,
the thing.
could I bring something into it or no?
Hold
I keep
on.
trying.
Here's the other thing too. Is according to Arave and other Christians, okay, God created everything. So God created gay people. God created me knowing I was going to end up an atheist. Okay, so if he is going to put gay people in hell to burn for eternity, then that was his plan from the beginning.
Well, I'm wondering something. We live in a fallen world, would be my understanding. Now, suppose, and I just want to bring this up. Suppose that, okay, so I'm married. Now, if I see a woman, God didn't take that away. What am I supposed to do? Like, just give into it, or wait, what do I do? I mean, what should a Christian do, and what's expected? Can you just go out and run around with whoever you want? I mean, what should you do?
Well, I mean, the whole thing about if you look upon a woman like with lust that you've essentially adulterated her, I think
Right, it would be
extreme.
wrong. And then if you follow through with it, well,
I mean, it's
nobody's
the thing is,
so you can't poke at a homosexual. Well, I mean, you can't make fun of them if you yourself have it in your mind. I'm just saying it. You have.
I think
and
most
if you actually
Muslims
act it out.
agree with you.
this is just a
If
matter of
you've
like
acted
political.
out, then you're. Why would anybody be any less guilty if
Well,
they? It's like it's kind of weird stuff if you really think about it.
The thing
So
is,
Marty's
I
had
don't
her-
think.
Marty's had her-
Hold on.
Marty's had her hand up, so
Homeless
whenever
kid.
Yeah. Well, Marty.
Can I just make one statement, like,
I want Marty to go, but Immutable was trying to answer,
Right,
so
I thought
Immutable go.
right.
Yeah.
You can go,
Once
Immutable, but I
Immutable's
want.
done, once
after you're
Immutable's
done-
done, let Marty speak.
Yeah, I was sitting for a minute while you guys were talking.
And
Go ahead, Immutable.
and I do want to say what's up, Khalil.
What's going on?
Hi, Cleo. Hi, Leo.
But go ahead, Immutable.
Yeah, my point is that I think the appropriate time to judge somebody is once they've acted upon something. Like once the deed is done, and if that thing is immoral, then action is to be taken on it. But if you're judging somebody just based upon like the mental content, like in a belief that's being expressed, and there's no action that's been taken on it, it's almost akin to being a Nazi, right? Like if you're going to just select which beliefs you do and do like, and say that that particular one doesn't fly. Restricting pot in that way is extreme.
So Marty's going to go. Let Marty. Wait a minute. Let Marty go, and then we've got a couple new people in here that we're going to let go. Go ahead, Marty.
So I don't want to mispronounce your name, or Rave, or Ravi, however you want to say it, but however you pronounce it. But God does not cure gay. You don't have a disease that you need your God to cure. There's nothing wrong with your heart that needs to be fixed if you're gay. So you can be a Christian and be gay. You don't, and guess what? If God, did he leave? Did they leave?
Might be a connection issue. I'm not sure.
Yeah, Marty. They have had connection issues. I would just keep speaking. Hopefully they can still hear you. And when it happened before, they came back in.
Okay, but it breaks my heart when I hear, and I hear anybody say this, but especially anybody that's LGBTQ plus, and I found Christianity, now I'm working to come out of that. You don't come out of that. It's not like changing your hair color.
I don't know. Have you seen Milo?
Oh God!
Stop it! Stop it right now!
You just had to do that.
You did. I'm so sorry.
I do want to reiterate my point about Beckett Cook. We are talking about a man.
He's full of crapola.
Yeah, I mean he is full of privilege. He is a Hollywood elite, and he has a narrative that he is pushing. I would not. I personally wouldn't trust a word that came out of that person's mouth.
Yeah.
Well, just because privilege doesn't mean that he isn't right. I mean, but privilege does put you in a different position, just like God's holiness puts him in a different position. Once you're covered in so much sin and darkness, you can't tell up from down, right from wrong. You're lost, and you need the light to save you. So you need somebody who's in a unique position that is also empathetic.
How do you know that Beckett Cook has abstained from his homosexuality?
You don't know. He's probably not. If I had money,
probably in a back alley choking down some dick right now.
I mean, like this guy is very privileged. He is. I mean, I couldn't imagine. I honestly couldn't imagine having as much money as this person. I couldn't imagine it. I couldn't imagine having the friends that this person has. That the influence, the just power that surrounds this guy. And you're going to take this guy as like speaking for you. I don't understand that.
You don't have a disease.
Because he used to be.
You don't have something that needs to be cured.
Well, but the thing is, people are working on making it so that anybody with any proclivity cannot judge it and set themselves apart from the behavior and decide, is this good or bad, holy or unholy, evil or good? And that's what's really dangerous with the whole accept movement.
I don't want to judge you. I want you to live the life that you feel like you should live. My fear is you're not living the life that you could live. You're denying yourself. You're denying yourself a chance to actually love somebody. To have a partner in this, like trust me, I'm 43 years old. I am alone. I fucked up a lot of relationships in my life. You don't want to do that. You don't want to be alone at 43. You just don't. You really don't.
I think there's another thing too, which is that like if you're choosing to be bound
Jesus,
by,
so it'll be okay.
You what?
He was saying something.
Go ahead, Adam Mutable. You got interrupted there.
Yeah. What I was saying is, I think that if you're obeying a system, and this is for Christians that are doing this strictly for the reward, right? Of an eternity in heaven and pearly gates and all that jazz. I think it's extremely dangerous, and disingenuous to, in some extent, to kind of to adopt certain beliefs, because in reality, you probably don't agree with all the doctrines of the essential doctrines of the faith. And probably if left to your own devices, your views would be radically different. Unless those are the views you inherited from your parents.
So who
that is
I can't read.
Sorry, John. That was spot on, Immutable. Thank you.
I can't read my screen because it's so tiny on the StreamYard shit. What's the fella's name with the beard?
Khalil.
Khalil Allah.
Khalil. I mean, you obviously
John,
came in here-
John, just 1 second. I know you've been under a rock, but you got to explain to Khalil that you've been under a rock.
Well, why? What do you mean?
I mean that's Justin Downing, Khalil Allah, EA show. I mean, it's been kind of a thing here on the Raging Atheist a little bit.
It blew up a few months ago.
Well, what do you mean? What? So, all right. Well, explain it to me.
Oh well, Khalil is a good dude that one night caught me in some fucking philosophy. And I raged. So
I think everybody does that. when they're approached with philosophy, at some
wait a
point
minute,
you're gonna rage.
Is he a Poe then, or are you actually?
No, John. EA show, Empathetic Atheist show. Justin Downing was an atheist doing interviews with the likes of Matt Dillahunty's, and he is now a Muslim. So,
Alhamdulillah.
And Khalil, like John has been. When I say John's been under a rock, like no, he's been dealing with.
That's fine. I don't expect to be anybody.
No. He's been dealing with a close family member, his mother dying, and he did take a very long break from YouTube. So yeah, he doesn't understand like the current shit.
and then real quick, because I want to get back to Khalil because I find this interesting, and I've got several questions for him. But I want to give Leo an opportunity because he came in here and obviously had something to say. So what's going on, Leo?
So I'm a little late to the party. It's 3 hours into the stream already.
Well, Leo, real quick, I'm glad you're here. I kind of went off on you that one night when I don't. I don't feel it. I don't feel it was deserved, and I apologize,
buddy. I unlike a lot of people, I understand you and your nature, so you didn't hurt my feelings.
Thank you for that, man. Thank you.
We understand you were acting in the flesh, Knock. It's okay. All is forgiven.
I don't know who made the point or if the point was really made. Not when I came into the room, but when I started watching the stream. But it sounded like somebody, I don't know if they're still here. And again, I'm going to address the point even if somebody wasn't making it, just because it's a point I like to make, about homosexuality being a choice. We know that it's not. I mean, like, it's not up for debate anymore. I can put a link to a Nature Journal in the YouTube chat, and I can throw it here in the private chat as well. It says there is no gay gene, but what it says is because there's multiple gay genes. There are numerous genes involved. It's also epigenetic and is also pretty thoroughly based in your environment as well. We also know that like 90-something% of mammal species exhibit explicitly homosexual behavior. We only find one that attacks their own members of their own species for it, and that's humans. The other thing I wanted to say really quickly, for Khalil, was at some point, whether between me and you, whether I come into an open mic or something like that, we could figure out the details. I heard that you were convinced primarily by the Kalam cosmological argument, and I would absolutely love to have a discussion with you about that, because when I was a Christian apologist, that was my favorite argument, and as an atheist and a naturalist, it is still my favorite argument to talk about.
So just to clarify, it wasn't primarily the Kalam. It was just primarily the philosophical argumentation to get you to a general God. Like, for example, start off with the Kalam, after talking about epistemology for a little bit, get epistemology right, and then once we are through that, then you look at the Kalam, then the argument for necessary being, and then a will, and then there's multiple different steps.
Well, right. Can I jump in here, because I had a few questions for Cleo, just real quick before I get to the questions I already had. I mean, my understanding of the Kalam is it does not get you to God. I mean, I think I understand why you're saying there's steps involved, because the Kalam argument does not get you to God, does it?
Right. Yeah, I would disagree with William Lane Craig when he ends the Kalam, his version of the Kalam, with "and we call this thing God." I think that's just a cop out, a giant step right towards insert God when it's not
that's not.
I don't know if I'd call it a cop out, more as he's being, I would argue, maybe overly, but I think it's just is for simplicity's sake more, because most people know his position, and that's ultimately the point that he's trying to get to. I don't know if I would say there's any uncharitability in it, but maybe you weren't insinuating that.
I find it to be a problem because a lot of times when I speak with atheists recently about things like the Kalam, they want to jump right to, but that's God. And I'm like, no, let's not talk about God right now. We're not talking about God. We're talking about this one specific isolated event. We'll get to God later. But when William Lane Craig inserts and we call that thing God, it's almost like, well, it's part of the argument. So yes, we have to talk about it. I would say no. I stick to Al-Ghazali's version. He's the one who coined it, the Kalam. Basically, three premises. Premise one, everything that begins to exist has a cause for its existence. Premise two, the universe began to exist. Conclusion, the universe has a cause for its existence. End, period, finito.
Yeah, it's not God. That's where William and Craig goes off the rails. But my question to you, hold on. My question to Khalil, though, is: so you formerly were an atheist. Were you religious before you became an atheist?
Yeah, I was raised Catholic and left Catholicism around like the 7th grade, and then became a Christian. Almost became a Christian preacher. Dove into the Bible, read a lot of stories that scared the shit out of me. And before I left for seminaries, I read and I saw like the story of Jephthah, the story of Elisha with the 2 bears, and it basically put a bad taste in my mouth for Christianity, and I backed out.
Well, but so okay, and so now you're Muslim, and you don't find the same horrific type stories in the Quran.
So actually the Quran actually talks about going back and looking at the other books. So there's parts of the Bible that we actually accept. I've just gone through a lot more study rather than just listening to the people around me. I've actually dove into into theological studies and philosophical studies, and saw that there were that basically I was looking at things through a layperson's view. And making my own opinions based off of that. So I've educated myself further on the subject, and I just want to make it clear that I wasn't convinced on what the text says, not even the Quran.
Right.
I was convinced based off of the arguments, and it brought me down to the only coherent worldview that I saw left was Islam.
I mean, I'm very interested in, okay, so you started out your life like a lot of us did. Most atheists started out as religious. And then you read the Bible, found some objectionable things in there. And I don't know what other processes you went through to become an atheist, but you became convinced that there is no God. And then you started looking at Islam, and now you're back to being convinced that there is a God. And I'm sure you realize this, but you're now Muslim. You're worshiping the same God. You do realize that, right?
Not exactly. My God's not a Trinity. My God did not manifest himself in reality and die on a cross. There's a whole bunch of stuff.
Yeah, well, when he says the same God, he's talking about the God of Abraham.
Abrahamic God. Sure.
I think we all agree here. Christianity is some cray shit.
Yeah, parts of it are kind of wild.
Well, I mean, I find Islam to be equally crazy.
Well, no, well, don't get me wrong, John. So my thing with Khalil, and I'll make it plain as day. Like, Khalil graciously offers me private chats every single day. My life has gotten in the way quite a bit. I might actually accept it tomorrow morning. I might make it a point to accept it tomorrow morning, Khalil, because it's been like so long, and you have waited so patiently. I do, John, I agree with you. And what I ultimately want to do, and I'm not sure how it would turn out, I want to get Faye and Khalil in the room. Because
who?
Faye the Most Gracious is the next Muslim. She's a woman. She has gone through her own evolutions. She honestly, she might not be today. She might not be the same Faye I talked to like a few weeks ago. Because Faye is her own woman and she goes through her own evolutions. But she is very knowledgeable about Islam.
And
You know?
let me, real quick, just on that topic, Khalil, as a Muslim man now, would you have a conversation or a debate with a woman about Islam?
Yeah,
Would that be a good? You would?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, without a doubt, John. Without a doubt. Like,
Well,
like
no, the
you
reason
know,
I ask is
Khalil, I would say socially agrees with us on most things.
Well,
very, very progressive.
Well, right, but the thing is like you do realize that most Muslim men would not.
I would agree that most Muslim men would not, depending on their fiqh, depending on their school of thought. Yeah, there may be certain regulations of their school of thought that keeps them from doing that. I hold to a Maliki school of thought, which I'm still learning more and more about, but it seems to be what lines up with my morality more than really any other school of thought.
Good.
Yeah, and that's John. Real quick, and I don't want to cut whoever was trying to go off. And CJ, I don't think you're CJ Cox, but just don't porn bomb me. Yeah, that's kind of why I want to get. And I don't know if she would do. I don't know if she would do it, but like Faye and Khalil in a room to get those two different perspectives, because Khalil does come from a very, I would say, progressive Islamic point. And Faye has experienced the worst of Islam, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, without a doubt.
So,
hey, real quick,
yeah.
I want to get a mic check on CJ.
It's not CJ Cox. I mean, we
I
had
realize
this
that,
in the
but
car.
I
Yeah.
understand that, but I'm trying. Hold on, I'm trying to vet them really quick. CJ, you're going to need to say something real quick and let us know who you are, or you're gone.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
All right. Go
I just
ahead.
wanted to be
Sounds like Ray Romano.
All right, so yeah. I think that just because his name is CJ is like an unfortunate like workings of the cosmos here.
Well, no,
and I'm actually going to be talking to CJ Cox tomorrow, John, about homosexuality.
Really?
Yeah,
Well,
so
and
on
here's
his
the thing.
channel. On his channel.
Here's what scared me is he comes on with just that blue background, and you said it wasn't the CJ we know. I'm thinking about butthurt fucking Brett Keane out there in the ether, maybe coming in on a sock account or something. So that's why I wanted to hear from the person.
Or Smokey. But honestly, though, Smokey would have came in by now, I think.
I hope you don't hate me, Rage. I do frequent his show also.
Well,
I get along with both of you guys. I like when he like talks shit about you. I kind of just like sit back, like you got your own opinion, whatever.
You guys
and then
have a
hear
Discord?
You talk shit about Smokey. You know, I just sit back and let you do your thing.
Could I ask it?
Yeah. Oh, and that's like when I come into your private chat tomorrow, we'll talk about that because like I truly try not to judge people by their relationship with Smokey Saint. It's really hard for me to do so, though.
Well, I actually stopped going on his stream because of something that he did. Now I haven't reached out to him to try and talk about it or anything. I'm just kind of leaving it alone and moving on. But he actually put up this one thing where it looked like Allah. It was a picture of Allah hand puppeting Prophet Muhammad and whatnot. And you know how Muslims are with
he
that.
hates
you draw your
Islam.
pictures, you do what you want with your pictures. I'm just gonna exit out and mind my business.
I was wondering, could I ask something quick before? Okay, I'm going to take off, guys.
Oh yeah, go ahead, Bruce.
See you, man.
Hey,
Take
Bruce.
care.
See you later,
Oh,
man.
Yeah. Thanks for coming on, Bruce.
I
I enjoyed it, man.
Talk with Kalila again. I'd like to sometime.
If you hit me up on Facebook, I'm in literally video calls every day.
I don't really.
He is. Yeah, he
Hey,
is.
everybody, go to the YouTube search engine and search out Suave Trainwreck.
No, don't. What's that? What?
Suave Trainwreck.
No, don't look up that stupid stuff. That's just making noise. I haven't been there in a long time. I've been into religious stuff, but anyhow, no, I would like to talk sometime about the stuff we were talking about and the relationship with Smokey. Just because I did go into his channel one time as some guy named Muhad, and when he was busting on Muslims, and then I noticed you guys got along pretty good, so it was kind of weird to me. Or do you mind if I just ask you real quick before I go?
Sure.
But the thing that I was trying to figure is, I understand, particularly with a lot of people having a hard time with the Old Testament. I think a lot of Christians, it's rough to understand some things in life, in the Bible.
No, it's easy.
Okay, so then you go to the New Testament, and I see the New Covenant. Anyhow, when I look at the Quran, I'm wondering, how does this work, though, that when you get into the surahs that were towards the end of Muhammad's life, and in other words, it seems in Christianity you end up more peaceful towards the end. In Islam, to me, it seems like it becomes more aggressive. I'm just wondering, what's the reason you think that happens as you go through the surahs in a chronological order?
Khalil, answer. But man, peaceful for Christianity at the end. I mean, crucifixion isn't peaceful.
Okay, well, wait a minute. When you're talking about the Book of Revelation, when Jesus comes back and does that, I get what you're at there. But the way people should treat one another and live.
Well, no, but I'm just saying, like, at the end of the Gospels, anyway, it ends with a human sacrifice, so everybody is relieved of their sins. And then, speaking of Revelations, I don't want to speak for Khalil.
You never let me talk on this stuff. You never let me answer. It's why
I'm not trying to cut you off. I was going to let Khalil answer
about the human sacrifice. That is actually God in the flesh that came and he gave his own life. I know it's pretty morbid. I get the idea, but I mean, come on. It's not like somebody here just has to go and give their life. People are having human sacrifices or something.
Well, no. The point of it, I mean, the point of it is. I want Khalil to answer, but I mean, I'm just saying, like, you made a statement like Christianity ends with peace, but it doesn't. It ends with murder.
No, it ends with peace.
And it ends with the whole earth being engulfed in a sea of fire.
Human beings killing God in the flesh.
It ends in a logical contradiction that's literally impossible.
No,
I think it's very easy. I think it's very easy for Christians and their worldview to judge other worldviews. But
I was just asking, man. I was reading the book. Okay?
I don't. Yeah, I should let Khalil answer.
God loves us. God's going to wipe us all out, but he loves us.
Remember, if you don't believe, your eternity's in an eternal hot box.
I'm still reading through the Quran.
God damn! I tell you what, none of you guys sound like Khalil.
All right, what questions do you guys have? Yeah, what questions do you guys have?
Bruce left.
I've got some questions for Khalil. First of all, I'd like you to come on my show, would you?
What kind of show is it?
It's a religious show. Religious.
Well, but
stuff like that.
you're an atheist, though.
Well,
that's fine. I'm cool with that. I just want to put this out. I would not be defending Islam from a textual standpoint. I believe that if we're going to have like informal or formal debates, that you should be extremely confident in what you're defending. And I will be open and honest with you guys. I am not prepared to defend Islam from a textual basis. If you want to talk on a philosophical basis, I'll do that all day long.
No, I don't attack people on my channel.
Oh, that's fine. I'm not saying attack. I'm just saying if you would like to have a conversation and want to get into like the age of Aisha or something like that, I'm not here to debate that.
Lisa comes on this channel to attack people. She doesn't attack people on her own channel.
Lisa's great people, but yeah, like we had a conversation about Aisha one time. And I think you might be experiencing some of the things that I experienced when I first came out with that line of thought. You know, so
I'm actually having I'm actually getting with Sheikh Uthman, who is a Muslim academic that specializes in talking about the different positions and different perspectives on the age of Aisha, because there are different, like for example, I hold to a position that Aisha was actually 19 years old when the marriage was consummated. So
we spoke about that, and I've read the same scholarship. I definitely think it's legit, but again, like, and maybe we'll wait a bit before we try to set up you and Faye, because the first time I ever brought it up with Faye, she's like, "You're fucking kidding me, right?"
I just had to jump in for a sec before you and then I'll let you go, Lisa, because I'll jump back out. But I'm slightly triggered. So anyone who believes in a hell, or in my case, raised as a witness, they believe essentially that the entire planet is going to die at Armageddon by themselves. So what, 8 million, 20 million at the most. Unless you... I'm just trying to think of any scenario where Christianity, the end of this system does not end in violence.
No, it has to end in violence.
Well,
The only way to fix this place is with violence. It's the only way.
The apologetic I hear, and this is, I believe it kind of comes like with Arminian theology mostly, is that instead of like being roasted for eternity, it's mostly that the person in their entire, like their soul is essentially destroyed, and they're just permanently separated from God.
Anyway, can I get a shout out? Can I get a shout out for the book that I wrote there? It's called Eternal Undying Love. Any chance of that?
Oh yeah, go for it. Please. Show yourself in the work that you do. I always try to promote. I cannot speak for some reason. I try to promote the work of others.
Eternal Undying Love is the name of the book there. Please, a shout out would be just beautiful.
I don't know you, Revolver, so I'll just ask straight out. Is that ironic?
No, I'm a big fan of Bernie Sanders and Metal Gear Solid. It's, I mean, who wouldn't be?
I'm
the title of your book. I mean.
Oh no! The book is called Eternal Undying
Revolver
Love.
Bernie. Not
So
to toot my own
you're a
horn.
Christian.
Well, real quick, not to toot my own horn. I've worked with Bernie Sanders' campaign the last 2 election seasons. I've met him about 8 times now. I am a huge Bernie guy, and for everybody out there, Bernie Sanders is not a socialist. He knows that, but the right wing says it, so he embraces it. But he's not a socialist.
Anything that's left of fascism in the United States is socialism, or communism, or Marxism, or leftism, or liberalism, or progressivism, all meaning different things.
I don't think the right is going to claim that fascism is or they're probably going to try and redefine what fascism actually is.
Well, the whole thing though is the Overton window is shifted so far to the right there. Like the Republicans are absolutely fascist, but like it's just watching how the Overton window goes. And I mean, Democrats are like
when they look at Joe Biden and they see this corporatist moderate as a socialist, I just kind of I chuckle.
As a libertarian socialist, I'm almost offended by it. Like Biden does not in any way, shape, or form represent the ideals that
Biden's
Marx
the
laid
moderate.
out, or
He's like the moderate of moderates. You know?
I mean, at this point, his policies he hasn't changed literally anything from Trump there. So I mean, shit's still the same.
Exactly.
Yes. Oh man, I want to go on a Biden rant so bad, but I'm waiting because more atrocities are to come. Right? So.
It's all fake. You guys know that, right? It's all fake. Like presidency, all that stuff. It's all fake.
Oh yeah, I mean August Trump will be president again. I mean for real.
It's a big club, and you're not invited.
Yeah, they're all family members.
I mean the sad thing about this all is you know, so when Democrats cheat, they do it on a minor scale and they do it within the party. So when they fucked Bernie Sanders, you know, it's like you progressives go to hell. But when they talk about, you know, like Republicans doing it on a grand scale or trying to, you know, what they're doing in Georgia or Texas right now or so many different red states based upon the rhetoric of Donald Trump, it's like you can't, to me anyway, it's like how do you truly stand against this when you do it on that minor scale?
Well, that's I mean on a major level. I mean we do have like major action groups like Black Lives Matter, Antifa are explicitly against that. There, problem is those like the the things the Democrats are framing it that the like the Antifa and BLM until recently are like absolute dangers. It's absurd. Man.
Yeah, you'll never hear about the BLM attacks on like democratic establishments, democratic strongholds, democratic headquarters. There's been a lot of them. Like they don't care. It's all about the cause. And then you'll also hear that right-wing message. Like I hate it when they say, BLM is Marxist. No, it's not. The founders might be. The movement is social equality. I mean, without a fucking doubt. So to label it as Marxist, you're just demonizing civil rights.
Well, that's the whole thing. I mean, from hearing me on the stream, I'm a big fan of history. There, I mean, like the Russian Revolution itself was caused by simple inequality in a time of war, and that's exactly what we got on there. If the people aren't taken care of, shit will get fucked up.
And people should actually study that Russian Revolution that happened in 1904, because you can learn a lot from it. You can learn a lot.
You can learn a lot about how not to try to implement socialism or communism by looking at the USSR, and even prior to the establishment of the USSR.
Oh my fuck! Yes.
Well, I mean, the Bolsheviks were a reaction to the Social Democrats failing. That's because the Social Democrats were like agreeing with the fascist monarchy there, and it blew up in their faces. It's like shit's fucked up now. Who else is going to help us?
I mean, Russia during that time was one of the first countries to try and kind of like implement communism in its modern incarnation.
But they did not implement communism though. They didn't. They implemented a state form of communism, and that's where they fucked up.
The thing is, no country has ever actually been socialist or communist. There have only ever been countries that have implemented particular forms of policy, like planned economies, very strong, not nationalistic, protectionist policies, things like that, in an attempt to get that country or that nation to socialism or communism. Many have failed. The reasons why, I would argue, a lot of them have failed, but the nuance in this discussion comes down to why they failed. We can look at countries like the USSR that failed for internal reasons. They just poor management, poor leaders, things like that. We can look at countries like, I think, Catalonia or some Latin American countries that failed because their economies were essentially fucked from outside influences, like global capitalist hegemonic nations like the United States, China, the United Kingdom, and even the USSR and later Russia.
Has somebody given this guy a link yet?
Like Evotard, you're like more than welcome to come in. But like, oh shit, here we go with these idiots thinking that Biden actually runs the show. That guy can barely walk up the stairs.
Same with Trump. Trump can barely drink a cup of fucking water. I mean, if we're gonna do those,
I was gonna say, he might have a hard time walking upstairs, but Trump couldn't walk down a ramp. Like what the fuck you talking about, dude?
Well, I mean, what Evo doesn't understand is like the whole thing is about policy.
And Evo, come in. I know you're smoky.
Dude, and can I just say, I'm 39 and I have trouble on stairs because I have vertigo, right? It has no effect on my intellect whatsoever. So who cares if I can't walk up the fucking stairs? What the hell? The dude slips upstairs. Trump has to hold on to the rail.
Evotard says, LOL, so communism always fails, but it's always someone else's fault. No, the point the point is that communism has never actually been practiced on this planet. Communism actually is. Never. No country that has ever called themselves a communist country or other people call it a communist country was actually a communist country.
Exactly. The point of what I was saying was to show that the methods by which we tried to get to socialism or communism have failed. But since you never actually got to socialism and communism, to have it there being utilized in practice, you can't say it failed. So this socialism always fails, communism always fails, these arguments, these are nothing but I would almost say anti-intellectual, just retorts, just sound bites that ignore all of the nuances and the technicalities contained in the history of Marxism and other aspects of Marxism, like communism and socialism and various other Marxian lines of thought. I mean, people just want to gloss over those like they don't matter because it comes from Karl Marx and it always fails. These people just they do not understand Marxism and Marxian thought. They understand it so little that they don't understand why the statements they're making are wrong. It's kind of Dunning-Kruger almost.
Hey,
Exactly, Leo. Exactly.
Evo Tard says to you, Rage, hey, dumb fuck, Smokey is in a debate right now. Doesn't that mean he
can't be using
doesn't that mean, oh my God, doesn't it mean that you're actually pretty fucking intelligent if Evo Tard calls you a dumb fuck, Rage?
Well, maybe he's not Smokey. Maybe he's John Grishala.
Well, he sounds like Smokey. His words are like Smokey.
What if he's Will Kincaid?
And Smokey's in a debate. What channel? And
I think SFT, Strangling the Truth.
Oh yeah, the NIFB. The NIFB.
Can I get back to my question for Khalil? And I'm not trying to pile on you, dude. Okay, but I just want to know. The Kalam says that the universe started to exist, but how do you know the universe started to exist? For all we know, the universe never was not existing.
So the universe is eternal.
Well,
what do you mean by eternal?
I'm not saying that it's not either.
Okay.
Exactly.
Hold on. Okay, I came on here and I'm wondering, what questions do you guys have for me? I'm a Bible
Well,
believer.
actually,
Lisa
just addressed a question to Khalil. So let's let Khalil respond, and then we can get to you.
Yeah, okay.
Go ahead, Khalil.
Yeah, so what I'm asking is, are you stating that the universe could be eternal? In the sense that it never began, or infinite in the sense that it never began, as in you accept an infinite regression into the past?
Yes. I mean, we don't know that it's infinite, but we don't know that it's not infinite either. However, to get to God, you would need an infinite regression.
Exactly. So let's not get to God yet. Let's just talk about the universe itself right now. So if the universe could be infinite, which means that there would be a infinite amount of series and effects that preceded this moment right now, how would we ever get to this moment right now? Do you have like some type of argument you could provide for that?
But doesn't that presuppose a tensed theory of time? I don't see how that would be a problem under a tenseless theory of time.
The thing is, like in an eternalist view of time, like all moments of time are real, but they're not equally real. And
well, no, they're equally real, but they're not all simultaneously. They're not simultaneously. They're not all simultaneous with one another. There's a concatenation.
Hold on 1 second. Leo asked Khalil a question. Let's let Khalil respond to what Leo said.
I mean, if you want to do a show, Lisa, we could do a show on the Kalam. I'm cool with that. Like we could spend an hour talking about it with each other.
But I'm interested in you responding to what Leo asked you, though.
I didn't really ask a question. I just made the statement that the idea that if the universe extends, indefinitely into the past, if we can extend the timeline of the universe into the past with no end, it's infinitely extended into the past. Under a tensed theory of time where sort of presentism, I guess, is what most people would adhere to, or some form of it, is where the present moment is all which exists. The future does not yet exist, but will. The past once existed, no longer does. Under that view, I agree that you couldn't, because you're actually physically traversing through moments of time. But in a tenseless view, you don't actually transverse moments in time, because time that wouldn't be how time is represented.
That is perfect. I do think if you would like to, this Saturday on my channel, Myself and the Muslim panelists, we do a call-in show to where we're actually going to be reviewing the video of Dr. Craig having a conversation with Cosmic Skeptic. Nice. And then we're going to open up the lines for callers. So if you would like to call in, and we can actually dive into the nuances of tense facts.
100%.
Like
yeah, we don't need to do that here.
I don't know.
Do you have a time? No,
it's
100%.
It's going to be 12 o'clock. It's going to be noon Eastern.
Noon Eastern, right on.
Yeah,
right
so
on. This Saturday.
We can dive into the nuances of that. I don't want to disrespect anybody, but I don't know if everybody in the chat, if it's going to go right over their head. I don't. So
yeah, I understand.
I would love for you to call in
because there is actually some pretty deep metaphysics involved with the Kalam, as I'm sure you know.
To respond to Lisa, so I'm not asking you a question because that would get into it's just a clarifying question I asked. But ontologically speaking, not going into the nuances of what we were just talking about a second ago, but in reality, we don't have any examples of any actual infinites outside of like mathematics and abstract sets and things like that. So from what's reasonable to believe, and that's another thing that I would like to clear up when it comes to the Kalam and other philosophical arguments, I don't think these are arguments that are stating that these are absolute facts, like we can be philosophically certain of things. Just like when science gives us the age of the universe, they give us the best model that we currently have at this time. So the last 15 times that scientific method has given us the age of the universe, they've been wrong, because we keep updating it the more technologically advanced we get. So alongside with that philosophical argumentation.
Well, wait a minute. Hold on. Can I wait. You're throwing so much out there. Like, let's.
I'm waiting.
Yeah. Here's the thing. The reason is because science is provisional. When they get fine-tuned like an answer to something, or when they find new information, they correct, the old information. I mean, you're saying that as if it's a bad thing. That's a good thing.
No,
the other thing.
The same thing.
Yeah, but here's the thing too: is before we get too far past it, you're going on and on. You said to Lisa, "Well, if it's infinite, then how would we ever got to this point of time?" And you seem to be. Hold on. I didn't finish my question. You seem to be balking at you seem to be balking at the idea that anything could be infinite. Yet everybody that is religious claims that God always existed and is infinite.
Qualitatively, not quantitatively. Quantitative.
Yeah, exactly.
Most apologists would object to quantitative infinites, but not qualitative infinites.
Mm-hmm.
I don't give a shit about that.
It's an important nuance.
How could we have?
It's not an important nuance. If you say it's not an important nuance, and I'm not saying I don't understand. I understand what Leo
interact with on Facebook.
Hold on. I understand what Leo just said.
Atheist.
But hold on, will you shut the fuck up?
Oh my god.
Look, I'm sorry. I'm getting angry because look. Here's the thing. If they should call me the raging atheist. Look. If you claim that your God always existed, despite what Leo just said, then that is claiming that your God has been around forever. So he is infinite. Yes, it does.
Can I try to explain this to Leo? Because I feel like I might get across to John.
Real quick.
I'm waiting.
Real quick, Leo, I'll let you go. I got to run across the street. I'll be right back. John, you're in charge. Wow, this is getting interesting. All right, so
go. The thing is, when we talk about God, when God has talked about existing forever, there isn't an infinite amount of something that he's existed for. So to say that God has existed infinitely doesn't make sense. For an infinite amount of what? Most apologists would say God sans the universe was timeless because there was no time. Right. So there wasn't like something, an amount of a thing he existed for. So the word infinite is used more tongue in cheek.
Leo. Okay, but if God always existed, then isn't the same thing that Khalil responded to Lisa with the same thing? That means that God goes away. That means that God goes into the past infinitely and goes into the future infinitely.
John, if you would have let him
finish rub your face, you can rub your face all you want. I don't buy into all the
Calm. That's fine. That's fine. But if you let him finish what he was saying, he would be explaining to you what you're trying to ask right now. You're interrupting him while he's trying.
I'm not trying to ask anything. I know what I know, and I'm asking you.
And you don't know what you don't know, and that's clear.
Right. You're so much smarter than I am. You are. I
Are you
believe.
guys done yet?
Yeah.
Are you guys done
There's
yet?
nuance to this point that kind of.
There is no nuance. If you
Holy shit! I'm sorry.
Unfortunately, there is nuance.
God always exists.
That you're choosing to
God
ignore.
goes into the past infinitely and goes into the future.
But past
I don't
isn't
care
infinite.
about. But I don't care about any of that.
They would rather argue
That
than
is just
actually ask
that is
questions.
just mental masturbation.
As respectfully
There is
as
no
I can
infinite
say,
past.
you're not equipped for the conversation. So go pick up a book and come back to me later when you learn it.
No, I don't have to because I know what I.
Okay, then just stay stupid.
You can do all this mental masturbation that you want.
No, this is
real-
called
it's
philosophy,
real,
brother.
It's real simple. It's real simple. You claim your God
It's not
always
real simple.
existed. You
Folk
claim your God
philosophy
always
only makes sense
existed.
for a while.
So that means that you believe your God went into the past infinitely and will go into the
No,
future.
it doesn't.
no
No, it
infinite
Yes,
doesn't.
it does.
Stop
Yes, it does. It's
strawmanning
real
me.
simple.
No, there is no
Infinite
infinite
being
past
described.
John,
because
if
they
you
believe
don't
the
want-
universe began to exist. So that means that time began to exist.
I'm not even talking.
If there
about
is no time, there is
began
no
to exist,
past.
but it doesn't
Perfect.
matter.
So
You can say that time
if there is no
time
past, then
began
God
to
doesn't
exist in
extend.
this universe.
You
Time
understand
began to
but
exist
God-
in this
God-
universe.
God-
That does not mean that there was not a concept of time. That there's not a concept of time or a
It
measurement of
doesn't
time
mean that there
outside of
was.
this
Provide an
universe.
argument.
Well, but that's not a given.
I'm not saying it's a given, but I'm
He's
saying
He's not ready
you
for
don't
this,
know,
brother.
you don't know that yours is a given either. Okay, time began
that
to
was the
exist in this
framework I
universe.
was
That does not mean
arguing
that there's
from.
not a concept of time outside of this universe.
Well, there
You guys
could
done
be,
yet?
but it's given that there isn't, and that time began to
Yeah, but
exist
it's
at the
not
moment
given
of
that there isn't.
creation.
Please- Okay, please
Well,
show
but
me,
in
please show
the
me.
debates, that is generally
Brother,
given.
go-
Like if
go
you go
ahead
watch
and
the
go
debate
debates,
with
but go ahead
Sean
and go
Carroll
outside.
and
Have you
William
ever
Lane
been
Craig
outside this
on the
universe?
Kalam
Have you ever been
cosmological
outside
argument,
this universe?
Sean didn't mention anything about other types of time. He just granted Craig's arguments for the sake of responding to them to try to show that they're wrong instead of getting wrapped up in all these counterfactuals, I guess you could call them. It's just it muddies up the discussion. I'd rather
Yeah.
just say, okay, well, time began to exist. So if that's the case and God persisted in some sense, that word has temporal connotations, but we're limited by our language. God didn't exist infinitely into the past because at some point
we're not
the
only
past
limited
died.
by our language, we're limited by what we can know for sure. And you can talk all you want
only thing you
about
can know is
you
that
can
you have
talk all you
experience.
want about different concepts of time and that time only existed when the universe began to exist, but you can't know that for sure because you've never been outside this
Nobody's
universe.
positing
You don't
that.
know what came before the universe. And
Nobody's
it's a very,
positing
it's
that.
it's a very simple concept. If
That's
a
why the
person
discussion is
claims that
conditional.
their God, if a
This is
person
where he halts
claims
the
that
fat
their
loose in
God,
his
if
hand
a
and
person
smacks
claims that
academia
their
across the
God,
face.
if a person claims that their God has always existed, they are claiming that that God has been around forever in both directions.
Can
No,
we
they
move
aren't.
to
Both
a fruitful
directions of what?
conversation? 'Cause-
Wait, hold on. In
Wait,
both
wait.
directions of
Both
what?
directions
He's
of
not
time.
gonna get it, brother.
But
Just
time
stop.
doesn't
Just
extend
stop.
indefinitely into the
You
past
don't
under their world.
know that.
But I'm
You don't know
taking
that. That's a
I'm taking
claim
their
on your part.
worldview. This is this is how conditionals work.
Wait a second. Are you an
grant
atheist?
the presumptions of their argument so that I can address it.
Are
In
you
their argument, time does not extend indefinitely into the past.
Are
It
you
stops.
an atheist?
Me?
Yes.
John.
Yes. Yeah, I am an
Okay,
atheist and a
because
naturalist.
You are
Yes.
an atheist that knows the philosophical argumentation and understands the nuances of it. And
Yeah,
that's why we're
I've
not gonna
argued
have a
both
fruitful
sides of the
conversation.
Kalam,
Yeah,
and I think that gives me a very
we're not
firm
gonna
understanding
get anywhere
of
with
both
that
sides.
with John because he just wants to play whack-a-mole. He just wants to stay in,
No,
in
what I
the,
want
in the
to
lay
do
realm.
is
He
like
doesn't
I
wanna-
don't.
No,
but here's what
John,
I
you just
educate
want
himself.
John, you just
No.
want to argue. That's what you want to do.
No, what I want to
You
do
want to be
is
right. That's
what I
what you
want
want
to
to
do
You
is
want to
set
argue.
the what I want to do is set the philosophical mental masturbation aside and talk
Okay.
about what they're really saying.
You can't.
Okay, you
speak a
can
sentence without
come with all
philosophy.
you can come with all these fucking
You're philosophizing right now.
nuances, all these nuances that you think make a difference in the argument, and they don't. Okay, you can probably
at this
you can-
point. It
I
doesn't
I know
matter.
that I
Let's
know
move
that I
on.
know it's
done
a fact.
monologuing?
I
At
know
this
it's a
point,
fact
it
that
doesn't
you
matter.
can
Let's
fucking
move
whip my.
on.
I know it's a
Oh,
fact
Rage, come
that
back
you
and
can whip
shut this
my.
guy
I
up.
know it's a fact. I'm just gonna keep talking until you shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
I know
Yeah,
it's a
John,
fact.
there we
I guess
go.
we're
And
just
any
gonna
kind of
waste Rage's
philosophical.
show.
I know
You're
it's a
going
fact.
inside the snake, bro. You're
I
going
know
inside
it's
the
a
snake.
fact. I know it's a
John, you're
fact.
going inside the snake.
Look, I know it's a fact
John,
that
you're going inside the snake.
any
John, you are
philosophical
going
argument.
inside the snake. John, you are going inside the snake.
Who said
You are going inside the snake. Are you going to believe me or not?
Who's talking right now? Like, they're not lighting up. on
John,
my
are you going inside the snake? There's
I'm
a giant
assuming
snake
it's
circling the
CJ.
earth.
I don't know.
You are going to go inside it and be tortured. It's literally in one of my videos. Literally, it's physically real. Holy
Who is
shit,
talking?
man.
Somebody
You're
tell
a
me who the
stupid
fuck's
fucking
talking right
atheist.
now.
You're
CJ.
gonna go inside the snake and be
is
tortured,
talking.
you stupid atheist. Anyone who wants to go on my YouTube channel
Who's
to call why
talking right now?
non-believers are idiots, watch the video.
Huh?
Type this in on YouTube. Atheist, are you ready for outer darkness? That's where atheists are going.
Who
Okay?
the fuck
There's
is
a giant
talking right
snake
now?
Mute
There's
circling the
somebody-
CJ.
Oh,
You're
it's
going in there,
CJ.
John. Shut the fuck
CJ.
up.
Oh,
That's where
okay,
you
hold
are
on a
going.
second. Let's fix that.
Anyone who wants to watch the
Yeah,
video,
real quick.
type it in.
CJ. There you go.
Okay, there we go. All right. Sorry. Yeah, because of that blue screen, it's not lighting up like normal avatars. Look, here's the thing. There's no doubt in my mind that Khalil would wipe the floor with me in any debate or discussion about philosophy. He obviously knows a lot more about that than I do. Okay, but in my mind, these philosophical arguments, they muddy the waters a lot of times. Okay, it's just like when I was on Speed's channel and I was talking about the instance in the Bible where God lied, and everybody, even the atheists, were disagreeing with me. Well, that's not a lie; it's deceptive. They used all these synonyms of lying, but it was actually this, and it was like all these nuances. It's like, no, God said something that was a lie that he knew was a lie. He spoke a mistruth that he knew was inaccurate. And that's the definition of a lie. And same thing with this. Okay, you say your God's been around forever. That means, regardless of all this talk about different tenses of time and time didn't exist until the universe did, that means you believe your God was always in existence. And for lack of a better term, because I'm not as scientifically minded as people like Leo, it means you believe he was here always in the past and is going to be here always in the future. All right. And you can rip that apart all you want philosophically, but that is the bottom line to it all. Period. And Khalil can say all he wants about, hey, go read a book, motherfucker. All he wants. Okay. But that is the bottom line. Just the bottom line idea behind it all. And you can put all these nuances into it, but that is the bottom line basic understanding of it. And all the other shit is just it's just I don't know what it is. It's not addressing the actual claim.
Just getting back.
I actually did want to.
Just getting back. Can we bring Khalil back in?
Yeah, I've not been doing that.
He had to bring me out of the room so he could monologue for 15 minutes.
Well, no, because you wouldn't shut the fuck up. You and CJ just kept talking and talking, and I'm going to monologue. But you can go ahead and be, give your superior, rantings and talk down to me like you were. Continue on.
Okay,
I actually wanted to. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
So there were multiple people in the room trying to get you to calm down because you were screaming at like 4 different people. And then when I was trying to say, okay, it's not worth having the conversation, let's move on, you kicked me out of the room and silenced me. I don't understand.
I wanted to get my point out. It's funny how I put you out of the room, and then the only other person that was continuing to go on and on was CJ. You say 4 people. I wasn't screaming at 4 people. Okay. I mean,
you weren't.
I was
you
trying
do know
to
this is
explain
recorded,
to you,
right?
Well, it is recorded, but I wasn't screaming at 4 people. I was screaming at you.
Okay, well, I'll get you the timestamp then.
Okay, do that.
Okie doke.
Do that, Mr. I was an atheist, but now I believe in Islam.
Okay.
What
How's that supposed to be Vince?
And see, this is why Rage put out a video telling people to stop being like John right now. When it came to my conversion, he was telling people to be respectful.
I haven't talked to John about you yet, Khalil.
Yeah, but I mean, your video was about the exact behavior that John is producing right now.
Rage did a video about don't be like John.
Basically, yeah.
Oh, really? And where is that video?
I did a video that like we shouldn't atheists shouldn't be dismissing, and it's been a while.
Khalil is saying that Rage made a video saying that we shouldn't engage in behavior that Khalil believes John is currently engaging in. That's what he's trying to say.
Yeah, I have to watch my video again.
No, but that's not what he said. What he said is that Rage did a video about me. Okay, which I know is a fucking lie. Khalil, you're a fucking lying sack of fucking shit.
That.
You want to go to tape and play it over again? You want to go to the fucking tape and play it over again?
He did a video saying, don't be a fucking asshole or a dickhead for no fucking reason just because somebody's religious. And don't be a fucking ass and cuss everybody out and fucking be loud to the point where no...
Fuck off.
See, more silencing.
That was Puff.
Here's the thing. When Puff said wait, when Puff said let's wait till I get there, I knew he was going to come in and rag on me because he was ragging on me in the live chat. Okay.
I'm just getting back, John. Dude, I wish I would have talked to you about this.
About what?
Because this is a delicate balance that we're treading here. Khalil is an Islam now, and as atheist,
he's a fucking idiot. He's an idiot.
No, he's definitely not an idiot.
No, he's an idiot. He's an idiot. Anybody that was an atheist and then goes back to believing in God is an idiot.
Hold on. Can I ask John a question? Hold on. Wait a second. Can I ask John a question? Can you choose what you're convinced of?
And John, I left Puff back. Puff.
Yeah, they'll let him back.
John, Puff has been a long time supporter, man.
I understand that, but he can stop fucking ragging on me, man.
Puff is honest. We gotta allow honesty.
And the thing is, you've been being. No. I've been fucking cool.
John. Hold up. So time out. Hold up. No, John. I'm sorry. Guy, you're just coming back, but you can't do that.
Can't do what?
I don't do that. I don't like. You don't like the way I roll. Fuck you. No. This channel, this open room, is about being an open room. You know,
I understand that.
Can I get an answer from John, please? John, can you choose what you're convinced of?
No, you can't choose your beliefs.
So why are you giving me shit for being a Muslim? I'm convinced of Islam. Did I choose to be convinced of Islam, or is convincing a compulsion that happens?
You take in information and you arrive at your beliefs. You don't necessarily choose them.
Exactly. I don't choose them. So to say you're fucking stupid because you're a Muslim.
Well, because there's obviously something wrong with your brain, the information you took in, and then you became convinced that there's a God in the sky, then there's obviously something wrong.
I don't believe there's a God in the sky.
Or everywhere, whatever.
Don't necessarily believe that he's everywhere either.
Okay.
Khalil, can I ask?
I did want to.
What do you believe about God then? Because I don't know like anything about Islam.
Yeah, sure. I believe that God is the necessary causal principle for existence itself, for the universe. I believe that he is one. I believe that he does not have any associating partners. Which takes Christianity out of the mix. I believe that he is self-sufficient and necessary, and I believe that he does not have any sons. He's not born, and there's nothing else in this universe that is akin to Allah.
And I want to point this out. All right, so John has dealt with a lot of extremist Muslims.
Sure,
Khalil.
I can understand that.
We've had a show on this channel, Apostate Alliance, where we have listened to ex-Muslims that have come out and given us their horror stories. We are biased. Now, me personally, I've studied Islam. I understand that there are different schools of thought, and I understand that not all Muslims are the same. I'm not, John is his own person. He has his own, opinions, and he does his own thing, and I give him full power here. He knows that we go back and forth sometimes on nuances. I understand John's position. I do. And I had to go away, I had to step away from the microphone and hearing what was going on while I was gone. But, I want to express, I often get accused that I'm bigoted towards theists. I am not. I do want to have the conversations, and I do want to understand. And I do want to understand philosophy more, and I want to understand where you're coming from philosophy.
More
But
atheists need to understand philosophy.
Yes, but I do want to kind of push home that John has heard the worst stories. So, his opinion is valid here because he has talked to a lot of people that have come out of this religion and have experienced harm.
Can I comment to that really quickly?
That's my interaction, my interjection here, and yes, I'll mute.
Yeah,
you guys
and
can
go ahead,
ahead.
Leo. But look, let me just say, secular pagan mom, hit the nail on the head. Okay, as Knock and other people that have been here the whole night know, I left at one point. I was done with the stream, and then Brett Keane came in, and I happened to turn back on and see he was there and seeing what his fucking avatar was. Secular pagan mom says, John Peterson, you seem to be behaving in ways you usually don't like. I don't understand. And she's right. I don't understand either. I mean, I'm going off the deep end tonight. I just went through like a fucking horrible fucking 2.5, 3 months. I fucking, got Brett Keane, supposedly a forgiving Christian, wanting, Knock to get rid of me on the channel because of the horrible crime I committed several years ago, driving drunk and having happened to kill somebody, which I am very remorseful for, which I talk about all the time, which I admit I'm a murderer, and all that stuff. And then Brett Keane's going to come and make fodder out of that, and make jokes about it. And
he's a piece of shit.
That's not
cool. and then I come in here and seemingly reasonable person, Khalil, happens to be a Muslim. I'm blown away by the fact that he was an atheist. Now he's a Muslim.
And I haven't talked to you about Khalil at all.
Right.
Like, I haven't told you
said,
anything about the situation.
and as Ray just said, I've been exposed to the worst of the Muslim religion. I have online friends and acquaintances who have been subjected to the worst of the worst. I know, people that have, have had loved ones and friends taken to the top of buildings and thrown off just because they were gay. I've had many, Muslim friends online who have been, abused by their families. And that's just part of it. I mean, just worst of the worst of the worst that I've been exposed to.
I would absolutely come out right now and say all of those things that you mentioned that you've talked to people about, I'm openly condemning right now in Islam. As a Muslim, I would condemn every single one of those things. I am in support of the LGBTQ community insofar as I want them to be able to make their own choices and live their life and be happy. Do I think that homosexuality is a sin? Yes, but I also don't think that they chose to be that way. And I don't think that it's my position to go out and tell them that you're a sinner, you need to change it. Be happy, do what you want. Like Rage said, I am a very leftist, progressive, liberal type of Muslim. And I'm trying to make that cohesive. So I would much more appreciate you asking me questions about what I do believe. And I don't want any of this radical, horrible views that you've experienced in the past, which I'm sorry for. I don't want that to taint your view of me as a Muslim.
Can I jump in here? Because that's what my point is related to. And this isn't like a dig at John or anybody in here, because if it is, then it's a dig at all of us, including myself, because we've all done it. But and this is something I've actively tried to work on, and I think I've made some improvements, though there's always improvement to be made. And that is that to set aside my experiences and the biases that they may have informed when engaging with people that have some particular, ideology. So if I'm going into a discussion about socialism versus capitalism, I'm going to set aside all the experiences I've had in previous debates with previous people, because I don't know if this experience is going to be the same. I don't know if this person's going to believe exactly the same things. And this is where things like nuance and technicalities come into play in discussions. The other thing I wanted to mention is I am also very much, I would say personally, I'm flabbergasted by how Khalil went from atheism to theism. Now, that doesn't mean that there's something like wrong or that there's an ought not there, but I find it very interesting. But at the same time, I know
too.
Khalil mentioned it. I don't know if he part himself ascribes to it, but I do. I am a doxastic and voluntarist, so I would agree that I don't think he, of his own volition, at least certainly not completely,
No, and I know that too.
came to that change. So I mean,
Well, and let me jump in here. Let me jump in here real quick because and Knock will back this up. When I went off the deep end there, and one thing, when I'm wrong about something, people that know me know. I mean, I've done streams where I had to come out and admit when I was wrong about something. And some of the things I said to Khalil a little bit ago, I don't, it just came out of because I was ranting and raving and I was all fucking worked up about a bunch of different shit. How many times have you and me not gone at it over the years about when people talk about all Christians are, crazy or retarded or something like that.
Oh yeah, I often have to remind people, John, that you bring me back to moderation more than anybody.
Right. That's why Secular Pagan Mom was so right in what she said. I was acting like I normally wouldn't act, because I've gone at atheists before that have said, well, all Christians have some mental problem and like that. And I always tell them, I'm like, look, no, that's not true. Okay, maybe they have this one belief that you find to be unreasonable, but they can't all be crazy. And if you say all Christians are crazy, you're talking about my family, because only atheists, I only deal with atheists online. Everybody that I know and love.
We've had we've had disagreements about that, because I'm like, my fucking family sucks. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I mean, so if people say that the belief in God is insane, all people that believe in God are crazy, I always fight back against that, because I say, hey, you're talking about my family right now. Like, they're not crazy. They have this one belief that I find to be unreasonable. And there's another word I'm looking for that I can't think of right now, but to say that because that one belief, is maybe unreasonable or whatever the other fucking word is I'm trying to think of, I can't.
Well, and I am to blame for part of this, John. Like, you came back recently. I should have filled you in on everything, and for some reason, the situation with Khalil slipped my mind, because I made a video about it, Khalil. I put my foot in my mouth, and which is something that I do. Yeah, I do it. We all do it. I just haven't had a chance to really get with you about Khalil. And then Khalil came in the room tonight, and I'm like, oh, we're good.
To be honest with you, when he first came in, I thought he was tatted atheist.
I see that.
Especially, I'm looking at
the beard.
The small screen,
But
I'm like, oh, tatted atheist is here, and then I leaned in real hard on my fucking monitor to read the name, and I'm like, oh no, that's not tatted atheist.
I actually wanted to steelman or make a stronger version of what I think Khalil's argument was toward Leo. Then after that, I need to get going.
Yeah, go ahead, Immutable.
Yeah, I think what Khalil, or maybe a decent argument to this point, would be a point such as, like, how do we, if you are taking, so number one, if you are an eternalist, number two, if you do say that the universe is like infinite, like bidirectionally, like towards the future and the past, or something like that, how would it be possible, for instance, for us to know, like, what we call our current period of time, given that something like the given that things such as like the entropic arrow of time or things like that don't seem to be well defined, if you do permit for something like the universe being past eternal, or having like some kind of like cyclic nature in cosmology.
And you also have to dive in, what type of, theory of time people, hold to. A theory, B theory,
I did also want to specify, I actually believe that there is an absolute earliest point in space-time would be the proper way to word it, past which you can't go. I would argue that it's meaningless to speak of anything before or prior or without that instant, in the same way and for the same reasons that it's incoherent to speak about what's north of the North Pole. So I do believe that the universe, I take the tenseless theory of time, I don't really take the block universe, but it's something akin to that, where the universe exists as a four-dimensional space-time block, bounded in one end and evolving infinitely in the other direction.
Let me ask you this then. Okay, hold on. Let me ask you this then, Leo, and Immutable, if you, or Khalil, whatever. But all right, so you just rattled off a lot of shit that you know about that I don't know about, and I hold it to be true because I've dealt with you before, and I know how scientifically minded and intelligent you are. Okay, but my question is, has science compiled an exhaustive list of all the possibilities of time theories, and have they compiled an exhaustive list of what may have been in existence before this universe?
Within the framework of what humans currently know, probably. At least as it relates to ideas about how time works.
Yeah, there's only two models currently.
Well, there's two
String theory
models, but they branch. Like you've got A theory and B theory, but there's like different branches that it's kind of like more of a spectrum than two hard.
Yeah.
They're like two defined lines, and then a little bit of some dots around them for. So it can get a little interesting, but
because
generally, go.
Well, no, what I was going to say, because the way I look at it is, since all we know is what's in this universe, and all we know is back to what is it, a Planck's time prior to the beginning of the Big Bang, and we don't know what may have or may not have existed prior to that, prior to the Big Bang. If you hold the position that there had to have been something before this universe, because this universe had to have come out of something, then what my feelings are is that whatever that something was, then that realm, or whatever you want to call it, had its own laws, its own physics, or whatever you want to call it. Okay. And that's why when I say, going backwards, of course, yes, time that exists in this universe, you can only go back to the point of the Big Bang. But whatever realm this universe came out of, there had to be some type of laws, some type of logic that held sway over that realm, that might be like a different concept of time that we can't conceive of.
And whatever that thing was would have caused our universe to begin to exist, correct?
Well, not necessarily, because not that thing could have caused this universe to. I mean, it could have, but not that it had to. Okay, because the thing is okay, we have this universe now. Things can come out of this universe, like we don't know what's on the other side of black holes, and that's not to say the universe created something. Say we find out that when you go through black hole, you're in another universe. Okay, does that mean that this universe created that universe? No, I mean, it's what you're saying is possible.
I wouldn't use the word created. I would just say caused.
Well, and when you say the cause, I think the problems theists get into is they infer a god there, and a cause can be. Hear me out. A cause can be anything. A cause can be an old universe dying and birthing anew. We can't see that back that far. We truly do not know. So every time that we go past, what is it called? That plankton era, then we're just merely speculating at this point. And
We
and
can't
you're-
even get back to that point.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
So when you get to that, like, it's even beyond speculation. It's just guessing.
No, I have the
Yeah,
answer.
so I think oh, go ahead. I was gonna make a point, but okay.
Yeah,
Right, who-
the answer is Islam is the only true religion, and we have to play like.
But yeah, one point I was gonna make that is like it, and I don't hold this position necessarily, right? I think it's kind of an extreme and weird position to hold. But one argument you can make in favor like of eternalism, and especially going back to a point of like say, there being a prior state other than the Big Bang, is that what the Big Bang tells us, if I understand it correctly, right? It's just the Big Bang, or as far as we can observe from the Big Bang into its structure, is essentially, in some ways, the origin of information, right? It's the most ancient source of, in form of quantized energy we can observe about the universe at some state of time. However, that doesn't mean that the universe wasn't in a prior state before that. That doesn't mean that the state we observed it in, 13.8 or, whatever the margin of error for that number is, right, didn't have, a prior state to it that, we're currently observing, or that for some reason, like, there is a manifestation of the universe that's older that we just can't observe.
I mean that brings up quantum theory, which brings up the idea that maybe there's a multiverse, like, but time branches off. So I mean, there could be an infinite number of universes there. So
within the multiverse theories, that can actually one universe in a multiverse theory can cause another universe to come into existence, and that's within the Kalam. That's what all I would be saying. So I was actually excited when John was saying what was happening possibly before this universe came into existence, because that's all I would be arguing for with the Kalam, is that there was a cause of some sort. You don't need to say it was God. You don't need to say it was intelligent. You can call it reality. You can call it energy.
I mean, if we're going to talk about that, I mean, like, reality as we know it has been around for about 16 billion years.
13.8.
13.8.
Yeah, 13. I'll settle. Yeah, 13.8 there.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and soon enough, the universe itself is going to just collapse on itself. They're just through like gravity and time. Yeah, so I mean, who cares if you follow God or not? There, I mean, like we're mayflies in a vast ocean.
This is what I was saying at the beginning of the episode. When we get into these types of arguments, it seems like everybody wants to keep jumping to this God thing, and we're not even close to being there yet.
I would agree with that. Just because there's causation doesn't imply God, and that's always been my problem with the Kalam is the inference of God there at the beginning. Sure, something happened with that big, what we call the Big Bang, the big expansion, but whatever caused it, we just don't know, and to pretend that we know is a false belief.
Can I add something important here?
Cosmological argument does not infer. It infers a cause for cause.
Yeah. A cause, not a creator. Yeah.
God has to be defined, and if one says, then if you say, okay, what's this cause? And somebody says, well, that cause is a God. Okay, what is that? Then they have to define what the God is. And if you're saying that the God is necessary, then it's up to the person making the claim to demonstrate what that is, what this God is as that necessary agent or causation in whatever
Depending
respect.
on what you mean by demonstrate.
Well, as I said to Darth Dawkins famously, how do you know it wasn't pixies farting universes?
Can I make a quick point?
Wait, hold on. I understand that demonstration can happen in argumentation. So you can demonstrate something through a deductive argument and through an inductive argument. The problem is when you start out with if you start out with a deductive argument or inductive argument, there's a God. And you haven't demonstrated in a previous argument or at the beginning of your argument what that God is. So
I don't know whose argumentation you're critiquing. Yeah, I don't know whose argumentation you're critiquing, but it wouldn't be mine. because I don't start with
No,
God.
I'm not
Yeah,
saying that that's
it
right.
probably wouldn't be
Okay.
Khalil.
Before we get too deep into this, can I make an important point? Just because I think it's an important point, and I'm quite certain this is going to be a point of contention with Khalil. So we don't have to go into it too deeply because
Oh yeah, and
I'm
we're
going
going
to
until
try to
this
get to that
bitch
stream on
ends, so-
Saturday. But as far as what we understand about both cosmology, things like general relativity, special relativity, and what we understand about quantum mechanics, the whole notion of speaking about events that happened at the earliest and the most energetic moments of the universe in terms of causation, in terms of cause and effect, doesn't even make sense because, and this comes into what is meant when we're talking about causality, which is, because I mean we could be talking about Aristotelian causality, and there's a whole discussion there, and then that relates to discussing causality in terms of necessity and sufficiency, like a necessary condition versus a sufficient condition. So to give an example of that, you could say you have a cup sitting on a table. Gravity is a necessary condition for the cup falling over, but it's not a sufficient condition. A sufficient condition would be some force applied on the cup. So if it comes down to when somebody says cause, I would argue that if we can extend beyond the earliest moments of the universe, there might be a necessary condition there, but I don't think there's a sufficient condition because we observe things resulting only because of necessary conditions without any sufficient conditions whatsoever, which would be, hold on, just to wrap up, which would be by all rights acausal.
Yeah, but to be sufficient, even if it's sufficient, it doesn't necessarily mean that one has to worship it or adhere to it in any way, shape, or form. It
Of
could
course
just
not.
simply be-
But the Kalam doesn't get you there. Any aspects of a divinity or a god or even something supernatural are not presupposed or directly inferred by the Kalam cosmological argument. That argument is meant to get you to this cause of the universe's existence.
Yeah,
That conclusion is then utilized generally as a premise in
I
other
agree.
arguments to
I
get
have a
you
premise.
down the
I
road
agree.
to a deity generally of a particular religion. This is a whole process, and this is what Khalil is saying, is right now we are at like the very first step. So
I have a
jumping
premise.
across all the other steps to a god and which god is ignoring all those steps, and we need to stop doing that.
But wait, I think the core of the Kalam argument is that everything that has an existence has a cause to exist. Does God exist?
Everything what's state of existence begins has a cause for that event, and thereby its persistence.
Oh yeah,
in
but
existence,
honestly,
in being.
straight up, like the problem with the Kalam is most people that use the argument imply God.
Yes, but when they're at the moment of them arguing the Kalam argument, if they're a good apologist, they're not the Kalam argument God. It's the Kalam argument, maybe contingency argument, teleological argument, moral argument, ontological argument.
Real quick though. So like, okay, if everything that exists had a cause,
began to
exist had a cause. And then you get into special pleading because then you say, well, God didn't begin to exist. God's
But there's
always
reasons for that. There's reasons. It's only special pleading when you can't reasonably justify the exception. Most apologists, and I would agree, can reasonably justify it.
I don't
would
agree with
disagree
that.
there's a
I
God.
do not agree with
think
that.
that they can reasonably.
I don't agree with that.
yeah,
Because
you can make-
if you argue, real quick, John.
Because if it caused the universe,
just a
then
second.
wouldn't
Just a
it have
second.
to-
If you argue that everything that has a cause has a beginning, does not God have a cause?
Not necessarily.
No.
Why
No,
not?
it's everything that has a beginning has cause. not that everything has a cause.
He's defined as
Wait,
necessary.
why not? Why not?
Because he's defined as necessary.
Yeah, this
He's
is another
causing-
argument in that process right now.
It's because
that makes no fucking sense.
Right,
I'm
right.
sorry.
Oh,
And here's
Lord
the
have
thing,
mercy.
No, but
It makes no sense.
Wait a minute, hold on.
This is
It
what I
makes
was
sense
saying
from a
happens.
philosophical
It makes no
standpoint.
fucking sense.
Wait a minute.
That is stupid.
God damn it! It makes
Go ahead,
sense
John,
from
but
a-
that's fucking stupid.
No, but it makes sense from their aspect, from a philosophical point. But as far as for
Well,
as
that's
far
why I
as-
say fuck philosophy. I
right.
mean,
That's why. But yeah.
There we
It's
go.
an
Don't
argument.
do that
They're
again,
making
Ray.
an argument.
Don't
They're
do
making
that
an
again.
argument. They're making an argument to bolster their claim, and it's a possibility. But they act as if that's
John.
like the bottoming out of all reasoning. That you have to accept that that's how we define God.
No,
So
John,
No.
John, have you ever heard of Dr. Graham Oppie before?
Yes.
Oh boy.
Okay, so you do know that Graham Oppie actually believes and holds to the Kalam and also holds to the contingency argument as an atheist. So he accepts both of these arguments
As an atheist and a
philosophically
naturalist.
Right.
Yes.
And Red Fox was a comedian. Go ahead.
Can I say something?
Yes, Revolver Bernie.
He was
you
saying
can.
that.
Real quick, I want Revolver Bernie to go, but I just want to say that if God has no cause, what the fuck is the point? Go ahead, Revolver Bernie.
Okay, I mean,
That is the point.
I keep hearing an argument, and it's very one-sided here. It's like, excuses for. I mean, okay, let's say there is a God that exists there. Okay, let's follow that premise. Let's say.
What premise was presented that gets us to God yet?
Thank you.
Let me finish. God damn it.
Well, but you're working from a premise nobody's asserted. I mean, you can finish, but
he's
I
got
mean,
to
you're
present
just
his
wasting people's time.
Shut the fuck up and let me finish.
Well, wait a minute.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure, fine. Waste our time.
No, well, no, it isn't a waste of time because who asserted that premise? He's sitting right here saying he believes in Allah. That's asserting a premise.
But he hasn't asserted that yet as an argument.
When you say, wait a minute, when you're someone that believes in God and you come off as someone who believes in
This
God,
is what I'm talking about. They
you
just
are
wanna jump
claiming
right
you are
to it.
claiming the premise that God exists.
Implicit versus explicit claims. Oh my God, this is so bad.
All right. So just a second. This is what we're talking about. You know, like atheists are so fucking crazy. No, like literally, like.
You guys are missing a lot.
You're saying that God has no cause. You're saying that God has no cause, right? So why do we care about gay people?
What does that have to do with
Well, I mean, I'm asking, like, because obviously wait. For me as an outsider, it seems very clearly that God has a cause, and that is his cause is to believe as he wants you to.
That's not what cause means.
That's not what a cause means in this context.
What?
No, a cause means like if I drop my phone, my hands opening was the cause for my phone dropping.
It
actualized
origin. What was the origin?
In metaphysics, what a cause essentially refers to, right, is
So we're back to the virgin birth. Are we seriously back to the virgin birth? I mean, obviously God wasn't created by nothing, right?
What the hell?
I mean, what the fuck is a cause? Like seriously, what are you talking about?
I'm just trying to explain what a cause is, and everybody steamrolled right the fuck over him and asked how do we explain what a cause is.
Can I please finish what I was saying? Before I was rudely interrupted by these.
I mean, this is why I fucking hate philosophy, honestly.
I was not bringing philosophy into it there. I was actually saying, what if there was a God? And let's say if all gods exist, what then? Like, I mean, what do you mean it's not possible there? I mean, there
are logical contradictions.
For there to be.
Let me finish. Let me finish.
Oh, man, I got so much to say.
You literally just asked Khalil a question. You literally just asked him a question.
I wasn't finished the question.
Well, let Revolver Bernie finish, please. I mean, everybody wants to finish their points.
Okay, let's say all gods exist and they're all powerful. Which one is the right one?
The one that's not logically contradictory.
How do you do that? How do you follow which one's logically
You use the
contradictory?
classical laws of logic, do an internal critique on each worldview, and eliminate them as they violate the laws of logic. That's how you do it.
Either way, you'll find a deity that'll contradict natural physics.
Yeah, I mean,
so, either way.
But that tells me you don't know what an internal critique is.
That's a meaningless word there, man. You must also say
It is
I
agree.
The term internal critique is meaningless. Wait, so hold on, wait. Hold on, wait.
He doesn't even know what it means.
Internal critiques of their own models.
I agree.
At the academic level.
I said it was meaningless. I said it's
no purpose. Then why does it have meaning to like academics
serves
in every
no purpose.
field? But wait,
Leo, can I ask you a question? Leo,
thank you, Leo. Thank
you. Can I ask you a question, Leo? When does the theist do an internal critique of the non-theist?
I've
I
had
do.
numerous discussions with
Who, where, and when.
Let's
And
talk about. Let's talk
I
about.
can't
the
remember the names of everybody, and some of them I only know their screen names. I mean, shit, but I've had a lot of people that have done that.
Yeah.
Like seriously, an internal critique of the atheist position.
Yes.
Sure, yeah, but hold on.
And I
wait,
love
it's
doing
not-
it with them.
Seriously.
It's not just the atheist position.
Seriously. I mean, that's bullshit. I'm calling it out.
Rage,
Bullshit.
Rage. I know
That's
you
fine.
calling it bullshit, but you need to understand it first. He's not talking about the atheist. He's talking about the person who appeals to atheism, but is also a naturalist, a physicalist, a panpsychist. There's multiple different positions and labels that one holds that forms their worldview.
I didn't
if
say
you
that.
are a material,
I
or
didn't
if
say
you
that.
hold to, if I never said you did.
I
If
didn't
you
say-
hold, okay,
Atheism isn't a
let me finish.
worldview.
Let me finish. You were telling everybody else to shut the fuck up and let you finish. Could I please have the
Atheism
say?
isn't a worldview, though. Go ahead.
Well, it depends on who you ask.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. If I would stop being interrupted, you guys would know that I'm trying to say that atheism is not a worldview. Atheism is a single position on a single question, but along with that is materialism, physicalism, determinism, incompatibilism. You know, we have all these other routes that you can take on how you
construe your atheism.
Yeah, how you observe your reality.
I
And
still
you
haven't
can
got
do
to. I haven't gotten to the like. How does
Internal
God
critique?
not have a cause?
But
Do you want me to explain it?
You just were asking a question about internal critiques, so I'm trying to explain
I
that
mean,
to you.
You know,
So
I have dealt with a lot of theists, a lot of them. Not a single one of them has done an quote unquote internal critique of me.
Yes, and I think that's wrong, and I think that they should, and I think that I and a few other people are doing something different that we should have been doing for a very long time now.
When Islam stones women, what then?
And then you have people like that I find on Facebook that just want to talk shit.
It's
Instead of actually having fruitful
It's in the
conversations.
Quran, man.
I
It's in the
don't care
Quran.
what's
You
in
know,
the Quran. We're
Word of
talking
God.
about philosophical argumentations right now.
Khalil, I get accused all the time that I don't internal critique Christianity, the God of Abraham, Islam, when I was literally that.
But here's the thing.
It's
thing,
easy
like,
for me to go back there.
What Revolver just said about stoning people and whatnot, and how people say that I support a pedophile or whatnot. That's basically like me going, "Oh, you're an atheist, so you like killing people because they're Christians and Jews, like the secular atheist government in China is doing right now." I mean, but I don't do that. I ask you
Well,
what
no,
your
that
position
could
is
be like
and
a
what you
specific
believe.
reference to your like somewhat acquaintance with Smokey, because he's like literally somebody that's been accused of raping a minor.
Yeah, see, I would denounce that.
Yeah, I mean he's and still to this day, Smokey and nobody else has discouraged my what I know of the situation, that this motherfucker tried to rape a minor, and people still accept this dude, and they go on his channel and they talk with him, and they it fucking blows my mind, right? Like if it came out that the Raging Atheist fucked a minor, I'd be done. Smokey Saint survives it, and Khalil, you went and talked to him. I mean,
yeah, but I didn't know about this.
Well, you should have.
Am I supposed to do a federal background check on every single person I talk to?
Well, like you could have you could have done a decent just hey, oh wait, this motherfucker is putting Nakasuchi's child on blast.
Hold on, did you do a background check on me before I entered your room?
No, but you haven't put my child on blast either, and he has.
No, he hasn't put my child on blast.
But
which
he
means
did
that I
mine.
didn't- that means that.
But you talk to this dude. I am 98% of this motherfucker's content, Khalil. Khalil, I am 98% of this motherfucker's content, and you went and talked to him. He's been blasting my fucking child all over the internet. He's been telling people how I raped my kid.
Bro, calm down.
I'm sorry, I'm muting right now, but god damn it. Like, fuck.
I'm not supporting.
Where is the? I mean, we want to talk about a cause of the God of the universe. Where's this fucking God stopping motherfuckers? I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I don't even know where to go from here.
I don't. What did I come back to?
I don't.
Yeah,
I don't
that's
even
a very
know.
good question.
I don't even know. So just to clear it up, I don't do a background check on every single person that I have interactions with. If they give me a reason to do a background check, or I hear something about somebody, then I will do a background check. Like, for example, this guy named T. Robert had come into the groups. I heard that he was a pathological liar. He had been arrested and put in jail for domestic violence and whatnot. And once I did that background check, after I found that information out, then I went and I totally cut him out of my life. Which you just made a claim about Smokey. I will go and do my due diligence to figure out what's going on with this guy. And if I can find out that it's true, and then I see videos of him blasting your child and doxing you and your family over the internet, I'm done with him. It's literally that.
I think pretty much everybody in here can vouch for Rage, and obviously you should still inquire on your own. That's always smart. Yeah. But Smokey Sane is I really, and Cleo, I do not say this about people often. I really don't. But in my opinion, he is a bad human being. The way that he talks about people, the way I've heard him talk about women, the way I've heard him, it's just a toxic individual.
I agree.
He is.
I do apologize, Khalil. I shouldn't have put all that on you. There's no way for you to know all that shit. I got emotional.
You've brought it to light, and now I will take what you've said into deep consideration. So I mean I respect you enough for that. Like
all right, real quick.
I gotta get going.
Yeah.
I apologize. I got way too emotional. Like, I came in trying to be reasoning and shit. You know.
This is Brett's fault, man. I blame Brett for this. There.
So, do you got any final words, Immutable?
No, I mean I do think that the heart of like this atheist and theist debate question really does continge on the validity and the utility of some of these philosophical arguments that have been developed and refined over what is now thousands of years. And it's
but would you agree, Immutable, that while arguments can be convincing, they more often than not cannot be definitive, though?
So that's the thing. I mean, I've been mulling this over for the past few months. Is that I don't know even if I were to accept the general claim of theism, if I would be able to settle on a particular form of theism. And I think there might actually be a counter argument as to why, even if a god was demonstrated, that you shouldn't hold to any particular form of theism. But that'd be something I would need to flesh out in more time.
I think, and I just want to point out, I'm reading Crito by Plato now. I'm pretty deep into it, but I've still got so much far to go, and that's thanks to Khalil Allah. But I would say that philosophy oftentimes gives us justifications where there shouldn't be. And as I'm getting into philosophy, I actually dislike it more than before I started.
Are you reading continental philosophy or analytic?
I'm starting with the ancients, Leo, and then I'm gonna jump from the ancients after I'm done reading Marcus Aurelius's Mind of a Roman Emperor. I'm gonna jump to the 1600s.
When you're done with history of philosophy, dive into like introductions to philosophy, like from Rutledge or Oxford.
Yes,
like
the
right
Rutledge
now,
contemporary
you're gonna love this, Leo. I don't know if anybody else gets this. Immutable might, but right now I'm reading a book, the Introduction to Meta Philosophy.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
yeah.
it's like,
oh Jesus,
it's like I'm in deep now.
Yeah,
I honestly hope I never get there. I'm gonna be honest.
It's basically just Rage to give you a general idea. It's basically a book on why philosophy is philosophy. Is it progressive at all? Why does philosophy do anything? Why, and the nuances about what philosophy
It's philosophizing about philosophy.
Exactly.
So far,
Yeah.
honestly,
Philosophy.
so far, my opinion of philosophy is it is not progressive.
You
It's
need
actually,
to be open-minded about it. You really do.
I
So
don't
all I
know.
can say is, as
I
I
don't
have
know.
better understood the philosophy, my arguments, I think, have improved significantly.
Now, if you guys, hold on.
philosophy. God,
I just wanted to say, I am also not only going through philosophical books like that, But I think you guys, if I was to sit down with some of you, even the atheists in here, and we were going to say, okay, so what's wrong with Christianity? I could teach you philosophical argumentation to battle and refute the Trinity, the Incarnation, the Atonement. There are logical problems with each of these, and you guys could use these arguments to corner theists.
Maybe
philosophy is very useful.
But why do that when I can use their Bible?
Well, because they have different.
But you are Trinity, Incarnation, like things like that. That's all in the Bible. You're using their very world.
Yeah.
It's sort of a reductio ad absurdum. You're showing that if you accept the truth of this point of view, this ideology, what have you, it leads inherently to contradictions,
So
which
for
is an
example,
argument against it.
But I get that. I do. I get that, Leo. But what I'm saying is, all you really need to do as an atheist is point out the Bible. That's
the
all
thing
you really
is,
got.
it hasn't been working.
I can't tell you how many. I'm talking to quite a few philosophers at this point, and quite a few of them use their philosophy to justify their very right-wing, fucked up positions.
Most
like
people are
at this point, and I'm trying to have an open mind as I study it. I don't have much appreciation for philosophy.
Well, if you've seen some of the things that happen by it, you can literally have Christians that at the beginning of the conversation state that a Christian should try and avoid having an incoherent or heretical view. Once I go through
you can do that using the Bible as well.
Yeah, but
that's what Khalil is doing. He's using the Bible. You can't just take the Bible and start reading from it and say, haha, you're wrong. You've got to explain where the contradictions are.
You literally can. You literally can.
Really.
Well, I mean, most Christians have never read the entire Bible, Leo. Most Christians have never read the entire Bible.
Well aware of that.
Rage. What the difference between what I'm saying and what you're saying is that you use the Bible to tell them that they're wrong. I use their own words to show them that they're wrong.
But do they care either way? Do they care either way?
Yes,
no, they don't.
Change their position.
They fucking don't.
If you come into these rooms, Rage, you see it yourself.
No, they fucking don't. Like you
I've
did,
seen it,
but no, they fucking don't.
All right.
All right.
You do know that I've already converted one person over from Christianity to Islam, right?
Well, yeah, and the moment you do that to an atheist, you become an enemy of mine. So
that's not a really good way to look at it. I shouldn't. Because if I view these people as
used to be
enemies, then I
good
become
friends with
overly
Ocean,
hostile.
but I see him as a person that converts atheists. So yeah, fuck him.
My view,
I love
unfortunately, on this matter is
You probably shouldn't, because he doesn't like you.
Ocean doesn't like me?
No, he doesn't like atheists. Like, come the fuck on, dude.
I've
Actually
had
read his
great-
Twitter.
I've had great
I don't have
discussions with
reason
him.
to doubt that. currently.
Yeah, I did too, Leo, until I didn't.
Well, I follow him on Twitter.
Like, he
We
came
get
on my
along
fucking
pretty
stream all the
well.
goddamn time. We were best friends. And then Allie went and told him I called him a coward, which I didn't. I called Nathaniel from secular whatever that you know who I'm talking about, Nathaniel Walters. I called him a coward, but Ocean is sensitive.
Okay. So I mean, you don't have to. I would love to sit down with you and go over these and show you how you can have a Christian put his own foot in his mouth.
It's beautiful.
They do that. It's quite beautiful. And
that's something we can agree with Khalil on. It's beautiful when that happens, and they're just like, "What?" And you can literally hear the gears smoking in their head.
I just don't agree with that. Philosophy can be. It's kind of like the Bible, right? Like,
Did you know science is a philosophy?
It's on the eyes of the beholder, right? When you show a Christian something in the Bible that they thought didn't exist, and then you show them that it did. Those
come up with a justification
those are
for it,
the
and then
beautiful moments.
And then they justify it with X. So how do you respond to
they
X?
justify your philosophical. I mean, they justify
don't.
everything. Like, what the fuck
they
are you
don't.
talking about?
They
No,
concede
you
that
didn't,
they're
Khalil.
wrong.
You
They
didn't.
concede
I
that they're
have been dealing with Christians for a long fucking time now, and trust me, they do.
Christians in the method that I use.
Can I be honest? And I
Oh my
really
god,
don't
the
mean
method
this.
you use is the shit. I'm sure.
Hold on, can I ask Raging? Can I ask Raging something?
I want to just really quick, just like 10 seconds, just to make a quick point, and I don't mean this offensively at all. Because I'm not really targeting it at anybody, because I think it's true of atheists broadly. Honestly,
10
I
seconds
think
up.
the reason that they have a hard time convincing, or being convincing, not like, hey, I'm going to be an atheist now, but convincing to some degree with Christians and other religious people, is because most atheists have a very dismissive view of philosophy and are not capable of formulating thereby and defending rigorous, meaningful arguments that give these people something to consider.
Do you know how many people I've converted away from Christianity with my approach and my rhetoric?
Were they in one-on-one settings?
I'm just asking because I don't fucking know either. I've gotten a lot of comments, right? Like I had a stream where
we each have our own niche.
I had a stream where I cursed out God, and Christians, some of them liked it. I don't get the point here. So you're trying to say like philosophy convinces people?
It can be used to. You realize
how long has philosophy been around?
Thousands of years.
Thousands of years. How long has this world been dominated by theism?
Let me say this: philosophy has been around longer than science.
So how long has this world been dominated by the bullshit of theism?
Why is that?
So take your philosophy. I'm sorry, I'm studying it, and I want to talk about this shit with you. But honestly, take it and shove it up your ass because it has done nothing for humanity. Nothing. Not a goddamn thing. Not a fucking thing.
Wait. Whoa. Science hasn't never done anything for the world. Science has never done anything for the world. Science is a philosophy. Look at the scientific method.
No.
Science is
Yes. You don't get to do that, Leo. You don't get to do that bullshit.
What do you mean?
You don't get to do that bullshit.
Wait.
I mean, come the fuck on, dude. Fuck on.
Guys, hold on.
I'm just trying to make my point. Everybody else is trying to jump in.
Everybody shut the fuck up. I'm the mod here, and I'm taking control. J. Mike has been trying to get in for like 10 minutes.
I can't finish my point.
We'll come back.
I was trying to tell people.
What fucking point?
Real fast.
Well, we would know what it was if I was allowed to finish.
J. Mike, go ahead.
I guess we're gonna jump around randomly for some odd reason. That's not my.
No, we're gonna. Yeah. Okay.
I want to just point out real fast. Like, no one needs to get mad. We're all good. But second, so what the problem is? I'm an atheist, by the way, Raging. But the problem is that when we use science, we use a specific method. That is an assumed epistemological framework, right? And so a lot of people are convinced on that because, we get stuff done in the lab. We look at what's called a posteriori evidence, which is just empirical evidence, and that has a lot of good use. It really does. The problem is the only reason we've gotten there and in the first place is through philosophy, through discourse of looking at how we come to knowledge, how we determine the imaginary from the actual. I've learned a lot to go, I'm not going to assume that my interlocutor carries the same epistemological framework as me because they might not, right? And the better thing to do is just to show, okay, well, you don't value kind of the same things that I value to get to truth. I can show you why you've made a mistake. And the only way I can do that is through philosophy, like reductio or things like that, to show them how their worldview could be incorrect. Now, what I will say where I disagree with Khalil and maybe Leo is that when you point something out wrong in a worldview, even a contradiction doesn't mean the worldview is wrong. It just means that you have an aspect of the worldview you have to go back to, right?
I agree.
So I would present, on the last thing, I would present one real thing to Khalil to show where this might be something he goes, I have to think about that, but it won't disprove his position. But I'd ask him a question like, because you take the Kalam, you deny actual infinities, I assume, right? Like,
you're going to talk about heaven, aren't you?
Real quick,
I was going to ask, how does that work? If your religious commitments, like Dr. Craig, for example, he puts his foot in his mouth from my position because on one end he has to make a move so that infinite regressions are not possible by denying actual infinities. I get the move 100%. But in virtue of doing that, he stomps all over his Christian foundational beliefs that Jesus, as per what John 15 to 17 or whatever, talks about giving everlasting life, or revelation about how I'm supposed to be burning in hell. So evidently, I'm not going to be burning in hell forever if you deny actual infinities, and you won't get eternal life. So how do you how do you reconcile that, through your framework?
Well, I want you to answer that, Khalil, but I gotta respond to like all the criticism I just got. We currently live in the post-truth era. After people in this stream repeatedly told me we've had philosophy for thousands of years. Currently, half of the country thinks that Donald Trump's going to be president in August. Good going philosophy. Answer J Mike's question.
What? That has nothing to do with
Ketchup on porcupines
that at all.
equals ostrich eggs.
It has everything to do with it because, philosophy is the answer for everything, and yet half the fucking country are fucking retarded. So don't tell me it has nothing to do with it.
Deepak Chopra philosophy like he does with quantum mechanics. That like Deepak Chopra says, well, quantum mechanics can't explain everything. It says that anything can happen at any time for absolutely no reason.
What has philosophy done for this fucking world, Leo? What has it done? Except for getting, I have talked to plenty of fucking right-wing fucking extremists that give me their philosophy and justify it with it. I have talked to Khalil that has given me his philosophy and justified his fucking irrational beliefs here. I mean, like, tell me, seriously, what has philosophy done for this fucking world, dude?
Would you like me to explain that? So, hold on, really quickly.
Sorry.
Do you know what the title of Isaac Newton's most famous work is?
He doesn't care.
I do.
No, whoever said I don't care, it was right.
Well, you should if you want me to. If you are trying to be genuine and you want me to answer your question.
Just talk
so
about
it was called the Philosophiae Naturalis Principia Mathematica, the mathematical principles of natural philosophy. Do you know what natural philosophy meant back then in his time? It meant science. So him philosophizing during the pandemic, during the bubonic plague, he invented, calculus, Newtonian mechanics.
Well,
he contributed to classical mechanics.
Awesome.
All because he sat down and he thought about things and he philosophized.
Sweet, and yet we still have evangelicals trying to kill gay people. Like, what the fuck?
Wait, hold on. Doc, let me tell you something.
Sweet. Philosophy's so great.
Hold on. But the irony of what's going on here is that, and I get pissed off about the philosophy too. I think there's a more common way to speak about things without going to all that.
You can't
hold on.
Thousands of years of philosophy, we still have racial injustice.
Why are we
great going philosophy? Great going philosophy. You did a great job.
Let me finish my goddamn sentence. All I was going to say to Doc was,
thousands of years of philosophy,
hold
dude.
On. The irony of what you're saying is when you say, what has philosophy done for the world, is that's a philosophical conversation.
Yeah.
That's a philosophy that's anti-philosophy.
Well, the entire criticism of why should we do philosophy? You just defeated the purpose. You're doing exactly that. I mean,
you're literally philosophizing.
Yeah, one issue as well is that.
Way to go, John Peterson, for making Khalil's greatest point against me. Way to go.
Hold on, I'm a programming major, and so
I'm fucking clapping for you, dude.
Look, I'm a programming major, and philosophy is so important in sets that I deal with, right? Like I started learning a lot of first order logic and things like that, which is very, very, very important in computation.
Okay, hold on. Let me get back to what Knox said to me. I wasn't trying to bolster his point against you or to dish you. I'm just saying that's the reality of it. I don't think philosophy I don't give it as much import as these philosophers in here do, but that's just the truth of it. That when you talk about things like that, you are talking about philosophy. You are philosophizing.
Not even when you talk, even think of your own existence. You fall into the cogito. I think, therefore I am. You're having an experience, which is a philosophical argument. And to say experience, you're not talking about not an experience. So now you're invoking the classical laws of logic of identity. So, I mean, literally, you can't even conceptualize or even have a single thought of a single thing without philosophizing.
Yeah, and if you're somebody that denies that and goes, "Hey, you know what? Actually, I think I can derive true contradictions." Well, guess what? There's a camp for you. They're called dialetheistic logic, and they deal with true contradictions. And these things matter. Why? Because even in sets that I use with programming, we can use different systems of logic and they work, right? And so it's not just like the application of sitting in the armchair has actually benefited us just in medicine alone.
I've heard all this shit before. I've heard it all before.
I heard the same.
Continue with the hate. Go for it.
I've said them before, and the only reason I've said them was because I didn't understand philosophy, and I wanted to look smarter than I was. That was the only reason I ever said those. Once I got into philosophy,
no, I'm not talking. I don't even know who you are. I'm not talking about you. I've heard all this shit before.
Well, one thing I'd like to point out too.
So my question, and I got laughed at about this when I posted on Richard Masson's channel to Khalil. You admit we've had philosophy for thousands of years. People considering deep thoughts for thousands of years. How come when I go into the ghetto, this philosophy doesn't seem to matter? Because all I see is racial indiscrimination. All I see is motherfuckers are pressed. I mean, how is this philosophy? How has thousands of years of this philosophy made this world a better place? Because it seems to me, I'm not done with my fucking point. I'm not done with my point. It seems to me that this fucking world got better with science and technology. Philosophy did not do a goddamn thing.
Philosophy is the foundation of science. And all the questions you brought up are contained and answered and talked about in political philosophy, social philosophy. When I defend socialism, I appeal to Marxist philosophy.
So they've been brought up and they've been brought up and talked about. How have they been solved?
Rage, you're committing with J. Mike's favorite fallacy to call.
How have they been solved?
They haven't, because we have.
After thousands of years of this philosophy, they haven't been solved?
You think what? Wait, what do you think philosophy is?
And why is it the case that philosophy has to solve problems, right? I mean, kind of like the point Leo was making
earlier. It either solves problems or it doesn't.
Well, then what's the fucking point? What's the fucking point of it? You want to justify your fucked up beliefs. That's it. That's all.
I have beliefs that are fucked up.
Can I please say this?
What belief?
Hold on. Can I please say this? Rage, if I was to do the same thing you're doing with philosophy with science, I can say, what the fuck use is science for? Every time they've given me an age of the universe, they've been fucking wrong.
People should.
Okay. So we should just not trust
They do say that. They do say that.
You should not. You should do the research yourself so you believe what you believe.
I'm not understanding. What's the alternative? Like the implications of what you're saying in virtue of like, what has philosophy done? Well, if we take your advice, we all just sit on our hands and kick rocks.
We've all sat on our hands and kicked rocks anyway. What the fuck are you talking about?
So the reason
what are you talking about? What have we done? What have we done
right now is through the discourse of science, which is predicated. The antecedent cause of that is philosophy. For you to ignore that is just to like, it's like
thousands of years. How long is J Mike? How long is it going to go before?
What do they do?
How long is it before gay people get equal rights? Another 1,000 years?
Wait, hold on.
How long before philosophy solves the problems of the world?
Standing on the shoulders of giants, Rage. It's not hard, dude. We're standing on the shoulders of giants. It's not just like one person that thought. This is the collective process, and the collective process got us where? To science, which got us where? To the ability for me talking to you right now through my fucking
I mean, thousands of years of philosophy, and just in the last 30 years here in America, gay people can be gay. Yeah, thousands of years of philosophy, though. Oh my God, it's so great. Fuck y'all. I mean, fuck you, motherfuckers.
Why hasn't science solved these problems? Science is fucking worthless. It's existed for thousands of years, and we still have got like 1 billion people living in poverty. Fuck science. How has it existed for like all these millennia and hasn't made a human society a utopia? Well, we must just fucking dismiss it altogether.
But no, that's an easy question, Leo. That's an easy question, Leo. Because science was held back by religion.
That's
an easy question. Was philosophy held back by religion? Oh yeah, it was. But they burned all those books, didn't they?
No, that's bullshit. I'm not even going to agree to that.
Yeah, no.
Actually, I won't say it's religion.
They didn't burn all the schools of philosophy back in the ancient world that didn't agree with theism.
Welcome to Matt Dillahuntyism.
Really? Like I'm not even like a big like you understand that Matt Dillahunty attacked me personally. I'm not a big Matt
That's
Dillahunty
fine.
fan.
You're parroting his doctrine.
Oh, so because Matt Dillahunty said it and I said it, I'm parroting Matt Dillahunty.
I'm
Way
putting
to
a
go,
label to
Khalil.
the
Way to
doctrine. I'm
go.
putting a label to the doctrine.
Let's stay on focus. So like when you make these statements in that way, like everything.
Well, real quick, let's not stay on focus because Khalil has a definite bias against Matt Dillahunty. Maybe because Matt would school you.
I don't care about talking about
I don't
people,
think
especially
so.
people that
We've
I
all-
really know. So
I'm in
let's-
touch with him personally right now.
Can I say something?
and we're scheduling a conversation, so we'll see.
This is gonna.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
yeah, I
watch
don't-
that.
Can I say something, please?
Yeah, let Revolver say something because he's been quiet.
Thank you.
I'm gonna get going legit now.
Yeah, I
I'm
mean,
sorry.
yeah, no worries. Take it easy, man. No, I mean, I hear this talk. You guys keep talking shit. You guys keep talking shit about science there. I mean, do you guys know anything about the Library of Alexandria? Like, I mean, do you know what that
No,
is?
never heard of it in my life.
Okay,
He's not talking shit. He's not talking shit. He was applying what's called a reductio ad absurdum. He was using the exact same thing and then saying it to science to show raging why the point was dumb.
Mike, why don't you eat my ass and let me finish there?
Matt Dillahunty.
Okay, now what I was saying is okay. Do you guys know what the Library of Alexandria is? Like, yes or no?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Okay, well, it was dated back at least like over 3,000 years there. So you got fucking science there. Like Hypatia, a woman, was one of the very first astronomers. Science. So like this whole talk of philosophy. I mean, at this point here for you guys there, I mean, you're not talking philosophy. You're giving me excuses for barbarism. It is not philosophy you're talking about there. Real philosophy is
Exactly. I agree. Thank you.
Wait, hold on. Can you tell me what real philosophy is, please?
Yeah.
Real philosophy is my dick in your mouth.
Okay.
So can I ask you a quick
wait, hold on.
question?
Is that analytic or continental?
Yeah, I was going to ask you.
And did you apply modus ponens or tollens? What did you do? Because from my understanding, I'm willing to call your bluff that you don't know shit about philosophy.
At this point, you're just talking out your ass, and I don't give a fuck.
Wait, what do you know about philosophy? I have been studying philosophy.
if we're gonna go
and
down
my
this road-
opinion has not changed. It hasn't.
Okay, well, so tell me exactly the form of modus ponens, because this is a very easy, very, very easy. If you've been
I was
studying
going to go
philosophy,
even easier than
you
that.
should tell me what modus ponens is.
I need to
I'll help you out. It's a tautology, so if you get the first part right, you get the last part right.
Mike, I need to jump in here real quick, okay? And you'll get an answer to your question. But what I think that the philosophers in the room are doing is
not a
they're
philosopher.
ignoring. Hold on, stop. Okay, is that we already admitted a few moments ago that any discourse or any thought, any considering the nature of things, that is philosophy, okay?
Well,
and
you admitted that.
Hold on, let me finish, okay? But what you're confusing is a knowledge of the language of philosophy and knowing the nuts and bolts of philosophy and what to call different things. You're confusing that with everybody philosophizes, okay? But they might not know what you just asked not to explain.
Sure. And they're also not going to know when you say knowledge, they're not going to be able to go, knowledge is defined as justified true belief, right?
The fuck up. You're going to let me
probably,
finish. I'm not going to talk. I'm not going to stop talking.
He's going to kick you out of the room.
There, you're in the back room now. Okay, so look, the fact is that you can, people that know all the nuts and bolts of philosophy can get a lot of gotcha questions on people that don't know the nuts and bolts of philosophy. That does not mean that those people don't philosophize, and that does not mean that those people can't make logical points and logical arguments. But if you want to do your gotcha questions and ask for definitions of terminology, go right ahead and do that.
He said he doesn't.
Look, I apologize. It's not about when you say logic or when you use knowledge, right, and you sneak those in there. That doesn't mean, when you don't apply that philosophically, it means nothing because it's just some blanket statement of like, I have knowledge of something. Okay, what is knowledge?
All right, so like 90% of the fucking country, no, 90% of the fucking country that doesn't think in philosophical terms, they have nothing to say.
But here's the thing.
That's not no. They don't have nothing to say. We're not declaring that if you have some certain level of knowledge and philosophy that it's right.
J Mike, what is your degree in?
Programming, and then I have a
Programming.
certificate.
So it's not in philosophy? Oh my fucking God! Eat my ass.
4 times I'm not a philosopher, but you guys wanted to keep saying something else for some reason. The fact that I like philosophy as a hobby, I play music for 15 years.
I like theology as a hobby. Guess what I don't like? I don't like little cunts that try to come in here and upstage me. Fuck you.
I don't give a shit about the meta because that's shit.
I don't give a shit about you. What are you not getting about that?
Then this is for the audience and not for your benefit, right? The same way when I take calls on Talk Heathen and the person is an idiot and I'm talking to them and I can just go, it doesn't matter the benefit.
Oh my God, I'm just like Talk Heathen.
Okay,
just like him. I am Talk Heathen.
Okay, I don't know what that means.
There's some philosophy for you. I am Talk Heathen.
Okay, anyway,
I am not the raging atheist. I'm fucking Talk Heathen, yo.
Are you identical to Talk Heathen within
I'm
classical
so confused right now.
I don't even watch it, dude.
It doesn't matter. It's besides the point. My point is to say it's that this discourse is for the benefit of an audience, not just yourself. So take yourself out of it. I know it's narcissistic of you, and it's hard for you to do. Just do it for 1 second.
Oh yeah, I'm totally a narcissist.
Apparently, but
totally
anyway.
agree.
Well, because you're
totally
still
agree with
your
you.
point across.
I mean,
and not
so are you going to call me a pedophile now? I mean, is that the next step?
No, I'm not, because I'm not.
Are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure your God isn't going to lead you to that? Is your philosophy going to lead you to be like, I fuck my kid?
He's an atheist.
You fucking idiot.
We've had me and J Mike know each other. We've had this guy's like an atheist. Are you a naturalist as well?
I really don't give a fuck. I honestly don't.
That's what I thought.
A dick is a dick.
Okay, I don't even know what.
There's nothing there to respond to.
Anyway, so when you use words, real quick, because this took a lot longer than it should have, but when you use words like knowledge or logic, and you go, that's illogical, you're using something.
Did I use those words?
Oh Lord have mercy!
But did I use those words?
So you can't
I did not use those words. I did not. I did not use those words.
Simple inference.
I'm sorry, Jay Mike. I did not use those fucking words.
Tautology.
I did not use those words.
He didn't say you did.
Yeah. Oh, he just did.
I'm saying in general, when John said.
Yeah, he just literally did.
He didn't say that you used those words.
He literally did, Leo. Go fuck yourself. He literally did.
When did he say Knock used this word? He didn't say that. He said when people use these words.
He meant you as in a general collective. He didn't mean you personally, Knock. He was saying when
but you agree. He said you.
Right.
I mean, what the fuck does you mean, John? I mean, John, are you? What the fuck, dude?
No. What I'm saying is that sometimes the word "you" means
you means you. You means you. You literally means you.
I hope that this isn't.
It literally means that. It literally fucking means that.
Right, I know, but not the situation. When you're speaking to a group, like if a teacher is up in front of a classroom.
I get it. I get it. I get it, John. It's not cool when I speak in generalities. You know, when the raging atheist does it. Oh my fucking God.
What I'm saying is that the word, it's just like the word "they" has different tenses.
Really? Really? Honestly, really?
My God. If you're in
seriously,
if you're teaching a class something and the teacher is talking to the whole class and they say, if you do this and that, this will be the result.
Was he talking to me, John?
Well, no, he was talking to he was trying to make.
No, he was fucking talking to me. What the fuck are you talking about?
Why don't we ask the guy who was talking? Who he was
fucking God! Like he was literally talking to me.
J Mike, were you talking to him or were you speaking broadly?
I was speaking broadly,
okay.
And also because John had specifically said it, and then you said something logic, so I was just covering the gambit here. Not. It's the point that you're making is so pedantic, and not even the point that I was trying to make.
All right, tell me how I'm wrong.
I was just simply trying to make a point that when if you
the
use
whole point of this open stream, tell me how I'm wrong, dog. John, you can pipe in when you want to.
It's about you dismissing value for something that has immediate value to everything that we do.
Oh yeah, because I got you guys to admit that philosophy has been around for 1,000 years, and tell me how great this planet is.
Science has been around for 1,000 years. Tell me how great.
No,
this
it
planet
fucking
is.
hasn't.
Yes, it
What
has.
the fuck are you talking about?
Wait, can you tell me the first people who started utilizing aspects of the scientific method? Do you know when that was?
My fucking God, Leo. What the fuck are you talking about?
Well, you're saying it hasn't been around for thousands of years, except that science has been around for thousands of years.
Leo, I said that, you piece of shit. Leo,
Yeah, I mean, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? Like Leo, like seriously, do you got an issue with me?
No.
Because if you have an issue with me, you can address it directly.
Well, don't you think I would have done that if I did?
I don't know. I don't know you. But you seem like you got a fucking issue with me.
Rage, what are you talking about? Yes, you do know me.
Look, I have an issue with Rage. He doesn't know how to have a fucking conversation. Like, this is why, like, people aren't going to listen. Like, people who actually want to go through an intellectual discourse and what they believe, like myself or Leo, Khalil,
I'm straight.
John, maybe everybody else in the room, like, they're going to just not listen, and that's fine. Like, you can give rhetoric, right? But if you can't put your rhetoric propositionally, it's meaningless.
I'm such a stupid person, J. Mike.
I didn't call you stupid at all. I just said I have an issue with the fact that you can't have intellectual conversations.
I'm so dumb. I mean, you're literally calling me dumb, bitch.
Right.
I mean, what the fuck?
I think that where I go off the rails here is, and I correct me if I'm wrong, Jay Mike, but it seems to me that you're implying that nobody can have any knowledge or make a logical point or understand anything unless they completely understand philosophy and all the nuts and bolts of it.
No, that's not what I'm saying. But when you say no one can have knowledge, it's meaningless if we don't define it, which people who don't typically get into philosophy, they don't do. And if I ask the question, like,
when did I say no one has knowledge?
How do you define knowledge? And if they don't give me, like, well, justified true belief, or I reject justified true belief.
When did I say no one has knowledge?
Gettier cases,
we're missing
Gettier cases. Or they might go, you know what, Gettier cases show that justified true belief might not be a good definition of knowledge.
Trumpers have knowledge that, like Donald Trump is going to be president in August. They have that knowledge. Is
no,
it
they
real?
don't. That's not knowledge.
Do you know what
sure they have that knowledge? They think it's real right in this moment.
They don't have that knowledge. They have that belief.
If you're an internalist or an externalist in terms of justification, which matters, right? And why does that matter? Because we do thought experiments, like Bob's looking at a tree. Bob touches.
You know what? I think you convinced me, J. Mike. J. Mike, you convinced me. I quit. I give up.
Look,
I'm too stupid. I am way too dumb to do this.
This is just really uncharitable.
I'm not going there. I'm never saying you're dumb. I think that would be. Look, I know you've called me a bitch. Someone's said that I'm fucking stupid. I know those are your problems, and I'm trying to set those aside. But I'm not calling you stupid. I'm not saying you're dumb. I'm saying I have a problem with the fact that you just dismiss what could be an actual productive conversation.
You don't know what you're talking about.
My statement was literally, philosophy has had thousands of years by your guys' own admission.
So has science.
So
we don't have to be talking about philosophy, but
I'm sorry, Leo, but like science really hasn't had any breath to breathe until the last 150 fucking years.
Well, what about Isaac Newton? What about Kepler? What about Aristotle? What about Ionian?
I'm sorry, Leo. I'm sorry, Leo. Was Isaac Newton? Leo, was Isaac Newton limited by his environment?
What do you mean?
What was he forced to be something he's not? Was Galileo forced to be something he's not?
I don't know what you mean by that. Like, are you saying somebody like forced them to be a girl and they didn't want to be a guy? I don't know what you mean.
What I'm asking, Leo, is how many scientists were burnt at the stake for their science?
I don't think that many.
You don't?
Well,
have you studied Christian history?
Yes, quite extensively, my friend. Quite extensively.
Really? So you don't think many scientists were burnt at the stake for their science?
I mean, what is many? And what standard are we using?
I would say one is too many.
Leo, I would say one person is too many.
Leo,
that's what I just fucking said, right? So was more than one person burnt at the stake for their scientific beliefs?
We don't know why most people that were burned at the stake were burnt at the stake, because the church was very vague about why they did it. And take a look at the Republican Party. They write these laws.
I'm sorry, Leo. I'm sorry, Leo.
so that they can target
I'm
them.
sorry,
You agree
Leo.
with that,
You
right?
you just showed yourself.
Wait, you agree?
Honestly,
You agree with what I
as a
just said,
problem
right?
with atheism, my dude, because you don't recognize the true history.
Wait, how am I a problem with atheism when I literally a secular advocate?
What does that mean? That sounds
like I have a
like
video coming out this Saturday on atheism and what it means and what it
Like
shouldn't
you're
do.
gonna sit here and say that
rationalizing murder, dude.
you're gonna sit here and say that plenty of scientists were not burned at the stake for their beliefs.
I never said anything about scientists being burnt at the stake. You did.
Well, I asked you a question, and you were like, "Not many."
Well, no, I was like, I don't think that many, but I don't understand because like we don't have records of what people believed when they
Sure,
were
we fucking dude, we fucking
Okay,
do.
Can you give me those
This
records?
is denialism there. You're doing, Leo. You're denying.
No, what am I
you're-
denying?
you're-
What am
you're
I denying?
You're denying murder is what you're doing.
No,
there.
no, I'm not. What murder have I denied?
Plenty of people's murders, Leo.
In what way? When have I said people weren't murdered? When have I said that there are people who weren't murdered? that weren't?
Knock asked you a question and you downplayed it there. That's
No,
straight
I
up
didn't.
nihilism.
No, I
You-
didn't. I
You
didn't
downplayed
downplay
it, man, dude.
How did I downplay it?
Oh my
How
god!
did I downplay it?
Oh my god, dude!
Are you just gonna sit there and say, "Oh my god"? Or are you gonna explain how I downplayed it?
Knock said it pretty simply for you there, dude. He said it's like scientists were murdered by the church there, and you're saying, oh, not that many there.
Well, no, that's not what I said. I said he asked me how many were burnt.
Dude, I was
said,
here. I
don't
was here.
I said
was
I
in the
don't
conversation.
think that many. I don't really know. I don't think anybody
That's still
does. You
denialism.
don't have-
That's
No, what
still
am I denying?
denialism. Oh my-
What am I denying?
You're denying church's culpability in
No, I'm
murder.
not. When did I say that? The
Oh my
church
god,
didn't-
dude! What the fuck?
When did I say that the church doesn't murder people? Holy fucking shit! You are so goddamn uncharitable. It's not even funny.
It's denial.
If he said not that many,
What am I denying?
that doesn't
What
deny
have
that
I
it happened.
denied?
You're an idiot.
What have I
Denialism.
denied?
That's
What
still
have I
denialism.
denied?
Still denialism.
What have I
my God.
denied?
He doesn't know any
What
other
have I
word
denied?
other than to put ism at the end of denial for some reason.
He said he knew the history like 5 seconds
I
before
mean-
he did. I mean, dude, what the fuck?
Leo's right. Leo's right. You know, Leo's right. No religion. You know, science hasn't been held back by religion.
He never
You
said
know,
that.
When did I say that?
He
When did
never
I
said
say
that.
It wasn't.
You guys are just
How
being
you guys are
entirely
putting words-
uncharitable.
Like, I'm sorry,
I mean,
but this video's
fuck that.
probably
I
going
mean,
to
I'm
get a
sorry.
lot
I'm
of
Leo,
comments.
Leo, my dude. Leo, my dude. You want to come at the raging atheist? This is what you get. I'm sorry. I disagree. I have studied Christian history. I have studied the crucifixions. I have studied the fucking burnings at the stake. And I'm sorry, my dude. Christian has held science back. They have burnt many fucking scientists at the stake. And I'm sorry that you justify that.
Wait, justify what? I didn't justify anything.
Hold on, guys. Let me play the middle here. Why are you uncharitably saying he said that nobody was when he clearly when it wouldn't be denialism?
He
if
said not many.
An exception.
I did not. I said I don't think that, and then I proceeded to ask you what you meant to try to figure out a specification.
I was clear. How many scientists have been burned at the fucking stake?
I don't know. I don't think
Yeah,
anybody.
you know why you don't know?
Because I don't think anybody does. We don't have like numbers of 13,000.
So you just said nobody does. Nobody was burned at the stake, Leo.
Wait. You're
That's not what
conflating
he
me
said.
saying
He
we don't
just
have.
he just said that. He just said that.
Raging, I can help you. You're making a very elementary mistake. Look, let me help
No,
you.
he's not trying
He's not
to understand
listening.
me.
Yeah, he's not
trying.
listening.
Which
Look,
sucks because he's a good friend of mine. I would expect he'd have the charitability to actually try to fucking understand what I'm saying instead of listening just to respond. It's
Yeah,
so fucking uncharitable.
Like I'm
Oh
literally
my
not
God.
even here half the time. Like what the fuck are you talking about?
Yes, you didn't
just
hear.
said
You did not hear,
So
Raging,
so
because
no
what
no
he
no
said-
no.
what
Initially
he
he said.
what he
Initially
said-
he said not many
What
scientists.
he fucking said was that he doesn't.
Fucking
know
works
we
for
have
me,
no
J
record
Mike.
of it.
It works for me. It gets my attention. Use fucking more.
Yeah. So again, you conflated what he said, which was that not that he doesn't think that many. That's what he said, and then you conflated. He goes, I don't think anybody has a record of the 13 whatever, and you conflated that as nobody has died, which was a
No, I
separate
did not.
point that he made.
No, I did not.
But
I
you,
did not
for
do
some
that.
reason, don't have
I
the
did not do
capacity, and I'm
that.
gonna
I
start
clearly
calling
said
you
he
stupid
said
every
not
sermon
many.
if you
I
make
clearly
one
said
mistake
he.
like that.
I clearly said he said not many, and I contest that.
But I didn't say not many. I said I
Okay,
don't.
and that's the point to contest, not the fucking bullshit.
That's what I fucking
red
contested,
herring
you.
that you decided to
You
throw
fucking bitch. That's what I contested, you fucking idiot.
But then you went off on about things that I never said, though.
Yeah.
Like what?
Like you said that I said nobody got burned.
The fact of what just
I said
happened.
nobody has records of how many of any particular demographic.
You said not many.
You said not many,
I
dude.
said I don't think that many, and I said it obviously in a way that like, I don't know.
You guys can
mainly
rewind the
because I
fucking
don't
video and
understand
listen back.
Anybody?
Denialism. You
I
dumb
don't,
fuck.
wait,
Oh my
wait, what am
God.
I, wait, no, hold on.
Denialism.
No, I got this. Tell me what denialism is.
Well, denialism. Okay, it's downplaying or the.
No, it's not. It's denying something. Denying that something exists.
Can I get the?
What have I denied? What have I said? This is not the case. Where have I said that? Point out where.
Like 3 seconds ago there. Yeah.
Where?
I mean, like, literally, you said not many scientists have been burned at the stake for their beliefs.
I don't think that many. But
Then study fucking history, Leo, and stop reading all these goddamn books about physics and study fucking history, dude.
How many courses on Christian history have you taken through the great courses? I've taken 3. A 2-part series on the history of Christianity and one on the history of the Catholic Church. But I haven't studied Christian
I gotta
history.
go.
Taught by relevant professionals in the field, actual scholars, and I don't know shit about history. Obviously.
Oh boy.
You just kicked him out? Okay. Well, I mean, this was a grand, giant waste of my fucking time, and I can't get it back. But Khalil, it was nice seeing you.
See you, bro. So what do you guys want to talk about?
I don't know. I've been soaking it all in.
Damn, Knock.
I think my mood tonight, I was contagious and gave it to fucking Knock.
I'm literally like screaming into my microphone and I muted myself. All right, so Leo, you asked me how many classes that I took on theology in
Leo's
college. No, Leo's still backstage. He hears. And I'll bring you back into J Mike, but bitch, you are pissing me off. But Leo, you asked me how many classes I took on theology in college. I will tell you, I took 6. I also dropped out of college because I partied my ass off. But while I was in college, I took 6 classes on theology. All right, you can come back in.
No, you don't have to bother. I'm about to get out of here. This is a giant waste of my time. I talk to people with.
Oh yeah. Please go the fuck on. Go the fuck on.
No, that's what I'm.
I meant it. Go the fuck on. Bye.
You know, it's funny. I mean, and I don't know him. I just met him tonight, but he says this is a giant waste of my time. And what was he here for? Like a fucking hour? He must really like wasting his fucking time.
I don't.
You know, I mean, this is a stream to come and challenge me, bitch. Do better.
Khalil, you had something?
Bud? Huh?
Oh, I thought you raised your hand and had something.
Oh no, I'm just listening.
You know, so my position on philosophy is we don't even understand true philosophy. We burnt so many schools of philosophy back in the day in the name of Jesus, Yahweh, whatever you wanted to call him. I'm going to continue to study philosophy, but I really give 2 shits about it. My point is this. You guys have contested that philosophy has been here for thousands of years. I live in the modern world. I've lived for 43 years. I have spent most of my life dedicated to fighting racial injustice against gay people. And then the first part of my life, I spent in opposite of that. Philosophy hasn't done anything for this world outside of give justification for very bad beliefs. In my opinion, that is my opinion, and I am continuing to study that opinion.
I for the most part agree with your opinion. I mean, as far as like, because it's hard to point to tangibles that philosophy gave us, because
logic,
because of the problems that you're naming.
Epistemology.
Holy fuck, Leo! Stop interrupting me. All right, get control of yourself. Right. Here's the thing. Here's the thing, though. But from when the first humans came into existence, and as soon as they thought, whoa, what am I? Why am I here? That was the beginning of philosophy. That's all they're basically trying to say. Like, and I hate.
Oh my God! I'm sorry, John. Really? Perfect One just put in the side chat. You are clearly and plainly in the wrong here. Your behavior here tonight has cast shame on those who raised you. Like, who raised me, Perfect One? Who raised me? Was it not the 4 years that I have spent on this bitch talking? Like, who raised me? Perfect One? Who raised me? Who raised me? Because, you know what? When you tell me who it was, I'm going to tell them to go fuck themselves.
Yeah. I mean, and the thing is, too, is like, okay, I agree with you on the idea that people go down that rabbit hole of philosophy and people get indignant with the ideas that, well, you don't know about philosophy. You don't know the terminology. You don't know what, a reductio ad absurdum is. What is modus ponens, all that stuff. But as far as when they say philosophy's been around for thousands of years, they're right in the fact that as soon as human beings developed a mind where they were aware, of their existence and started contemplating that was the beginning of philosophy right there. The most, animalistic like human beings. Once they started thinking about things in the world around them, that's philosophy. I mean, that's all I think they've basically been trying to say as far as it being around for thousands of years.
I don't know about J. Mike or Khalil. I wouldn't get that impression, but my point was more that, like, philosophy as like an actually organized subject has been around for thousands of years, because it has. I mean, we can look back, even like the ancient Egyptians, we can see in some of their writings that they were talking about things like truth, things like death, things like life, things like knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
They were writing philosophy. They were engaged in organized philosophy.
Hold on. And I understand that, but I was just taking it back further for the sake of, like, yeah, okay, I understand that's what you guys were talking about. You were talking about there's been.
So you were generalizing it a little bit more?
I was basically saying, I was just taking it a step further and saying that when you talk about philosophy, you're basically talking about human minds contemplating their existence and the things around them. I mean, and then what you're talking about is like when we became more organized as a species, and the Greeks and the whatever, when they like you, this is what you just said. I'm tired as fuck. I'm a boomer. Leave me alone.
So I just want to add that, Rage was talking about he's been, speaking out against racial injustice and all these other things, and then ended it with philosophy hasn't really done shit for us. But I want to say that if you think that you've gotten anywhere with arguing against racial injustice and fighting against that, you have been using philosophy to your advantage as a weapon to try and get rid of this racial injustice.
I disagree.
Well, I mean,
I use truth. I use actual instances of small children like Tyron Rice being shot by the police within 15 seconds of that police officer showing up. No, I don't use philosophy and talking. Philosophy, yeah, it can lead you to good places. It can also lead you to very bad places.
Yes,
I have talked to so many motherfuckers that have come at me with philosophy, and they are the shittiest of human beings. Like, my point is this. We have had philosophy for thousands of years. We burnt all those schools of philosophy that didn't agree with theism, right? What has it done for us?
Can I ask you a question?
How are we better as a civilization? How are we still dealing with the issues that we were dealing with hundreds of years ago?
Rage, you're a fan of critical race theory, right? You like critical race theory?
Yes, I do. Yes.
Do you know what it's philosophical? It's a Marxian philosophy.
Dude.
Analysis.
I have studied. Leo, I have studied political philosophy more than you have.
Sure, if you think so. But would you?
No. I fucking have.
Do you think critical race theory works? Do you think it helps us understand better how race plays into the power structures that exist in our society?
I think critical race theory works, and I think it also doesn't work.
So it's a philosophy, and it's done some good. I don't think that.
Like most philosophies, critical race theory has posed problems.
Such as?
I don't know. Go watch any of the debates where those crazy right wingers are coming with their positions. Like seriously, like, dude.
They don't even understand it. They're not raising objections to it.
But they still have objections to it because, honestly, this is my point, Leo. What has philosophy done? Because 48% of the country,
you're a socialist,
48% of them don't care.
Philosophy gave us socialism. You're a socialist. I'm a socialist. You know what I use to defend socialism?
You know, I think Karl Marx gets lumped into philosophy because he wrote a book that was.
He was a philosopher. He was a political philosopher.
Can I make a statement?
A political philosopher is not a what I would call a philosopher.
Wait, so
he's a philosopher and not a philosopher simultaneously?
I don't get it. That's like saying a linguistic philosopher or a philosopher.
It's hard for me to explain. When we're talking politics, we're talking a different dynamic.
Yeah, but it's still philosophical. Entirely.
Oh my fucking god.
Like when we talk about morality.
All right, so it's only Leo. It's only philosophical because since Plato, it has been about philosophy.
Well, of course it is. It's politics. Politics.
No.
Philosophy pervades all aspects of intellectual thought. That's just the fact.
So do you think that like right-wing politics adheres to political philosophy?
Yes, conservatism is a political philosophical stance. Fascism.
No, you're saying conservatism. You are saying, Leo, shut the fuck up. Shut up. You're saying conservative like they're conservatives by that philosophy, but they're not.
They are.
No. They're literally not.
Yeah.
They're not. How are they conservatives?
Because they adhere to the strictures of conservatism,
which is
things like traditionalism, more authoritarian social structures and stronger social hierarchy, less regulations on the markets, a preference for markets to operate more freely and independently of government intervention.
You're missing the main thing. You're missing the main thing here. You're missing the main thing here.
Actually, liberalism is more authoritarian.
No,
and you're missing the main thing here. Conservatism is about spending.
Well, no. Conservatism is a broad political philosophical ideology.
No.
Society and economic. And politics. Trade.
No. You're so
all that
again.
That's what conservatism is.
Just pointing out the problems of philosophy. You're talking about conservatism as a philosophy, right?
Because it is a philosophy.
But it's also
political philosophy.
Leo, god damn it, shut the fuck up.
From Wikipedia.
Shut up. It's also a practice, right?
Well, of course. A lot of practices are
so Leo, does the majority of conservatives care about fiscal conservatism?
I don't see how that's relevant.
You don't see how that's relevant?
No.
Have you ever in your life been a conservative?
No.
Have you ever in your life been a conservative?
Why is that relevant to our discussion?
Because if you had been a conservative, you would realize how fucking relevant that question is. I was a conservative.
That's fine. Do you know where I live?
I don't care where you live. I'm asking if you were ever I don't care where you live, Leo.
Wait, hold on. So you
care? You live in Iowa. I don't give a fuck about that.
In order to understand an ideology, you have to have adhered to it at some point.
I did, dude. That's literally what I'm fucking saying right now.
Yeah, no, I'm not disagreeing with that, but you're insinuating that because I've never been a conservative that I can't understand conservatism.
No, I'm insinuating because you are giving me a bunch of bullshit about conservatism that is not true.
I'm wrong. From the Encyclopedia Britannica, conservatism, political philosophy. Conservatism, political doctrine that emphasizes the value of traditional institutions and practices. Like I said, conservatism is a preference for the historically inherited rather than the abstract and the ideal, which is what I said. This preference is traditionally rested on an organic conception of society, that is, on the belief that society is not merely a loose collection of individuals, but a living organism comprising closely connected interdependent members. I understand conservatism very well. I argue against it literally every day.
You understand it. Have you ever been a conservative?
That's not relevant.
It sure is.
Why?
Because what you just said does not entail the main tenet of conservatism,
Wait,
which
the
is
Encyclopedia Britannica is wrong? An academic source is wrong?
sure. Yeah. I mean, it happens.
Then we can't really have a meaningful discussion because
Like, dude, you literally live in fucking Iowa, and you're gonna contest with me that fiscal conservatism is a tenet of conservatism?
Well, I didn't deny that. That's not what you initially asked me.
That is exactly what I fucking asked you! Like,
no, you asked me how a conservative would feel about.
Oh my fucking god! Oh my fucking god, Leo! I want to strangle you. I really do.
Well,
I just want.
I can't.
I want
help
to strangle you.
Not. That sounds like a you problem. I have to be honest.
No, it's gonna be a you problem when I come to fucking Iowa, dude. I'm straight up. Like, fuck you, dude. Like, fuck you. Like, why don't you just? Hey, why, Leo? Why don't you just join the right wing?
End of the laneway.
Bullshit.
Don't come on the property.
You know, fuck you. Man, I can't believe I literally apologized to this motherfucker earlier.
A conservative right now.
Enoch. Enoch.
No, I'm done. I'm fucking done. End the broadcast. Bye. I'm fucking.